Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey.
Yes, Ben.
Good job, Ben.
Good job, Ben.
I like it.
Coming up, closing out February strong. Is this a leap year?
It is a leap year, yeah. You know why?
3 extra days, or 1 extra day of Ben's brilliance.
Yep. I need to.
3 more days in the month after this.
Yeah, I need to remember that because it's my anniversary. Me and Amy got married on Leap Day,
February
2020.
29th.
Yep.
So when do you usually celebrate your anniversary? The 28th or the 1st?
Yes.
Whenever you get around to it?
No, we celebrate them on both. Everybody thought I was being brilliant by getting married on the 29th. Like, oh, that's brilliant. You'll only be on the hook to celebrate your anniversary once every 4 years. Oh, no, sir. 28th and the 1st is what happens each year, which I'm fine with. I'm very happily married. It's a double reminder of the wedded bliss in which I live. But yes, I can tell you it is definitely a leap year because we got big plans this weekend. So,
do you do something special on the year that you have to cram all when you have to cram one day into one day? Do you do anything special for that?
I'll let you know. It's the first time. Yeah, it's the first one we've had since we got married.
Usually you cram one day into 2.
Yeah.
Now you cram one day into 1. That's somehow more challenging.
Kind of. We're gonna go out on Thursday because that's the actual date. But then Friday's a better day to go nothing on Saturday. So Amy will get the 2 days out of it again, by hook or by crook. How are you doing, my friend? Do you have a nice weekend?
I'm good. I'm getting more and more encouraged by the glowing reports out of spring training about the pitching staff, which are mostly all your standard stuff that everybody says when they come back in. Hey, altered mechanics, fixed body weight, best shape of my life, ironed out what was wrong in the offseason, and yet, I am buying into that.
Oh, yeah.
Hook and crook, or whatever phrase you just used.
Hook, line, and sinker is what you're looking for.
That's what I'm buying.
Yeah, the whole thing.
Yeah. You got Javier 15 pounds later. Mm-hmm. You've got Framber reworking his sinker, not trying to throw so hard.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
He was trying to throw too hard last year.
Yep.
Seems like this is where I start to get a little skeptical. Seems like at some point over the course of the second half of the season, when Framber had a 5+ ERA in all his no-hitter games. He threw one no-hitter and then a bunch of 5+ ERA type games.
Yes.
And maybe they would have dawned on them at some point, like, hey, maybe did it really take all the analytics of the offseason to say, like, hey, maybe don't try to throw so hard? I don't know.
I know. They get this. It's not like they wait till December for the information. You know what I mean? Like, I think I have it in real time.
I read the article about Brian Murphy heading down to the DR to meet with Javier and Framber, and that being one of the big things they're working on. Don't throw so hard.
Yeah. At least the sinker don't throw so hard. Right. So that's a good gig that Bill Murphy's got, man. Like he's head to the DR every year and just hang out with all the pitchers down there. You know, it's like
I wondered about that too. Yeah, like
it's not a bad gig.
It's not a bad gig, but I also wondered. I'm very skeptical in a fun way this morning about various things with spring training, because you hear the same thing every year, except the whole the trip Murphy takes down to the DR, you know, where you can meet with those guys away from the normal circumstances and everything. Does also feel like maybe a nice little, you know, work vacation.
That's what I'm saying. I like that's of all the places. Like Bill Murphy is standing on the table making sure they keep signing guys from the DR, not drafting guys from Toledo or something like that. Like,
right, yeah.
Bill Murphy had to spend
Jeremy Pena
December until Rhode Island in
George
December.
Springer and Jeremy Pena had to go up to not that Murphy would be working with those guys.
New Britain, Connecticut.
Wait, who was from New Britain? That was George.
Yeah,
okay.
Springer's from New Britain, Jeremy from Rhode Island. Neither are great. No, the players are great, but those locales not all that good. Yeah, I saw Chandler's article too, man. That got me excited. The Framber and Javi are dialed in and focused. The big thing this weekend, Yordan in the 2-hole, Seth.
Oh, yeah.
Yordan in the 2-hole.
Yeah.
Where are you on? Now, that's what these, before you go old school Dusty, this is what a lot of teams are doing with their tippy-top best hitters. So the Yankees do with Judge. It's what the Angels do with Mike Trout.
The whole having a power dude at either number 1 or number 2, that's what the Astros were doing with George Springer.
Yeah.
Where a lot of people really didn't like that at first until George started hitting leadoff home runs. Puts a lot of stress on a fella if all of a sudden he's down 1-0 or 2-0 in his second at bat.
Whether you like the move or don't like the move, and I like it. Look, it's more at bats for Yordan. It's cool. It's a pretty deep lineup. So some lineups it'd be tricky to put a guy like that at 2 because 7, 8, and 9 are just such a black hole. But the Astros, I think, if Pena finds his stroke, Yainer Diaz is your catcher now. It's not Maldonado batting 9th anymore. It's a deeper lineup. It's seemingly on a day-to-day basis. The thing I like about it is that the appearance is that you have a manager who is listening to the analytics people, that's listening to the front, because this is an analytics move to put a guy like Yordan at 2. Dusty over his dead body would put Yordan Alvarez, one of the best power hitters in baseball, in the 2-hole, is my guess. And so I think it is indicative, whether you like the move or not, I do think it's indicative of a manager and a front office that are more simpatico this season than in seasons past.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be Tucker batting 4th, so it's not you don't have to stick those. I guess that's still Dusty would approve of that because you get to go lefty, righty, I suppose. That would be the compromise that they would have had to make.
Yeah.
I just look. It's weird. It's a weird thing that we've been spoiled so much that I kind of miss the days when you could have almost like 2 cleanup positions. Mm-hmm. You'd have first cleanup and second cleanup. Or Kyle Tucker would be batting 8. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, here we go. It's a different composition of a team right now.
Yeah. I like it. I like the move. I like what it kind of symbolizes. Combine this week. I think probably not as many. It's weird. I was going to say probably not as many eyes on the Texans. Certainly, it's not as prospect-centric a combine for us here. We're going to get into reasons to watch it a little later on at 7 o'clock today on the show. But D'Amico meets with the media on Tuesday. Nick meets with the media on Wednesday. They both meet at noon on their respective days with the media, noon Central. And I would imagine there's going to be a whole lot more national attention on the Texans at the Combine this week. Like the D'Amico and Nick Caserio press conferences, I think will probably be very well attended, I would think, just based on the story that the Texans were this year.
The Texans themselves have a whole lot of buzz, but there's not necessarily a whole lot of juice for what they're going to do in this draft. I'll be surprised and pleasantly so if Nick tries to trade up within the first round or something. I mean, you do have Dallas Turner, the edge rusher, who is from the blessed Alabama, the state of Alabama, where, like, I don't know, maybe they trade up for another Alabama edge rusher a second year in a row. I'm not expecting them to. I guess the big thing that I'm going to be looking at in the first week is that I think because linebacker is not a real strong position in the draft, I think the Texans are still going to be looking at that. Linebacker's not a strong position in the draft. I think that's where they go in free agency, is they try to fill that hole there. Whereas with wide receiver, this is one of the reasons I don't think the Texans would really splurge or go out on a limb for Mike Evans, is that there's a boatload of quality prospects.
Yep.
You know how they're going to work out. But there's a boatload of quality prospects. I do think, just because of the way the draft shakes out, that perhaps there ends up being a defensive lineman taken in the first round, and those are the first guys who work out. So D'Amico's going to be there. The first guys are the linebackers and the D line. So D'Amico will be there early in the week, and we'd be taking a look at those guys.
Yeah, I don't think the workout starts till like Wednesday or Thursday, but guys are getting into Indy today. Like they kind of stagger it by position. Yeah, D line and linebackers are first up. D'Amico's going to love that. Caleb Williams not throwing. I saw you had that here. I hadn't seen that yet. So he will not throw.
Daniels isn't going to either, yeah.
Okay, Jaden Daniels.
Those are the two we know of as of right now. I don't know, man. It's just like, hey, all I know is we have a quarterback in Houston that wanted to compete. Yeah, probably was going to be a top 2 pick no matter what, and he just wanted to go out and throw, Bryce Young didn't want to.
No.
Who knows? Hey, 1 year. Small sample size, whatever. I don't know. CJ wanted to compete.
Right. I know the guy that threw wound up having the greatest rookie season in the last 20 years, and the guy last year that didn't throw, that got picked ahead of him, got squashed like a bug for 17 games.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. Caleb Williams. Caleb Williams, some questions kind of surrounding him at the end of the year and whatnot. I don't know, man. I'd throw if I were him.
The no agent thing, I wonder how much teams even care about that anymore, especially given that Lamar Jackson's done pretty well with no agent. He does have the second highest contract.
Took a little while, but he got there eventually.
Yeah, but it could have taken a while with an agent too,
True.
It's maybe it would have been a little more like Dak Prescott getting his contract. If Lamar Jackson had an agent, maybe there wouldn't be as much, perhaps, staging and all that. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it worked out for him. If a guy doesn't have any issues, then I don't think the non-agent thing matters as much. I think sometimes sometimes teams want to see a guy who might have issues, like personality issues or something, with the right agent, like the guy that can actually work with him and maybe get a team around him and everything. I don't know if they'll worry about him with Caleb Williams.
Financially, it makes perfect sense for Caleb Williams to not have an agent. Everything's slotted, and he's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. Like, why give 4% to some dude for doing a contract where there's almost no negotiation? Hire a lawyer for an hourly rate to let him look over the contract and then sign the damn thing.
Well, and you don't even need that. I mean, the NFLPA will give you that, too. So you don't even have to
that's
hire
right.
that. The NFLPA has advisory.
As Laramie Tunsil pointed out to us at training camp that one time.
Well, he did have St. Omni, too, whatever the hell he was or did.
Yeah.
Who's since been fired by Laramie Tunsil.
That was great. Tell me about
funny
this
thing about that.
Tell me about the St. Omni guy. Was that on McAfee? That was on some show. Oh, no, it was a podcast.
It was on the Pivot podcast? Okay, yeah, because on the McAfee show, St. Omni walked behind Laramie Tunsil while he was doing the live stream. And then later on, when he was on the Pivot, he said, funny thing about that, I had to fire St. Omni.
Fire him, yeah. Oops. All right, we're off and running on a Monday. Payne and Pendergast. Hope you had a great weekend. All right, so where do the Texans stack up in the tapestry of the AFC? A former host in this very seat had some pretty cool things to say about the Texans, and in the process may have put himself in the Club Lopez epitome of what's wrong with Houston fans. We will examine the audio next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable as you might feel.
Supercenter.com.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so a friendly voice to you, the Houston listening audience, one that sat in this very chair for a few years, Nick Wright, FS1. They were on his show, First Things First, afternoon debate / talk show on FS1. Everybody knows he's the big Chiefs fan out there. And here was Nick Wright talking about the team that he thinks might have the best chance of upending the Kansas City Chiefs this season.
My cheat answer is there is no threat. But if I have to give an actual team, let's just look to the history. In this 5-year run, the one time they didn't win the AFC, the Bengals beat them. But I don't think it's the Bengals. I think it's a team that can follow that blueprint, which is consistency at the coach and coordinator spot, superstar quarterback, has drafted really well, and can overspend in this free agency period because they have the quarterback so cheap, and that's the Houston Texans. Joe Burrow was in year 2. They had drafted Tee Higgins. They had drafted Jamar, or they were drafting Jamar that next year. They have Tank Dell coming back. Slowick didn't go anywhere. I think D'Amico's excellent. They have their left and right tackle in place. They got to spend money on defense like Cincinnati did, and then maybe they can take a big leap. So my answer would be Houston, because they can do win-now stuff that doesn't hurt them long-term because CJ's so cheap over the next 3 years. It's the smart thing to do, and they already showed they're a legitimate playoff team.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack there. What's your gut reaction to what you just heard Nick say? So?
My gut reaction is, all right, like, let's be real about where the Chiefs are right now. Or, yes, Pat Mahomes is awesome, and Pat Mahomes pulls rabbits out of the hat at the end of the fourth quarter and in overtime in the playoffs. And yet, I mean, I rewatched the Raiders-Chiefs game this weekend because I'd only seen little tidbits of it. Oh, my gosh. I mean, they were just awful. It was awful in that game. The Raiders scored 2 touchdowns on defense. It was And it just and the Raiders ended up winning the game, and that was on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve, like right towards the end of the season. We saw a few different examples of that, and we saw weaknesses certainly in the playoffs as well with the Chiefs. You win in overtime. The Bills game came down to the wire and a field goal.
They went the equivalent of a full game without scoring a touchdown. The second half of the Ravens game, the first half of the Super Bowl.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Chiefs will be the favorite to win the Super Bowl, I'm guessing. I don't know if they are right now, but after the draft and everything. I just feel like there's multiple teams that could threaten them. I think as far as the Texans being the team that threatens them, right now, I wouldn't handicap it that way just because I saw the Texans completely non-compete versus the Ravens. Mm-hmm. You know, that Ravens game rattled me somewhat, and Tank Dell will make a difference. Yes, I fully understand that. I need to see more improvement through the draft and free agency before I can say, hey, all right, they're the team that's going to do it. And with free agency, I'm going to get excited after the Texans sign a few free agents and then after they have their draft picks. But you never really know if any of those guys are going to work out until training camp. So I wouldn't, just based on last year in the regular season and the way everything went in the postseason, I can't put the Texans as that team right now.
No, I need to see what they do in free agency. And I guess, and Nick's take obviously is highly dependent on them. Not only singles, but I do love the comp of the 2021 Bengals. It's one I've been using throughout this season, and in a way, they're almost a year ahead. I mean, the Bengals in Joe Burrow's rookie year were not what the Texans were in C.J. Stroud's rookie year. I mean, Joe Burrow was injured. The Texans played the Bengals that year in week 15 or 16. Burrow didn't play because he was hurt, but Joe Burrow was 2-7-1, I want to say, as a rookie. It was a competitive 2-7-1. I know it sounds like faint praise, but you could see the direction of that franchise moving the right way. I mean, the Texans won the damn division and won 10 games, So they're in some ways, there may be fewer finishing touches to put on the Texans for them to become what the 2021 Bengals. The 2021 Bengals were 10-7. That was in their second year with Burrow. The Texans have already been 10-7 with C.J. Stroud.
I think the part that gets tricky there is when you start talking about being aggressive in free agency and what that means. The Texans had the fewest numbers of snaps played by players they had drafted this past year. Does that make sense the way I phrased it?
Yeah, you're talking about players not players they drafted in 2023, but just players they've drafted, period.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Only 23% of the snaps taken, or 34% of the snaps taken, were taken by players the Texans had drafted, which makes sense. I mean, they didn't have draft picks for a long time.
For a few of those years, they didn't have a first-round pick.
Very few draft picks. So, where generally, if you look at the top 10 teams, like in the league, a lot of them usually, like, they've got the majority of their snaps played by drafted players.
Foundational guys they picked.
Yeah, you look at the bottom 10 teams in the league in terms of snaps played by players that they drafted.
Yeah,
very few even playoff teams in that 10,
right.
in those 10 teams. So that's where I generally favor. Yeah, you got to draft well. You got to have those guys on your team. You got to grow them and do what you can. And then if you also look at the most aggressive offseason teams in the last couple of years, Patriots a couple years ago. Remember how well that went? Yeah. It was great for 1 year.
1 year.
And then they sucked again.
Yep.
Dolphins in 2022. What a masterful stroke that was of, how that's all turned out after
we'll
2
get into
years.
that. They're having to cut guys right now.
Right. Yeah, they got to cut guys. Xavien Howard is available most likely.
Yep.
New York Jets, I would actually argue, is one of the ones that worked, except for the whole thing that one of those free agents you signed was Aaron Rodgers, and he got injured on in the first game of the season.
Yeah. They It's interesting because the Texans, you're right. You've got the percentages in front of you. The one of, if not, you said the lowest percentage of snaps taken by guys they drafted, and yet I would submit, without having the information, in front of me, that no team probably had more rookies take more snaps than the Texans did last year. Like their 2023 class, and I would say 2022 also. I mean, a lot of guys from that class, I'm not saying he played good snaps. Like Petrie wasn't great this year. Stingley was when he was on the field. A lot, Damian Pierce, Christian Harris. So So the last two classes, boy, the Texans are an interesting team from a standpoint of, like, overall, they don't have a ton of snaps played by guys they drafted, and yet the last two classes are the linchpin probably of both sides of the football right now.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
So
I think that with the Texans, I'm very, very, very optimistic about the next couple of years.
Yeah.
I feel like in the rare instance where I just have to agree with Colin Cowherd, I think that some people have lost sight of the fact that this is still a rebuild. That I think there still needs to be more substance throughout the roster. And yeah, I want them to spend in free agency, just not necessarily exorbitantly and not to the point where people are all excited and gushing about how they won free agency. Winning free agency is almost a recipe for disaster. If not in that very season, then at least the season after the year that you spend big in free agency.
You're absolutely right. Do you think John Lopez is aware that his former co-host is seemingly advocating a free agency approach that is endorsed by a pairing that John Lopez called the epitome of the old school mentality in this town, Payne and Pendergast?
It's the epitome of what's wrong with Houston sports fans.
Right. I mean,
he might not have said fan. He said it was a mentality that's hard to shake.
Yeah. So Nick wants the Texans to spend on the defensive side of the ball like you and I do.
Yeah. I still don't even know what our argument is with Lopez as far as
It's that we don't want to pay $30 million a year for Mike Evans. That's what it boils down to.
If it's not, I feel like so the Lopez. It's like if it's not Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley, then you guys don't really want it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you don't have cojones if you.
Yeah. The whole thing about Mike Evans is. I really like Mike Evans. I think there's a really good chance that wherever he goes, he does well for at least another couple of years. I think the problem with Mike Evans is that you're tripling down on a position that's already like one of the few actual positions of strength on the team is wide receiver. You're going to have to pay Nico Collins likely. There's a very good chance you're going to pay him very soon within the next calendar year. At some point, Tank Dell will have to get paid. And this is a year where the draft is stocked full of potentially good wide receivers. Yeah. I would very much rather build from the ground up with those guys. Since you already have two veterans, that you don't need Mike Evans taking away any snaps for them right now, but bring in a young phenom that you can bring along, and then, that's awesome. That's a good problem to have, and a cost-controlled one at that. The whole thing with Saquon Barkley, I realized this just as we were getting off the air yesterday. I think the biggest issue I have with Saquon Barkley is that he's only had one good season in the last 4 seasons, and he's a running back. I 100% don't understand people's fixation on Saquon Barkley other than the highlight reels. I really don't get it. Knowing everything you know about running backs and how injury-prone they've become over the last decade and how hazardous it is signing a running back to a second contract. Stack Derrick Henry. I know people are down on Derrick Henry because of his age. Better season than Saquon Barkley in each of the last 5 years, including Saquon Barkley's one good season.
I'll tell you exactly what it is. I'll tell you why people think this way. Because Saquon Barkley was the number 2 overall pick in the draft. Yeah, that's why. That's 100% the reason why. One of the biggest myths that is discussed around the NFL is that, well, the only day it really matters what pick you were taken is the day you're drafted. After that, you're in a competition with everybody for a job. Yeah, okay. That's why Sam Darnold keeps getting jobs. He was a 3rd overall pick. The higher you were, where you were taken in the draft will absolutely continue to go with you wherever you go, and in a good way for a lot of guys, and that they're going to continue to get chances. It's why Mitchell Trubisky keeps getting chances. He sucks. He's awful. He's terrible. But someone's going to sign him and probably give him a backup job because he was a number 2 overall pick in the 2017 draft.
Yeah, and that's where the ego comes into it, is that all these different coaches and personnel people feel like, well, the Bears are the team that botched that.
Right.
Oh, the Steelers didn't know how to handle Mitchell Trubisky. Oh, no, we've got the magic sauce. We'll take this kid and teach him how to play football.
No, that's exactly. I think that's exactly
what it is.
In
his 27th year of playing football.
Right, that's exactly what it is. So you mentioned Xavien Howard over the weekend. The Dolphins the Dolphins have a lot of work to do in the next couple weeks. They were going into the weekend before. Well, they haven't officially executed this cut of Xavien Howard yet. They're going to do it before March 13th. There's some administrative reasons as to why. He spread the cap hit out, blah, blah, blah. Xavien Howard, who at his peak was one of the best cornerbacks in football, he's not been that the last couple of years. He's been overpaid the last couple of years. They signed him to a huge deal. They made it through 2 years of a 5-year deal with him. To your point, he wasn't a free agent. He was an extension of their own. But he's going to be 31 this year. The I guess scary thing if you don't want Xavien Howard here, and I really don't want any part of Xavien Howard if I'm the Texans. He reportedly wants to be here, according to DJ Bieneme of ESPN.com. He's from here, went to Baylor, wants to be a Texan.
Yeah.
They have a need at corner, I will say that. I mean, they've got Derrick Stingley and then a bunch of schmoes from the street.
Well, and as of right now, Steven Nelson's a free agent.
Yeah.
You saw, was it Steven Nelson that tweeted this out or posted this out?
Derrick Stingley.
Derrick Stingley did. Okay.
Yeah. Stingley in the aftermath of all the chatter about Xavien Howard coming here, Stingley took up for Nelson. He just tweeted out 24 and 21 with a lock next to it. Like a lockdown. And Jonathan Grenard.
They're a lockdown combo, or they're locked at the hip.
Could be both.
Maybe he went in and put his jersey on D'Amico's desk. Said, if you don't re-sign Steven Nelson, I'm going to get injured again.
Yep.
And D'Amico said, you're probably going to get injured again anyway, man. I just like Saquon Barkley up in here.
Yeah. Grenard replied to Stingley's tweet, and he screen grabbed it and said, yes, Sting, people love new shiny toys until they don't. 21 just showed y'all what's up and still gets treated like he's mid, with laughing, crying emojis. So Grenard, it's interesting because Grenard and Stingley appear to be, Grenard for sure, and Stingley would appear to be taking up for Steven Nelson. Meanwhile, Laramie Tunsil, team captain, Howard and Stingley with like the snorting, like the
snorting bull or whatever, the snorting man, but like angry.
Yeah, blowing smoke out of his nose emoji. Yeah. Howard and Stingley. And now keep in mind, Laramie has been teammates with both of these guys, right?
That's right.
Laramie and Xavien Howard were teammates in Miami with each other.
It would have been fine if he had added Steven Nelson to the mix,
yes.
Like maybe a nickel or dime.
Right.
It would just look, whatever 3-corner package you've got out there, then maybe that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But no, he had to exclude Steven Nelson. I don't ever take anything Laramie tweets out with like any degree of like serious messaging or anything. Like I think he has a thought, puts it out there, and then never thinks another thing about it.
Yep.
It doesn't. He's done that a lot. He'll kind of like randomly comment on things that you have no clue what he's talking about or anything. Like he'll be like, "Oh wow, good, nice carousel at this amusement park." But he won't even say an amusement park. He'll just say nice carousel.
Yeah.
You don't know what to make of it. So Xavien Howard is an interesting one because in a weird way, Gilmore, where Stephon Gilmore for a stretch there. It wasn't like he was erratic from game to game. It was from season to season. He'd either be, wow, he's a really disappointing draft pick, to like, oh, wow, he's the best corner in the league, actually. Oh, wow, you know what? He's not any good anymore. Oh, hey, look at that. He's actually a top 5 cornerback.
Yep.
Is Xavien Howard a guy that's going to fluctuate like that? I don't know. But he's been injured the last 2 years, and that's been a huge contributing factor to him not being nearly as good these last 2 years. And he's going to be 31 this season.
Yeah. That's a lot of red flags you just laid out in about 15 seconds right there for me with Xavien Howard. Like if he came here, I'd roll with it, but I'm not standing on the table for Xavien Howard.
I had to double check my my Derrick Henry versus Saquon Barkley over the last 5 years because Derrick Henry did have the year he was injured, and I just wanted to double check that yes, he was still better as a runner. Receiving's different with Saquon Barkley,
sure.
And that's a factor. But as a runner, he was still better than Saquon Barkley in a year in which Saquon Barkley played 13 games and Derrick Henry played 8.
Okay, so even the 8-game season, he was more productive. Okay,
as a runner,
as a runner.
I concede that Saquon Barkley is the more threatening receiver.
Sure. All right, let's get to
and still though, Saquon Barkley the last 2 years, Sean, his yards per reception have plummeted.
Okay.
And whereas like Derrick Henry's yards per reception is actually way more respectable than Saquon Barkley's over his last couple
Interesting.
Years.
All right, let's get to some headlines in the next segment. The Astros got going with some spring training games this weekend. Rockets up and down weekend. A lot to get to in headlines. Combine starts this week. We'll get coming next. I get DMs from a lot of you asking, hey, Sean, I want to play some daily fan.
SportsRadio.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, we'll get to headlines here. A reminder, Combine starts this week. I know that the folks from the Texans All Access, they'll be there all week long. Yeah, so we'll get some coverage from the Texans there, 6 o'clock each night. From
Cody student John and Landry have had him on as well.
Yep. And actually, we'll have John.
We stole some of his audio last week.
We did. Well, no, Cody offered it up.
Yeah, we stole it.
Yeah. John Harris is going to join us on Wednesday this week from the Combine. So in the 8 o'clock hour. So we got that to look forward to. We'll talk about the Combine more at the top of the hour. As far as headlines from the weekend go, it was nice to sit down in front of the television and watch folks in Astros uniforms play baseball. That was cool. Saturday, they beat the hated Nationals 7-4. Mauricio Dubon, a little 3-for-3 action right there. And then they split the squad up yesterday. Yep. Lost both games. 3-0 to the Cardinals, 3-1 to the Mets. Results of the game not super important. I guess the most important thing to come out of the games yesterday is Hunter Brown very solid for a couple of innings yesterday.
Solid is all. Yeah, it's all I want to hear out of Hunter Brown is solid.
Yep.
Solid. Strikeouts
good.
Are awesome, but not erratically so.
Yep.
So, yeah, let's do this, Hunter Brown.
Yep. Yordan Alvarez, according to a handful of sources, looks like he may be batting in the 2-hole this year. Yeah. We'll put that under the list of things that we would never see under Dusty Baker. I'm very anxious to see, Seth, some of the things that we see with Espada, both in terms of player usage, lineups, pitcher usage, that we didn't see with Dusty.
It is. This is where I've already kind of given myself a pep talk in advance. I did feel that Dusty got to the point where even when he did things that he kind of had to do, people were so frustrated that they would be angry. I think that because of load management and injuries, obviously, but load management makes it different than it used to be. There's going to have to be shuffling of the lineup, and people get upset about that. I myself get upset about that because I just want things to remain the same, damn it. Mm-hmm. But I think there will be shuffling because of load management. I guess one of the big questions this year is, hey, Jose Abreu actually might have options to back him up at first base. There's actually there's competition going on right now for who can be the primary first base backup. So that should maybe stabilize things a little bit. And that all depends also on whether Yordan can be consistently available in left field.
Yeah.
That's the one. I saw one person I don't know if they're being sarcastic or not, saying they get nervous about Yordan Alvarez batting second because that's more opportunities for him to run and get injured. I thought for sure it was sarcastic, but then I kept looking down the thread, and I'm like, I think this guy actually believes this.
Okay.
I don't know what to make of this.
With at-bats comes the chance of running, yes.
Yes.
It's part and part, unless he hits a home run every time up.
So, you said various sources. I think the first I saw it from was Brian McTaggart. Mm-hmm. And Brian McTaggart, as he was conversing with somebody, confirmed that the prospective lineup would be Altuve, Yordan, Bregman, and then Tucker.
Yep, correct. Yeah, I think Joe Espada said it in his media session yesterday, so it was a race to Twitter. Probably
I trust McTaggart more.
Posted. I do too. I trust McTaggart absolutely.
Espada, he's been doing it longer than Espada.
So baseball is back, and that's good. Rockets, meanwhile, Friday. Great night on Friday, 114-110 over the Phoenix Suns. That's a nice win. They come back last night and not as good. 123-110. They lose to the Oklahoma City Thunder, who, man, they have put on a clinic in doing a rebuild, man. They trade Paul George and they get Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who's in the running for the MVP. They got the Chet Holmgren pick right, man. I was wrong about Chet Holmgren. He's a really, really good basketball player. And they have so many first-round picks for the next several years. It's crazy how much draft capital they've got stockpiled, man. So, yeah, credit the Thunder and the Rockets, just more up-and-down kind of stuff over the weekend.
I think your whole objection with what's-his-face there was his skinniness.
Yeah, Chet Holmgren. Yeah, he was a stick. Still is.
You didn't say he couldn't play. You just didn't expect him to stay healthy.
And maybe it plays out that way. I just I expected him to get shoved around too, even when he was on the floor. You know.
Yeah.
And he's been really good for them.
One thing I thought I was thinking about this watching Bowl. on Friday night was just how much beefier he is than his father was. Like, he's not, and he's a stick himself, but sometimes I think we forget just how skinny Manute Bol was.
Dude.
I got to credit Bol with like overcoming the genetics there, or maybe his mom. Maybe got some muscularity from his mom.
The best was when Manute Bol and Spud Webb were on the same team, like in the equivalent of the G League back in the day.
Yeah,
5'6" Spud Webb standing next to Manute Bol. That was a good win on Friday, man. I'm bummed that the Rockets couldn't follow it up with a better effort on Sunday. I was surprised they beat the Suns on Friday night.
The biggest thing is, like, in this last stretch where they are 2-7 in their last 9 outings.
Yeah,
they've been giving up over 120 points per game.
Yeah, their defense sucks.
Losses, I mean, like, that's where if I could add one thing this season, it would have been that okay, wow, yeah, the Udoka effect is, they're young, they're inexperienced, it's going to take a while for everything to gel, but man, look at these guys go out and get some scrappy defense going, and it looked promising in that regard for a while, and it's just kind of fallen completely off the face of the earth.
And Udoka does not hide where he thinks the problem is, because he was asked in the last few days what the issue is with defense now versus the beginning of the season when their defense was really, really good. And he's like, I don't think they were asking him, have teams figured your defense out kind of thing? He's like, no, I just think certain guys aren't giving as good an effort as they were at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's an element to that, like in any defense in any sport, which is, all right, even if you get figured out, so to speak,
try.
You shouldn't be getting destroyed.
No.
If you play your asses off and if you got some semblance of talent, and the Rockets do have talent. It's the latter part. Man.
Yep. Now, a team in Houston that does play defense, and if they didn't, their coach would really be angry. Kelvin Sampson and the Cougs. Big win on Saturday in Waco. Cougs led by a bunch at halftime. They led by like 15 at the half. Credit Baylor. They made a big comeback late in this game, forced overtime. Almost didn't go to overtime. Cougs hit what looked like a buzzer beater, wasn't a buzzer beater, so they go to overtime, and then the Cougs just dominate in overtime, and they win in Baylor. That's a nice win. That's a nice week. Iowa State and Baylor in the same week.
Yeah.
Kansas coming up next week. The Cougs have stepped right into the Big 12 and not really skipped a beat compared to the AAC last year.
You beat 2 top 10 teams just in the course of 1 week. Shed hit the game winner. It was just such a shame that wasn't. I feel like he should have. You know what the Europeans would have done? They would have given it to him. They care not for your actual clock keeping or anything. Everybody would have looked to the official to see whether the game was over or not, and the official would have ruled that yes. For artfulness and gusto, that was a valid basket.
It was stoppage time. Come on. It was close. It was close. So, credit the Cougs, man. Good weekend. Good weekend for the Cougs. All right, man, we got a bunch of other headlines. We'll get to those in the 8 at 8. Eric Bieniemy's got a new job. He's the OC at UCLA. Cody Bellinger signed a Correa Twins type deal. We'll get to that. Richard Sherman needs to be taken off the roads. DUI for Sherman over the weekend. All right,
Stanford graduate Richard Sherman?
I'm told he's a Stanford graduate. You would think that he might operate with slightly more.
No Stanford graduate has ever acted irresponsibly.
First one ever.
When it comes to driving or dollar company or anything.
Nope. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. Those are your headlines from over the weekend. All right, Combine this week. I got 4 things to watch for, and none of them are nerdy, sitting, watching dudes running around cones. Important Texans angles on what's going on in Indy this week, which we will get to next.
The Drive with Stoerner.
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so guys are arriving in Indianapolis at the Combine. I don't think the workout starts till like the middle of the week.
Thursday
is when they start? Okay, There you go. Thursday. I think quarterbacks are on Saturday.
They did. It used to be like a 2-day process before your workout, where now they've tried to stretch it out so guys aren't so exhausted. Because guys used to have to. You'd get woken up for your drug test at like 4 a.m.
Oh,
which was like, yeah, now you can go back to sleep for an hour if you like, yeah, whatever. And then you'd have like medical tests all day long and your Wonderlic and all that other stuff. And you do that for 2 straight days. And then on the third day, it's like when they got you good and tired, they'd have you work out. So now they give you 3 days in the lead up to the workout.
Okay, yeah, because who doesn't want to spend more days in Indianapolis, right?
It does. Yeah,
in February.
Yeah, it feels like that. What's that movie about the train in the future? Snowpiercer. Feels a little bit like Snowpiercer. You're stuck in this little. You can't go outside. It's too cold. It'll kill you if you go outside at all. And it's just hyper competitive within this little bubble you're in. Yep. It's a combination of Snowpiercer and the NBA playoffs bubble from COVID.
From Orlando. Okay, I like it.
Just less sex going on.
Yeah,
apparently there was with the Rockets at least.
Yeah. Looking at you, Daniel House. All right, so things to watch for Texan fans over the next few days in Indianapolis, over the next week or so. Number one, D'Amico and Nick Caserio are both going to speak to the media. This will be, other than Nick's little kind of media circuit junket that he did at the Super Bowl that one day, where he came on with us, he came on with McAfee. They've both done Texans radio a couple times probably. This will be the first chance in a national media setting like this in a long, long time for D'Amico and Nick Caserio. I'm anxious to see. I always like this one, and this is no disrespect to our local media who cover the Texans beat. I always like the Combine, Seth, because you get to see what the topics are that you get to kind of view the Texans through a national prism based on the questions that they're asking of both guys.
Right, yeah, and I think with Caserio, for instance, I think there's going to be retroactive questions about C.J. Stroud, of this, that, and the other thing, which is it'll be interesting because Nick will get credit for taking C.J. Stroud. Yet at the same point, I think the Texans pretty much had the attitude that, look, just like D'Amico had said long before the draft, before all the other speculation and flat out lying by media members. I think they were going to take whichever quarterback was available to them. They had an opportunity to trade up to number 1, reportedly, but they thought it was too expensive. So they liked both those guys. They know it's a crapshoot, and they were going to take one of those. In answering that question, though, like, okay, well, would you have taken Stroud or what have you? Nick has to be careful because he never wants to insult CJ somehow and just saying, yeah, they're a dime a dozen, these QB prospects. We're just going to take whichever one was available to him.
Yeah. He's lucky he was so good. Yeah. Which one are you more?
What if he got up there and said, "No way in hell we were going to take Bryce Young"? Are you kidding me?
Hey, look at him. He got squashed like a grape.
I thought about taking him, then I saw him weigh in, and I thought he was some kid that had snuck in there. I thought he was a YouTuber. I thought it was a YouTube prank. I just didn't want to overreact and call security because then I know I'd have gone viral.
That's right. So D'Amico noon on Tuesday, Nick Caserio noon on Wednesday. I don't know that we're going to carry those live or not during In the Loop, but I promise you we'll have tons of audio from both of them. Number 2, so that's number 1, Caserio and D'Amico. Number 2, do any deals get done this week? I think that's what people need to remember. The Combine ostensibly is a place where a bunch of draft prospects are working out for 32 teams, but it's really a de facto summit meeting almost for the 32 teams, the front offices, and the various agents. It is a tamper fest, all kinds of tampering going on there.
Florio's going to write at least 19 posts about that.
Yes.
The tampering that goes on, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Except for me. No one's courage. No one's
I'm the one that'll talk about the thing that nobody actually wants to read about either.
The courage to bring it up on my website.
I think that
I would say for Texan fans that for me at least, Seth, I'm thinking, okay, if anything could pop this week, what could it be?
Yeah.
I'm going to say Dalton Schultz. I would put Dalton Schultz at the top of my odds board.
we haven't mentioned this probably as much as we should have. The official salary cap figures came out this weekend, and it was about $10 million higher than what people anticipated.
Yes,
$255 million.
Yes,
and they thought it was going to be around 245 or so, or at least a lot of people did. And I don't know how much maybe league insiders knew about this. There really weren't any leaks that said it was going to be more than it was. So there's a combination of like COVID revenue that had been put off, a bunch of new revenue streams from TV deals and gambling and all that have boosted the total amount of revenue. So that boosts the total amount of the salary cap. Because of that, I think there will be teams that were on the fence as to whether we could, franchise tag this guy or not, if it's going to be worth it. It fits in really nicely with, hey, that $10 million guy like Dalton Schultz, that covers 2/3 of what you'd have to pay him for the franchise tag.
Yes.
And I think that might very well work. Now, you pointed this out last night when we were texting, and I hadn't thought of this, you Scrooge. It's that this also means that other teams can franchise tag guys that maybe they weren't going to, like Matabike, for instance, was the first guy I thought of, the defensive tackle for the Ravens. I would imagine that now the Ravens might feel like, okay, we had our plan for how we were going to get down to below the cap, but now we have this little bonus where, maybe we just go ahead, and if we can't come to a deal with Matabike, we just franchise tag.
Yeah, or there may have been teams that were thinking, okay, we got to cut this guy, and there would have been cap casualties.
Yeah.
I think overall this increase in the cap, it would have been better for the Texans if the cap did come in at 245 than 255. Because keep in mind, everybody's getting this increase. It's not a team-specific thing. So I think there would have been more names out on the marketplace ultimately for the Texans, either via guys not getting franchise tagged or teams having to do more in terms of cutting guys to get under the cap. Now it just gives teams a little more flexibility to hang on to guys or to tag them. But that's a great point with Schultz, Seth. Like the amount that it looked like this was going to be, 245, and the amount it wound up being is almost identical to the franchise tag for a tight end. It's $12 million for a franchise tag for the tight end, So maybe we see something with Schultz, whether it's a deal or whether it's a tag this week.
Yeah, the official numbers came out on Friday or Saturday. Tight ends, it's only $10.878 million this year for tight ends. So that's a bargain.
I think
my grandma would have paid that, and she grew up in the Depression
for a tight end. Yeah, it's a relative pittance.
She didn't let us throw away anything. She would have been like, yeah, pay Dalton, sure. I got cash.
That does feel low.
That's what she used to say all the time.
She did.
Yeah.
Go pay Dalton. Give him cash.
Pay Dalton, bitches. Mm-hmm. That's what she would say.
Mm-hmm. Number 3, I don't think this combine is going to be nearly as, I'll call it, prospect centric for Texan fans. I don't know if people are going to go out of their way to watch defensive linemen running around. Maybe you will. I do think people are going to watch the running back day for the Texans. But instead, Seth, I anxiously await the tweets of the Texans met with blank at the combine today. I like those. Those are fun.
Yeah, you can't meet with everybody. You can only meet with so many guys.
Yep.
So, who do they choose to meet with?
Yeah, man.
I like that.
Yeah. Texans meet with blank. Do you think that the Texans meet with any of the quarterbacks? They sure as hell aren't drafting any of them. But
yes, they'll meet. Sorry, you say with any. Yes, they will meet. Because in my mind, I'm thinking like, okay, what would there be a reason to meet with Caleb Williams or somebody? Not much, but I think with obviously the back tier guys, 100%.
Okay.
I think they choose to meet with some of those guys.
Okay.
Because those are you're always in need. You're always looking for a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
Davis Mills is only under contract for one more year.
Yep.
Will they franchise tag him next year? I doubt it.
Mills.
I doubt the franchise tag is for Davis Mills for
$30
next
million
year.
bucks.
It's $38 million.
Yeah, can't let D. Millie walk, man. Still got CJ under a rookie contract, so you can afford to pay his backup $38 million.
Look, if Caserio wants to get fired because he wants to go back up to New England or something, that's what he would do. That would be like the death by franchise tag, suicide by franchise tag.
Yeah.
He would tag Davis Mills.
That's right.
Like, what are you going to do about it, huh, McNair family?
He doesn't have a Lombardi trophy to tie to his bumper and drag around the parking lot, so he's just going to start doing irresponsible things with the roster. I will say this, number 4 on the list. Reasons to dial into the combine. I am interested in, I guess I'll call it QB watch this week, although you're the first one I've seen point this out. Caleb Williams will not be throwing this week. Jaden Daniels will not be throwing. They're going to wait for the cozy confines of their pro days to do that. Do we know? Yeah. Do we know anything about Drake May? He's the other guy in the top 3.
I haven't seen anything about him yet.
He should throw. Do the CJ thing, bro.
Do it. Yeah. Then you look better.
Yes.
Now, did it help CJ get drafted higher than Bryce Young, who didn't throw? Bryce Young, who cowardly tucked his tail between his tiny little legs and slunk out the door early. Hi, guys. I'm going to show my leadership quality. You got to take care of yourself before you can take care of others.
What's up, guys? How are you doing? Everyone good?
Yeah, we're good. We're good, Bryce. So whichever QBs throw, I'll be interested to see. I always love the gushing on there too. But look at this guy. Look at him let it rip against the air. Yeah.
Daniel Jeremiah, in his pre-combine press conference last week, brought up a couple things about Caleb Williams that let me not stop. It's so easy to pile on Caleb Williams and to hate the kid that's
cried on his mommy's shoulder after a game.
He had a rough season, but yet he's still viewed as like a tier above everybody else by a lot of people. Some people don't, but a lot of people view him as a tier above everybody else in his own category. Jeremiah did point out just how bad USC's defense was, and
they're bad.
Caleb Williams, so he ended up. Sometimes when you question some of the judgment of some of the things Caleb Williams was doing, they were chasing points a lot. Like they were gonna have to win these shootouts. So there's a little bit of just all right, grip it and rip it approach there, and that he was undefeated when USC could manage to hold a team to less than 24 points.
I guess the one thing we could see movement on this week, Seth, given where everybody is, the proximity, is the Justin Fields situation. As long as you're bringing up Caleb Williams, that's kind of what it makes me think of. Is the Bears? They need to do something pretty soon, just because free agency is going to be starting. I think guys that go to Chicago, or largely, especially offensively, are going to want to know: are we playing with Justin Fields? Are we playing with Caleb Williams? What are we doing here? So I would expect that we could see some movement, if not some serious smoke, on when we're going to see some movement with the Justin Fields situation in Chicago.
Yeah, that's Justin Fields. And him unfollowing, it wasn't as much him unfollowing the Bears on social media, but like him explaining that he just wants to have an answer and find out. I guess it's like Baker Mayfield, right? Baker Mayfield were openly pursuing Deshaun Watson.
He was, yeah.
And like you've got this former first overall pick that's got to, be handled somehow. It gets a little bit awkward. So, yeah, I think with Justin Fields, it's one thing, with Baker, at least if they're signing another veteran quarterback, it probably doesn't sting quite as much as when you're Justin Fields and you might get pushed out the door by a new number one overall pick. That part just stings right there.
Yep.
So I could see where he'd get up in his feelings a little bit.
A little bit. Text message, if you could only pick one offensive player in this draft, who would it be? It'd be Marvin Harrison Jr., but the Texans aren't going to get him. I'm assuming you mean for the Texans, Texter. My dream is Brock Bowers falling to a range that Nick can trade for him.
Yeah, exactly. I think realistically for what you need, and that includes whether they keep Dalton Schultz or not. I mean, again, that increased cap space gives you the luxury perhaps of franchise tagging Dalton Schultz, maybe come to a new deal with him, but also bringing in another young tight end to work alongside him. Brock Bowers would be that guy. There's some speculation that, look, Brock Bowers is a top 10 talent in the draft, but those top 10 teams are all going to be, most of them are going to be drafting for need, most likely. So a tight end might start falling down by the wayside.
Yes.
So, it's not cheap to move up from 23 to 15, though. So I'm still skeptical that it would happen.
Yeah, it's not.
Given what they did last year.
It's not. It shouldn't be quarterback prices. Paid a quarterback price to move up and get Will Anderson, so who knows? I don't that's the one thing. I don't know if it's the right thing to do, but whatever the cost to move up is, Nick doesn't get scared of it. And I'm talking when he moves up to get Nico Collins in the third round a few years ago, or moving up to get Will Anderson with the third overall pick. Yeah. I think this is a good point about the salary cap. Someone says free agent costs are probably going to go up to match the increase. I agree with that, but I do think the franchise tag is a fixed cost that only you control whether you use it or not. That's the biggest thing. The salary cap increase is going to impact our teams that are making decisions with the franchise tag.
Yeah, with the franchise tag, there's nothing you can do to take that that money off the cap. You know, you have to maneuver, finagle other guys' salaries and what have you. That's not a huge issue for the Texans, other than that if they were looking to be, I think if the Texans are looking to be aggressive in free agency, it's still going to look a lot like what Nick has done in the past, and that I think it's going to be shorter term contracts. So you can spread that out. It's just going to be a higher caliber of shorter-term contracts.
Yep.
But he likes to have that flexibility. It's why in any given year the Texans always spend more money than you think they must be, because they do a lot of 1 and 2 and 3 year deals. Mm-hmm. The stupid purchase I would make is the center out of Oregon, Jackson Powers Johnson. But there's no way in hell they would do that unless they're really out on Juice Scruggs.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're out on Juice Scruggs. Juice Scruggs struggled at guard, but he struggled at guard in the way I think a lot of good centers would still struggle at guard.
Yeah.
Like Scruggs just has that kind of body that's built more for center than guard. So I think they're going to give him at least 1 year to figure out his actual chosen position. And I'm optimistic about him.
Yeah, I am too. Text message, why are we trading up for a tight end and not for O-line? Well, one, it's Seth's and my dream scenario, Brock Bowers, because Brock Bowers is the tight end we're talking about. I think if you're somebody who thinks the Texans are going to go balls to the wall to maneuver, go get O-linemen, use high draft picks on O-linemen, I think you're going to come away disappointed. I don't think they're going to do that.
Well, this is what you got to remember this. You got to remember this. They played with only 2 starting offensive linemen the entire season. They started off the season with 4 backups, some of them third stringers. Yeah. And by the end of the year, they were starting their 4th option at center. Their left guard was a guy that it was backups the whole way through, including when Titus Howard was there. So your right tackle, your center, and your left guard were all backups and replacements. Some of them second and third and fourth stringers at times. So if Juice Scruggs can play center, you get Titus back to right tackle, and then it's just a huge question mark about left guard. But look, man. If you can't scrap together just a passable left guard, you've already got guys that you feel good about at 4 of your positions, if healthy and everything. You can't go spending a first-round pick on a left guard. No. I mean, you could. I just don't think you need to. No. You can be a really, really good offensive lineman with one just blue-collar guy at left guard if you have to.
He better be Will Shields. If they're in right now are drafting left guards with that 23rd overall pick, yeah, he better be a sure freaking thing, man.
Well, that would be the thing, yeah. If he is, I mean, like the Ravens' strategy would just be like, yeah, no matter who we are, we're gonna take a good guy. But there aren't a lot of stud guards in this draft too. No. So I mean, that's the other answer is there's a stud center, but I think the Texans got to play it out with Juice Scruggs there, which is fine. I don't think you're putting a square peg into a round hole there. Yep. And they're very happy with their offensive tackles. So, and there's just not a guard in the first round, really.
All right, acknowledge me. We do it every Monday. We do it at this time. We acknowledge big performances from over the weekend, people that impressed us. You want to text in some suggestions? We're open to them. I've got a few in front of me right here, and we will acknowledge next.
Ability trees. I acknowledge ability trees because they're
Turf.com. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's do this. Let's acknowledge. We do acknowledge me. Give me the music, Ben. Give me some acknowledge music. There we go. There we go. Road to WrestleMania, Roman Reigns. All right, let's acknowledge the big performances from this past weekend, from over the past several days. I'm going to start with somebody who I feel like we acknowledge each and every week, C.J. Stroud.
Acknowledge me.
I'm going to acknowledge C.J. Stroud for this. At this point, Seth, the Amber Rose situation, which was a heavy, heavy topic last Monday for everybody,
Yes.
was either a non-event.
Right,
it was either a non-event. He dropped her off at the hotel, or it is something that he's managed to kind of keep on the down low with the form. The way he's handled it.
Look, I'm going to analyze body language, which is something I don't typically like to do, but I will in this moment.
I'm here for this.
Yeah. I think by the way, I find myself saying that more and more. I don't typically like to analyze body language, but here we go. To the point now where I'm realizing, I do. I analyze body language. Okay, C.J. Stroud, as soon as he stepped out the door there and saw all those cameras, he had the look of like, oh man, I'm just trying to be a nice guy here, and I know what this is. I know. Yep, I see where this is going. Yep, this is gonna be a whole lot of crap for at least a week.
My timeline is going to be a mess tomorrow.
I'm going to have to talk to my mom about this. I got to talk to my mom about this at some point.
Yeah, Mom weighed in on it, too.
That might have scared her. I don't know, maybe. I don't know what his intentions were when he got in the car.
Yeah.
I feel like as soon as he realized, like, boy, I'm going to have to tell my mom. Like, hey, that's when he was like, yes, goodbye, Amber, Miss Rose. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Yes. Maybe your kids and I can get together for a play date or something. But yeah.
Well, whatever the case, it appears to be a dead issue at this point. So good job I'm going to give C.J. Stroud credit for that. We've acknowledged him for that. Joe Espada.
Acknowledge me.
Astros manager. We're going to acknowledge him. I like this move. Yordan in the 2-hole that Espada talked about yesterday. I like the move. I like what the move symbolizes, which I think that's a move that feels like something that analytics people get in your manager's ear and say, look, it's working for the Yankees. It's working for the Angels. Yordan Alvarez is a hitter on the level, if not of the 2-hole for those teams. And on a deep lineup like this, where he should come up once the game gets going with plenty of opportunities with runner on base, we should look at doing this. So I just like the whole vibe around the Astros spring training right now, Seth.
There is something about Espada where I'm optimistic, or at least I'm hopeful that, man, in a lot of ways, he's different than Dusty, and not in a way where I'm criticizing Dusty. Like, Dusty was the guy that the team needed when he came in, and for a lot of different reasons, following the being better than everybody else scandal. But he was also a guy that, remember, like right ahead of the first spring training, he did an interview a couple days before spring training where he was talking about how he was just getting started on learning the names of the guys on the roster. Like, it was a different, or whatever it was. It wasn't spring training that year. It was whatever it was. It was early summer training.
Yeah.
So this is a guy who's had to wait his turn. He's interviewed multiple times, and even though he's been with the organization, it still feels like he's hungry. And he also, like, I don't know, for whatever this generation needs, he's a kinder, gentler version of a baseball manager. He reads Nicholas Sparks novels.
Oh, okay.
He keeps a journal.
Yeah.
He's gonna, instead of asking Chandler whether he read Camus, he's going to ask if the Notebook movie was a faithful adaptation of the novel. Yeah,
Dusty called him Camus. But yeah. You know what I like, too?
Is that what you're going to criticize Dusty for, Sean?
No, I'll tell you what I'm going to...
mispronouncing the name of a French philosopher from the early 20th century.
I'll give you something. You want something from me to criticize the spot? Espada is the manager, and now all these guys are coming in shape. You got Fromber, looks shredded. You got Javier, looks awesome. You got Abreu doing Pilates. Dusty's bringing damn banana pudding to people and then calling them fat during the season. Like, he's...
Wait, who would he go out for banana pudding with? It was Chaz.
Meaning call him fat, but the rumors behind the scenes were that he was disappointed in Chaz's weight.
Do you think the banana pudding date was a test?
Dude, with Chaz?
Yeah. It's kind of like seeing a date orders lobster. You know, you're like, oh, wow, you're just going there, huh? You're just gonna order the most expensive thing on the menu. Mm-hmm. That's not. Nope, you're done. You're not my kind of gal. That's what he thought of Chaz when Chaz got the banana pudding.
Banana pudding down the front of his jersey 5 minutes later. Well, I guess Chaz likes that banana pudding. All right, let's keep acknowledging here. Paul Wall.
Acknowledge.
I'm going to acknowledge Paul Wall. Paul Wall. Now, I don't know that Saquon Barkley is what's best for the Texans. Seth, we know how you feel about that. You're more of a Derrick Henry guy.
I like a guy who's had more than one good season in the last 5 years.
Which I understand. I think it makes perfect sense. But Paul Wall, if we're going to give credit, maybe not credit for the evaluation of which player he is offering this up to, but maybe just the spirit of him trying to help the Texans, he offered up free grills for Saquon Barkley. And Saquon Barkley liked the tweet. More love language from Saquon Barkley. So Paul Wall, team player, man. Offering up free grill. Last I checked to try to get Texans players here, grills don't count against the salary cap, man.
That's how. I've long advocated that NFL teams need to have a booster club.
Yes.
Where you do your own little NIL
Collective.
They've got that going out in San Francisco. Like various athletes they'll get exposure to different Silicon Valley investments that they might not otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
Supposedly that was something that was very appealing to Kevin Durant, since they claim they never talked about championships in their meeting out there in the Hamptons. But whatever. We need all of our local entertainers,
yes,
oil and gas professionals, plastic surgeons, and what have you, to just offer up all of their expertise and investment opportunities.
That's a great idea. That's a great idea.
The other tweet that Saquon had liked in the little screenshot that you had was Cam Hayward saying, "Funny how you get hurt and kill yourself just to get back to play and be 100%. Now they want you to retire because I was hurt all year. At least I know where y'all stand. Y'all quick to forget when I am healthy. But I look forward to reminding y'all." I feel like there's a little bit of Saquon feeling like that spoke for him, too.
Oh, he liked it because Cam Hayward is speaking for him, too.
Funny how you guys forget that when I have one good season in 5 years that I'm capable of that 20% of the time.
20% of the time, I was just going to say. There's a 20% chance I could be amazing this year. All right, let's keep moving. Acknowledge Cam Newton.
Acknowledge me.
Dude, I know you saw this video of Cam Newton at this 7-on-7 tournament that he's part of, that his organization won and founded in 2021 to focus on developing young athletes' skills in football by giving them opportunities to compete at the highest level through 7-on-7 tournaments. Well, they were competing at the highest level yesterday in MMA. There was a brawl at Cam Newton's 7-on-7 tournament, and at least in the 30 seconds of footage that I saw, Seth, looked like Cam was holding his own with those young bucks.
It wasn't even like I would say that three guys tried to start a brawl, and it just turned into them kind of helplessly flailing at Cam Newton. Like it was like a adult version of the how many 5-year-olds would it take to beat up Cam Newton.
Yes.
This was more like how many actual full-grown adults who are in pretty good shape would it take to beat up Cam Newton, and it's definitely more than 3. So
yes.
Yeah, he kind of just flung guys away from him and pushed them off. Could you tell if Cam even threw a punch? I felt like he was just kind of holding them at bay.
It was the video I saw, the first 8 seconds of it or so were from like facing up at a stage from kind of far away.
You could kind of see a silhouette of the fight almost.
Yeah, and it looked like Cam was able to throw a guy off the stage.
Yeah.
And then it immediately cut. It was almost cinematic. It immediately cut to a close-up of everything going on down near the fence line there where Cam was in the mix.
Near a fence, like over a lake or whatever.
Yeah.
Very picturesque fight scene.
It was. No, it was very well produced.
I almost thought it was staged at first.
It did. Yeah. It was very well produced. For a 30-second schmaz, it was really well produced.
I want everybody, if you see that video, to remember that the next time you get frustrated with a defensive lineman missing a sack. It's really hard to bring those guys down.
He's huge.
Steve, it was reminding me of the time Gary Walker and I hit Steve McNair at the same time, and he just kind of like brushed it off like a piece of like a dry Kleenex had landed on him, and it just stepped to the side and threw a pass. We did Gary and I did the whole clanging desktop little clanging balls
the little
thing.
Balls, yeah.
It is though. People underestimate just how sheer size and muscle can help you fend off lesser humans.
Dude,
I've got every time in my life when I've got jumped by frat boys or something, it's been kind of comical. It hasn't happened in a long time. At least it's been at least 2 months.
Multiple times though, it sounds like.
Yeah, going back to college. Okay. Yeah, and it always is you kind of laugh it off. You're like, you could just push these kids away from me.
I feel bad for you. Yeah. That would suck. Walking around and going, this might be a night where I get jumped by frat boys.
I might have been complicit.
Okay, all right.
I'm not saying I hadn't egged it on somehow.
Okay, gotcha.
But it's just nothing, though. But it doesn't, that's why I thought with Cam, it's not even a fight. It's it's so unfair that you just kind of shrug it off.
Yeah.
Because they're not doing anything to you.
Yeah.
It would take multiple normal-sized human beings. It would take 5 guys to tackle Cam Newton and actually get him on the ground. Cam never even he had 3 guys coming at him, and he never even came close to hitting the ground.
Yep. All right, last one. Taste of South Texas barbecue cook-off team. 150 teams in the 50th annual cook-off and the Taste of South Texas barbecue team, led by Brian Grantham and team owner Jeff Clark, took home the grand champion prize, best cumulative score in all of the meat categories.
Oh, all of the meat categories.
Yep, okay. Best cumulative score in all of the meat categories. So, so they are the big winners, man. 250 squads. I was out there on Friday.
Yeah.
And you know what? We got to acknowledge the Morning Bull and 100.3 and everybody involved with their tent, with our company's tent. They do an incredible job, man. They got that thing set up all week long, and the concerts were great in there. The crowds were great. It was a whole lot of fun. That's a process, man. So acknowledgement to them as well. It was a good cook-off.
I wonder with the thing about barbecue that always impresses me is that they got to deal with different atmospheric conditions and everything too. I get very stressed out when I'm grilling, and just even if it's cold out and everything changes a little bit. It's such an extended period of time. You got to keep your eye on everything.
Yeah.
I'm more impressed with those guys than I am of any 5-star French restaurant chef that just, let me put a bunch of duck fat on this. That'll please the fat bastards out in the dining room.
Right.
Barbecue,
right.
you gotta be very meticulous about things.
Atmospheric conditions for sure. Weather was great out there this weekend. It was a whole lot of fun.
So I'm told the French put beans in their barbecue too.
They do. Yes.
In a chili, excuse me.
In a chili, yeah.
Chili, yeah.
And they're
fine in your barbecue, but the chili is my point.
Mm-hmm. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, let's circle back over to the Texans. Is the desire to pay Mike Evans blatant disrespect of this guy? We'll tell you who that is coming up next.
There's disrespect. I'm here for it. I'm going to tell you what. You know who's going to be.
877-4.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, real quick, Peter King retiring, Seth.
Retiring, or John McClain retiring?
It's funny you say that. Peter King, prominent national football writer who's got probably one of the most highly read columns on Mondays on football internet. It's on NBCSports.com. It lived for years on Sports Illustrated. Calls it Football Morning in America. It used to be the Monday Morning Quarterback. But Peter King says he's retiring with an asterisk next to it. Seen this movie before. I'm retiring, asterisk. He said, I use an asterisk because I truly don't know what the future holds for me. I probably will work at something, but as I write this, I have no idea what it'll be. Maybe it'll be something in the media world, just not Football Morning in America, nee Monday Morning Quarterback.
I wonder, Peter King is somebody that could probably do, I think he could just do his own sub something like that.
Yeah.
But it was a weird fit, that column on Pro Football Talk, just because Pro Football Talk is exclusively small blurbs of information, little recaps of news stories, and then that was like the one long piece thing per week that would be on there was Football Morning in America.
10,000
So I wonder if what's that?
10,000 words.
10,000 words.
Yeah.
My God.
A week.
So I wonder if maybe he ends up doing something somewhere else, and this is like a polite way to say because he's still very sharp, and he writes about things that I'm interested in. He's very plugged in.
Yeah, I feel like you're right. I think that's the big thing for me, just as a consumer. I'm like, okay, of the 10,000 words, I end up reading like 3,000 of them every week. But the 3,000 that I read, like there's rare is the Football Morning in America Monday column that doesn't have something that's usable on this show. You know, that's what I'll miss.
The thing about him is, like, Peter King was always a guy that wrote nice long articles, and he's had to make that transition to internet writing and doing more television like everybody in media has had to. But I feel like he did it much more gracefully than, say, Rick Riley, who, like, just abandoned everything that used to make Rick Riley good. And now a lot of kids listening don't even know who I'm talking about because he's kind of been gone for a while. But even, like, people that are like millennials might not even realize that Rick Riley used to be a badass sports writer.
Yeah.
Because he just started writing for the internet and doing TV stuff and everything, and kind of just had a bunch of bad takes when he started to try to do all this short form stuff.
That was rough. The transition to ESPN was rough. He got paid a lot of money, though.
They wanted him to be a hot take guy.
Yeah.
And he's not. He's just a really good writer. Some people are just, you got to stick to what you're really, really good at.
Indeed.
Except the problem isn't people aren't paying for that type of content anymore.
Yep. So Peter King, salute. This is his last Football Morning in America column. He lists all the reasons why he's doing this, and in classic Peter King fashion, it's way too long to read on the air, but I'm looking forward to it.
That's what we'll do in the 9 o'clock hour.
9 o'clock hour, we're going to read Peter King's Football Morning in America column verbatim.
I can remember there was an article once that was really interesting to Meltzer and me, and we decided, you know what, let's do something where we just read the article on air and we'll just kind of comment on it. And Landry was so angry. Landry would not even like make eye contact with us.
He was your producer at the time?
He was our producer at the time, and he was like seething the entire, like glaring at us the entire time. It was like just glaring. It was very uncomfortable. Uncomfortable for me. Mike was oblivious to it.
Mike Evans, very polarizing topic on this station. Like Mike Evans, like him a lot. I was doing some reading up on Nico Collins this week, and Nico did an interview with Aaron Wilson where he had some quotes out there. I don't know what exactly the event was that Aaron was at, getting quotes from Nico Collins, but they were good. And Nico, just to sum up, Nico left the door open for negotiations if the Texans want to talk about an extension. I have no idea if the Texans are entertaining that right now or not. You know, we should point out with Nico, he's had this one good year. Usually held this year, missed a couple games. But when you're talking about giving tippy-top money to Mike Evans or anybody in the receiving core, I think it seriously diminishes the chances of Nico Collins being back. Just based on the kind of balancing out and allocating your resources. Yeah. Unless Mike Evans comes here on a hometown deal, but I don't think he's going to do that. I think even on a hometown deal, he's going to be expensive, maybe in the Nico range. Nico Collins' numbers, Seth, were better than Mike Evans last year on a per-game basis. Like, Nico was 7th in the league in yards per game, 7th in the league in yards per catch. His counting numbers, other than touchdowns, Mike Evans had 13, Nico had 8, were practically identical to Mike Evans. And I think the big thing with Nico, too, is that he showed he's a complete receiver this year. You know, the whole route tree is available with Nico Collins. So I don't know, man. When I feel like when people are talking about, hey, man, you can get Mike Evans, you go get him. You make that all-in move and you go get Mike Evans. I feel it's a little disrespectful to Nico Collins.
I wonder, it feels almost in a way with Nico, because he was here for a couple of years and was banged up, and then because we've known Mike Evans for as long as we have. I don't know if you know this or not, Sean, but he's from Galveston.
Now that you mention it, yep.
Him being from Galveston has turned into the new Ryan Fitzpatrick went to Harvard. It's like you have to mention it every time you bring it up. You got to mention that Mike Evans was from Galveston.
Yep.
No, but I think that think of Mike Evans as like, oh yeah, he's bona fide, awesome, potential Hall of Fame type of guy. Versus Nico Collins, there's still an unknown quality there because we've just seen 1 year of this production from him, and we've seen some injuries before that. You know, Mike Evans, despite his age, has been very healthy. But I think putting the numbers out there, like that is very good and important to step back and realize, all right, if Nico stays healthy this year, there's no way in hell you're going to want to lose him. There's no way in hell you're going to want to lose him. You're going to pay him a huge chunk of money to keep him here. And then in the meantime, this draft is just loaded with wide receiver talent. And I don't want to forego like drafting one of these potentially great young receivers because I already signed Mike Evans in the offseason when there are other places on this team. There are so many other holes on this roster. Like this roster has a boatload of holes right now. Mm-hmm. I don't think a lot of people realize that because they're losing a lot of free agents. They might not be marquee name guys, but even to get starters back in here or upgrades, there's a lot of holes on this roster. So, I'm all for having a studly wide receiving corps, but they already do in some respects with their top two guys. And I want to, if I'm going to spend a good chunk of money, I want to fill in those other holes with free agency, and then fill in the position that's already with strength was hopefully somebody you find over the next year or two in the draft, or some other way, or maybe a more signing ends up being a really good role player in this wide receiving group.
Yeah, when I think, okay, what are the chances that the Texans do something with Nico Collins this offseason? And I know skeptics may be the wrong word, but maybe people who are more conservative about dishing out contract extensions would be like, he was injured those first 2 years quite a bit. You know, the numbers. I don't hold the numbers against Nico because that was a bad offense with bad coaches. Yeah. The injury thing is on, that a lot of that's on Nico, because they weren't, they were, a lot of them were like injuries that you look at guys and go, okay, he might be injury prone. It wasn't like somebody rolled his ankle or something like that. He missed a couple games this year, but I think largely I look at this past season, Seth, as serious progress in the durability question about Nico Collins. It was a positive for him in terms of durability. But when I look at, the only thing that matters is what are the chances the Texans do it. It doesn't matter what we think about it. The Titus Howard extension last year makes me feel like anything is possible with anything when it comes to giving extensions to guys. Yeah. Because Titus Howard got a 3-year extension at a pretty nice clip, and had never really truly been a good right tackle for any extended period of time. Hell, he spent more time injured and at left guard than he had playing right tackle over the last few years.
As far as I thought he had established himself as a genuinely solid right tackle, but still with an unknown upside. So you're right, like to actually reward him, he was already that proven right tackle plus guy. Yeah, over an extended period of time wasn't there. And that's good as far as just what we talked about earlier is that they've had very few drafted players contribute over the last couple of years. This last year, they were the lowest in the league in terms of snaps by drafted players. And then when you add into that, you look at I'm looking at the holes on the roster right now. Like, just to be clear to everybody, you right now only have one starting caliber linebacker. You run a 4-3. That means you need at least 2 other starters. I don't like Henry To'oTo'o hasn't really shown evidence of him being that guy. I don't want to go into a season with him being that guy. Jake Hansen certainly is not. That's what you have. You have Christian Harris. That's your one starter. At cornerback, you've only got one starting cornerback at this point.
Yep.
You don't have any tight ends on the roster right this moment. You don't have any running backs that are starting caliber running backs on the roster this moment. Well, now I can't classify Dameon Pierce as a starting caliber.
He got no snaps in the playoff game. No, he's not right now.
So, they don't have a single running back that you feel comfortable starting the game with right now. There are a lot of holes on this roster, and they can fill them. It's just that that's why I'm so averse to signing a veteran at wide receiver, a high-priced veteran at wide receiver.
Yeah.
They've got all these other holes. I agree with Lopez that they're going to have to spend, or it's a great time to spend because you have the flexibility to do so. It's just in where are you going to spend that money? You can't spend it at every single position.
Yeah. Text message, I'm pretty objective. I swear, this is not being a homer. There's no way I would take Mike Evans over Nico Collins. I think what the Mike Evans people, I think what the Lopezes of the world that would be, that just feel like it's, man, you go get Mike Evans, and whatever it is, would say that you don't have to take Mike Evans over Nico Collins. You get both, at least for a year, maybe 2, if you choose to franchise Nico or whatever. I mean, you franchise Nico, now you're talking really about spending a lot of money, at least in 2025 at wide receiver.
Here's the thing about free agency and why it's dicey to say, hey, we're just going to spend our way to magnificence because we're right there. If you can think about it, it's just like if you're an investor and you're investing in businesses, there's going to be some businesses that are right for you and not right for you. So I'm not talking about buying stock. I'm talking about actual businesses where you're going to be like an advisor to them and everything. Like if you decide, all right, I'm going to buy 10 businesses, there's a few of those are going to fail, If you decide no, I'm going to buy 3 businesses and I'm going to take these 10 businesses that are in the pool and I'm going to really figure out and find the ones that's right for me. And then I'm going to make sure that I devote the energy and resources to making sure that those businesses work out after I can focus all my energy on those 3. That's kind of how I look at free agency. When you start just basically going on a shopping spree, you're doing it just what people do on a shopping spree. You're spending indiscriminately. You're just grabbing by the armloads, trying to put as much into your shopping cart as you can. And you end up wasting a lot of money. And you also end up wasting a lot of opportunity for younger guys, too, because you're throwing money at a problem. And just time and time and time again, you can see that when you take on that attitude of, hey, we're going to throw money at this problem, it becomes really easy to ignore the actual items that you should be focused on.
Yeah.
It's just like in any industry, sports or otherwise, when your solution becomes we're going to throw money at the problem, you're setting the stage for problems down the line.
Yeah.
It's a horrible attitude to have.
Well, and
it's a horrible attitude to have.
By nature, you are talking yourself into several of those things.
It's the New York Yankees.
Yeah.
The New York Yankees have been in a vicious cycle of hey, when things get tough, we'll just spend a lot of money.
Yep.
And now you got Giancarlo Stanton, playing 80 games a year for you for the next 5 years.
It's true.
How many more years of Giancarlo Stanton?
I don't know. I think 13 more years on his contract.
Out there,
probably what it feels like. Interesting point by a texter. We already did the get one good season in 5 thing. David freaking Johnson.
Talking about how Saquon Barkley. I would say he's had 2 good seasons in the last 5. Only one impressive, genuinely impressive season in the last 5 seasons. The important thing is that in each of the last 5 seasons, Derrick Henry has had a better season head-to-head than Saquon Barkley has had, including the year that Derrick Henry only played 8 games. He had a better year than Saquon Barkley as a running back, or as a runner. As a receiver, Saquon's had, I'd say, 3 of those seasons he's been better maybe, but Derrick Henry's actually – Saquon's averaging 6 yards per reception over the last couple years.
Derrick Henry.
I don't understand. I have zero understanding of why anybody gets excited about Saquon Barkley. I don't get it. And they'll say, well, he had a bad offensive line. Not as bad as Derrick had a better than him this past year.
Yep. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's do the 8 at 8, the Ocho. Start with number 1, the Astros. They spring training games are underway. They beat the Nationals on Saturday. They lost a couple split squad games yesterday. I would say the big takeaways. The team that won against the Nationals on Saturday was a bunch of backups. They scored 7 runs in the first 3 innings. Mauricio Dubon picking right up where he left off last year, man. He was 3 for 3. Hunter Brown, solid in a couple of innings of work yesterday against the Cardinals, 2 shutout innings. So that was good to see from Hunter Brown. More than anything else, Seth, 1 week in here with everybody in camp, it feels like there's good vibes around the Astros with Joe Espada, Yordan Alvarez. We may get a look at him in the 2-hole this year, which I like. I like what that means as far as just overall communication between the manager and the front office. I think it feels like a much more settled operation this year.
Does it? I guess they've always felt settled, maybe sometimes a little too settled, with maybe not as much of a sense of urgency with Dusty. Not that Espada is a firebrand or anything like that. The one thing, if I can rain on your parade a little bit, we forgot to mention this earlier, that Forrest Whitley's got a sore middle finger on his right hand. I mean, that's a flip-off finger. I feel like that's the final FU to any of our hopes for Forrest Whitley.
Right. Maybe he really doesn't want to come out of the bullpen this year. He wants to be a starter, and he walked right up to Joe Espada, flipped him off in his middle finger.
He was going to throw a live BP session on the backfields on Saturday afternoon because couldn't go because of a sore middle finger. You know what the ultimate middle finger is in all of this, Sean? The way that it's presented here on MLB.com, he was diagnosed with finger inflammation.
Oh, my God.
All right.
It feels like
Do we have an official diagnosis?
No, I know, dude.
Yes, it's a swollen finger.
This feels like we're justifying the existence of at least 2 or 3 team doctors right there. My finger hurts.
I stubbed my toe.
Yeah.
Wait, do you mean you inflamed your toe?
Yes. Yeah. No, that's phalange inflammation is what that is. All right, so Stroh spring training underway.
2.
Rockets this weekend. Some good, some bad. The good was Friday. They beat the Suns 114 to 110. Sunday not as good. Last night not as good. They lose to the Thunder 123 to 110. So the Rockets 2-7 in their last 9 games, and as you pointed out earlier, Seth, defense, at least last night against the Thunder, and pretty much any game where they, other than the Suns game recently, has been a huge problem for this team.
Can I just focus on the Suns game, Sean?
Yeah.
Sure, I'm the one that just brought up Forrest Whitley's middle finger inflammation.
Right.
Sure, I was digging for negatives as you were trying to talk nothing but positive about the Astros. Mm-hmm. But can I just enjoy what we had in Phoenix?
Yeah, it was fun, man.
You travel out there. Their ball club has the same team-issued cap as the Astros do. Does background.
Dude, MLB's got a major,
new era caps.
Yeah, major merch problem. Yeah.
But sure, there was no Bradley Beal that night, but still, it was. We'll always have that.
Mm-hmm. We'll always have Kevin Durant passing Carmelo Anthony on the all-time scoring list, which the ESPN recap treated as the highlight of that game. A little disrespectful to the Rockets, I got to say.
Yeah, I think that was written by AI. It had to. And I got angry when I'm reading the ESPN dispatch. It's actually it's by the AP.
Okay.
But it's like 4 of the first 5 paragraphs are about Kevin Durant in a loss passing Carmelo Anthony on the all-time scoring list.
Disrespectful.
I'm surprised they didn't launch into a debate about whether or not Carmelo is truly a world champion because of his Olympic championships.
His gold medals.
Yeah.
His gold medals, yes.
3.
All right, let's give the Cougs some love. They beat Baylor in overtime on Saturday this weekend. Number 2 in the country right now. Got a couple weeks left here in the regular season. And then it's off to March Madness. But the game, Cougs game was against Baylor was a good one. They led by 15 at the half, and Baylor. I was watching that game. Baylor chipped away. L.J. Cryer, Baylor transfer, going against his former team, made 6 free throws in overtime against an arena full of people that were booing him all afternoon. Played 70 games for Baylor in the last 3 years. He's looking to become a champion with 2 different schools. He was one with Baylor and looking to become one with the Cougs. Good week for the Cougs. 2 wins against team in the top. 2 wins against team with State Baylor.
When's it? You don't happen to know when the next poll comes out, do you? I assume Houston's going to be number 1 after.
Did the team in front of them lose?
I just saw everybody is just basically saying that Houston would definitely surpass UConn as number 1.
Oh, UConn did lose to Creighton this week. Yeah. Oh, good. You know what that means we're going to get?
Yeah.
Angry Kelvin Sampson that the Cougs are ranked number 1 during the regular season.
I don't know when the AP doesn't come out. I don't think it comes out as regularly as it does in football.
You sure? I think it comes out weekly. I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it does. But that's good. We'll get angry Kelvin Sampson. I like it.
4.
All right. 4. Eric Bieniemy has somehow managed to parlay being the offensive coordinator for the greatest quarterback of this generation in MVP seasons and to multiple Super Bowls into a 2-year period, now being the OC at an outcast Big Ten program called UCLA. Eric Bieniemy, who coached at UCLA earlier in his career, signs a 2-year deal to become the OC and assistant head coach under new UCLA head coach Deshaun Foster. Is this it, Seth, as far as Bieniemy's name coming up for NFL head coaching jobs? Are we probably done with this now? It feels like it's been like a 6-year period where he's on every list and just can't get a sniff.
I don't know. I would never say never. Obviously, I think he did well for himself this last year where they were not – they moved the ball really well. It wasn't like they were ultimately a genuinely good offense, but they did. I think they what people's expectations would have been, in Washington. So when he got his first crack at being an actual, like a standalone offensive coordinator without Andy Reid overhead, I think that's gonna look good on the resume. And now, in some respects, I know people don't like hearing this. I do think that sometimes guys are just rough interviews. And there are a lot of other people have been hired since Eric Bieniemy first came into the forefront of the discussion about whether he should be a head coach candidate or not. And a lot of people have passed over him in getting that. I think there might be like an almost unapologetic nature to the way he operates, and maybe that's part of what makes him good. But sometimes, like with guys like Mike Zimmer or Bruce Arians, like that holds you back also. Because he's there's just something there's something there.
Yeah. Yep.
5.
Cody Bellinger, remember him? Scourge of every Astro fan for a handful of years, was an MVP at one point, and then with the Dodgers, his last couple of years there, barely hit better than Martin Maldonado, OPS of 611. Got his career back on track last year on a 1-year prove-it deal with the Chicago Cubs. He's one of several big-name free agents still sitting out there, at least he was until this weekend. Seth, he got the Carlos Correa Twins version 1.0 deal. Bellinger did from the Cubs. 3 years, $80 million with opt-outs after each season. So this might end up for these guys that are still sitting there in free agency, that they end up doing deals like this. But Bellinger's going to get $30 million this year. If he chooses to be a Cub in 2025, another 30, and then 20 in the final year. But this is almost to the dollar amount. This is Carlos Correa's deal with the Twins the first time around. Yeah, Bellinger's got the added, aside from the challenges that anybody in free agency has now, where teams are just kind of they're playing it very, very cool and just waiting as players are, like there's still this rift. It's not as public as it was a couple years ago, but this rift between players feeling like there's a conspiracy by owners against them and whatnot. Bellinger, I mean, he was a flat-out awful baseball player for a couple of years there. Yes, just absolutely horrendous. He had a 542 OPS in 2021. I think with Bellinger, 542. Now the thing is, you got to remember. So this is a player-friendly deal. Like it's very friendly to him. The team. If I were signing Bellinger, I would want it structured in such a way that I had some control, just because I think maybe what Bellinger is a guy that always needs that pressure of proving himself. Some guys just don't do well after they're looked at as the guy. And Bellinger, who always just comes off like he's Spicoli in Fast Times at Ridgemont High or something, maybe he just doesn't have an edge to him. I know he was banged up and injured. Look, everybody's banged up and injured. I don't want to hear the excuses. He sucked for 2 solid years. Yeah. So maybe he just constantly needs to have that pressure. And so we'll see. Now that he's got a guaranteed $80 million if he chooses to accept it.
6.
Richard Sherman. You see him on with Skip Bayless on FS1. He's part of the Amazon Studio show. Future Hall of Fame cornerback, I would say. He got a DUI this weekend in Bellevue, Washington. up in the Seattle area. And this could be a problem for Richard Sherman because, Seth, he had an incident in 2022 where he got hit with all sorts of moving violations related to a construction site back in 2022.
And it wasn't just that. He went and just then tried to B&E his in-laws' house.
Yeah.
Just was pounding on the door, and it was
bad.
There was footage of that. It was a pretty spectacular episode. And then there was he had another incident, too, that kind of just got shushed and not talked about a lot out of, I think, respect to his family. He's had a rough few years kind of adjusting to life after football. But it was that one incident with the driving was actually before he went to Tampa, I think, wasn't it?
It was in March of 2022. So Sherman pleaded guilty to first-degree negligent driving, second-degree criminal trespass, and speeding in a construction zone. He got a 90-day suspended sentence with 2 years of monitored supervision. So by mere days, probably, because we're talking March of 2022.
Yeah.
He's still inside that 2-year window of monitored supervision.
Yeah, in the construction site, it wasn't like he was speeding through a construction zone. It was like he was closed off to traffic.
Yes.
It was wildly reckless. And, You know what annoyed me this weekend about reading about this, Sean? The report was that I believe he was pulled over going 79 and a 60.
Yes.
And then, based on the exam, they suspected he might be drunk. There's a big debate in the comments about whether 19 miles per hour was all that much over the speed limit, which I would argue is that's not what they're concerned about. I was astounded by how many people immediately went to hey, what the hell? That's not even that much over. Yeah, it's the DUI that's the actual big deal. It's not the speeding. It's the DUI.
No, the DUI is the big deal. I guess maybe I'm just playing devil's advocate. Is people saying, well, he shouldn't have even been pulled over in the first place.
No, nobody's that dumb. Nobody's that
Really?
dumb to know that you can't. Why would you get pulled over for going 19 miles an hour? 9 miles an hour on the highway is the most you should ever assume or hope for, and only if you've got a pretty good knowledge of the area, because they will bust your ass in Cleveland.
I agree with you. I agree. Cleveland. Speaking from experience.
I've gotten pulled over twice in Cleveland, and I don't spend that much time in Cleveland.
Right. No, I agree with everything you're saying about the actual act of speeding. I disagree that there's not people out there stupid enough to say that 19 miles an hour over is not worthy of being
pulled over.
Yeah. He told the cop he had 2 margaritas. I feel like the go-to for most people, I've never been put in this situation, thankfully, but the one that you always hear is a couple glasses of wine with dinner, officer.
Yeah.
2 margaritas. Change it up a little bit. I like it.
What's the proper answer if you've genuinely had 2 glasses of wine over the course of a couple hours? Do the cops? I'm guessing the cops just never believe you. I mean, they've got no reason to believe anybody. So, so I would feel conspicuous saying I had 2, and yet I'd be telling the truth. And then you start to get that nervousness where you feel like, oh no, I look nervous, and they're going to think that I'm guilty because I'm nervous, even though I'm only nervous because I'm afraid I look like I'm. Yeah.
And then they ask you to recite the alphabet backwards, starting with the letter S, and you start with the letter Z. And they're like, "Oh, this guy's definitely drunk," and it's like, "No, I'm just scared.
Sober." That's when you say, "I couldn't do this sober." That's what I always say.
Yep. So Richard Sherman, good luck.
7.
Did he tell the officers that he went to Stanford? That seems to be his go-to a lot of times.
I feel like it's a 50% chance.
Are you aware that I went to Stanford? With his hands on his hips backwards.
On the back of his hips, like on his kidneys back there. Yeah.
I'll have you know I went to Stanford.
Speaking of snooty schools, did you happen to see the court storming in the Wake Forest Duke game on Saturday or Sunday? I can't remember which day it was.
I saw that little demon deacon take out Kyle Filipowski's knee. I saw it.
I'm not going to lie.
Seen it with my own eyes.
It looked a little like Filipowski tried to trip the kid.
A
little bit. It looked a little bit.
Are you basing it on the slow motion? That kid was running at him at that kid was running like a 5-4.
It on the footage from the ceiling, the bird's eye view.
Yeah.
Kind of looked like he stuck his leg out a little bit. I don't know, like he was trying to draw the charge.
He had to defend himself as a kid was sprinting at him full speed in a place where he wasn't supposed to be sprinting at Filipowski. Look, far be it for me to stick up for anybody from Duke or Stanford, but I feel like Filipowski was within his rights to just kind of keep anybody out of his immediate orbit at that point. And I keep seeing all this talk of the schools being fined this or that if they let people storm the court. Why don't you just prosecute that little bastard that hit him?
It hit him in the leg.
Take it to that little kid. These little college kids that storm the court, they don't want to call home to daddy and ask him for bail money or anything. That'll keep him off the courts.
I don't have a strong take on storm the court gate. I don't like I know I probably should, as a radio host, be standing on the table for one side or the other. Like, it's part of the college experience. These kids pay a lot of money to go to that school.
I say once they enter the court area, it becomes no different than how the rules of society are a little bit different in a sporting event.
Yeah.
Where if you give a hard foul to somebody in a sporting event and they go down, you don't get prosecuted for it.
Right.
So I feel like if the kids storm the court, then a bunch of Division I athletes, and those dudes want to give a hard foul, then they give a hard foul to the kid, which is maybe that's what Filipowski did there.
8.
I say mounted police is my
yes. Oh, horses
so the
on
final
the court.
So the game have mounted police come in. Right as the game ends, mounted police officers come in.
That would
with
be
the biggest
awesome.
horses you can get. Yeah.
Horse takes a big dump on the court right there. All right, number 8. Deshaun Watson was on Quincy Avery's podcast. This is the new thing now. Anybody who came up outside of the era of NIL, what is your estimate on what you would have made in NIL, Deshaun Watson?
How much you have made in NIL? What you thinking?
Oh, I'll be a millionaire for sure.
Caleb probably did about $6 million this year.
He did $6 million this year?
Probably.
I would have did
I'm
10.
not going to get his fight, but he
for sure, I would have did 10.
He's in LA off a Heisman.
It don't matter, though.
Why, how is it not?
My freshman year, I got hurt, of course. But those games, I was lit. I was going crazy. My first game, I'm 6 touchdowns. The next game, 6 touchdowns. And then this, and then that. So everybody knew it. Then I came in the next year, cool. I would have made a little bread. I would have had some, good chats. And then once we got to the playoffs and the end of the year, crazy. But my junior year, for sure.
You'd ran the bag up?
Everybody knew from the spring, right after the first Bama game, everybody knew Clemson Bama again in Tampa. It was already written.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't buy that Clemson would have the same clout in terms of NIL type of endorsements or what have you that like Ohio State or USC would have. I don't know. It doesn't. Deshaun's making the mistake of thinking that this is based on like total like performance or
like it's an NFL contract and you're
There's other things that go into it above and beyond that. Like market size probably matters.
Yep, it does. Definitely. Look. If there were years at Clemson, he would have been at the top of whatever that scale was, for sure.
Yeah.
Back when he was good at football. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, speaking of getting paid, we got rumblings of our first franchise tag over the weekend. Does this affect the Texans at all? Does the salary cap increase put the Texans right in the middle of the franchise tag conversation? I think it does. We'll discuss next.
Bayway Chevrolet on Broadway in Pearland.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, this is convenient because it actually plays into what we teased into this segment. The rumor had been over the weekend that the Bengals are going to put the franchise tag on Tee Higgins. Breaking news, the Bengals just put the franchise tag on Tee Higgins. So he's been offered the franchise tag. Now him signing the franchise tag, the tender is a different deal, as we know here in Houston. Jadeveon Clowney got the tag a few years ago, just never signed it, never showed up in camp, and eventually they trade him to Seattle. I don't know. I'm not close enough to the Bengals situation, Seth, to know what the temperature is on the Higgins deal. I do know this is a tricky thing for the Bengals, who have a lot of cap space. They've got the cap space to do this, but they've got Jamar Chase, who is, I think, thought more highly of than Tee Higgins, both around the league and in Cincinnati. Like, that's, of the two, that's the one they're going to look to probably extend on a big-time wide receiver deal.
Yeah.
But they've got some, they got some cap gymnastics they're going to need to go through. But this is our first tag. Tag season is here. We got our first one, and it is Tee Higgins in Cincinnati. I don't think that affects the Texans and the Tee Higgins market.
I don't think they were in on the Tee Higgins market. I do. It does make me wonder just how many more franchise tags there are going to be now, with the cap being $10 million higher than people anticipated. And yet the Tee Higgins rumors were out there far before they announced that the cap was going to increase.
Yep.
I'm a little bit, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm a little bit scorned. I don't know. I feel like there's some guys out there, maybe like Christian Wilkins for the Miami Dolphins, the defensive tackle, that maybe the Dolphins might be able to figure out a way to both do all their cost-cutting measures. Like, they're going to cut Xavien Howard, reportedly, the cornerback. But Christian Wilkins, young defensive tackle that I think they'd really like to keep. They might now have room to just franchise tag him while also still getting under the cap. That's what I'm what I'm most worried about, is that some of our little items in the candy shop might be taken off the shelf.
I totally agree. I think where this bump up in the cap, and again, what Seth's referring to, is the thought had been the cap was going to be about $245 million. It turns out it's $255 million. The total jump from last year is $30 million.
Yeah.
It's the fourth highest percentage jump in the history of the salary cap. It's the it's the biggest jump in just terms of sheer dollars. But that extra $10 million that I think teams were anticipating it being $245 and it comes in at $255, I don't think it helps teams out much in terms of bidding in the open market for free agents because everybody's got that extra $10 million to go bid with. It does help you in terms of the franchise tag. You're like, okay, now we got this $10 million. Okay, maybe we can Fultz if you're Texans. Or I do think it helps teams that were trying to make tough decisions on whether or not to cut guys. Yeah. And they view that extra money as like, all right, well, now we can keep this guy now because we got a little extra money.
You don't have to cut all of them.
Yeah,
it does. You're right. And without getting too far into the weeds, it does complicate things a little bit because you're also maybe going to have to bid a little bit more than you had budgeted to get the top tier guy.
Yeah.
I can remember in 1998, the cap went up by 25%. That's the highest it's ever gone up.
Whoa.
It went from, I want to say it went from like 80 million up to 100 million or something like that.
Yeah.
And it was like, I remember walking into the weight room that morning. I was doing because it was in this time of year. There were only a few guys in the weight room. And one of the veterans, Calvin Pritchett, was in doing bicep curls like a madman. He was like, I gotta go get me some of this money. And just, I don't think he was even a free agent that year. It was just, like when it goes up that much, salaries are gonna rise.
Yeah.
Like the cap goes up because revenue goes up, and then people are gonna they've got more freedom to spend under the cap. So it doesn't always mean immediately, but quarterbacks are gonna get paid even more than it. Even though it seems like for the last few years, quarterbacks couldn't possibly get paid anymore. They're going to get paid more. And guys like Deshaun Watson, his deal doesn't look quite as damaging to the team. If it's a slightly smaller percentage of the cap.
No, 46 million. No, you're right. No, look, 46 million. It's been surpassed now in terms of annual. I got guy in the mid-50s now. The problem with Deshaun is that they decided to credit card the first 2 years of it and shove all the money into years 3 through 5. Yeah. That's their problem. Is his number's not 46; it's 64 each year for the next 3 years. So
64?
64. Yep.
My God. Sean.
And the only way to bring that number down is to extend him even further. You are married to Deshaun Watson. So Tee Higgins gets hit with a tag. I would say of the names, and you make a great point that extra $10 million or however much it is that teams were getting that they weren't anticipating, I do think it impacts franchise tag decisions for sure. I was kind of going through, Seth, and I don't feel like the list is as long maybe as I originally thought. I think the guys, the names that I have, I've only got like 4 or 5 names where I think the franchise tag actually somehow impacts the Texans' approach to free agency. Like okay, that guy was on our radar, and now he's not on our radar, or at least for the time being isn't on our radar. I think Matabike for sure in Baltimore. I think Christian Wilkins for sure. I think interior defensive line is going to be an area that Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans try to beef up, literally and figuratively. And then I think 2 ends. I think Brian Burns is somebody who should be on the radar, at least for the Texans.
Yeah.
And then Josh Allen in Jacksonville, defensive end Josh Allen. I think he's a tag candidate in Jacksonville.
Yeah, and I think like both those guys, Brian Burns and Josh Allen, would be very intriguing to the Texans. I think that one of the issues with the premier guys in free agency is always that all right, or an edge rusher or a quarterback. Why is this guy even reaching free agency? Mm-hmm. Like usually teams do a pretty damn good job of locking those guys down no matter what, unless the guy is dead set on getting out of there. And that's where you're right to assume that Josh Allen. Now the difference with Josh Allen is that they drafted Trayvon Walker with the second pick overall or
first pick overall.
Yeah. 2 years ago, and he does not look like he's worth it. But you've already used that draft capital. The salary's okay there. It's just I don't think they can let go of Josh Allen. If Trayvon Walker had worked out, I think I heard Landry making this point. If Trayvon Walker had worked out, then it would be a lot easier to let go of Josh Allen. But right now, they need Josh Allen there. I think some of the defensive backs, like Jalen Johnson for the Bears, that's the one there. Okay. He might have been an option for a candidate for the Texans, but the Bears might have a good chance of franchise tagging him now. L'Jarius Sneed, the Chiefs are the interesting one. If L'Jarius Sneed if they can if they can franchise tag Chris Jones and then work out a deal with L'Jarius Sneed or vice versa, like they might have more options right now than people thought they did. The Chiefs are in better cap situation than I think people assumed they were going to be, just because they had to let Tyreek Hill go because he can't pay everybody and all that. But this, if anybody was worried about the Chiefs, and they're okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I think they're going to be okay. I think they'll be okay.
Yeah, so we're worried about the Chiefs. So, yeah, I mean, they've got a couple guys that could get franchise tagged. A couple people asking on the text page, does that extra cap space help the Texans with Grenard? Yeah, look, extra cap space helps with anything. Does it increase the chances of them tagging Grenard, do you think? I don't think so. $22 million is a big number to carry, even for a team with cap space, to carry for a guy that you feel like there might be replacements out there for.
Yeah, I wonder too. I think that D'Amico probably really likes Jonathan Grenard as a person and as the type of dude he is and as a player. I almost wonder if, given that Will Anderson's not a huge defensive end, if they want somebody that's leaving a little bit more of a physically imposing presence. Like that's not what Jonathan Grenard is. So I wonder if they might end up looking for more of a prototype guy. I don't think Chase Young would be that guy. I think Chase Young, I think you brought this up, didn't you? Chase Young maybe on a prove-it deal.
Yeah.
Like if that money isn't out there, Chase Young strikes me as that kind of guy that, man, he might be like Chris Jones. He probably performs really well when he's desperately trying to earn a contract, but it's not always what you should expect from him consistently in other situations. And, yeah, maybe I would be interested and intrigued in that because he does, man, Chase Young has some curious lapses in energetic play. Polite way to say it.
That's the only thing that would give me skepticism about signing Chase Young to like a 1-year deal for, I don't know, like 10, 15, whatever the number is, $15 million bucks, is that he's kind of in a prove-it year this year. Like he was in a contract year, and he's lollygagging around in the NFC title game. Like it's like that. Do we really know that he's going to go all out in a 1-year, $15 million deal or whatever it might be? I don't know.
Which isn't to say that he's a bad dude or anything. Sometimes I think guys just get lost. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it's more of they just get lost. I don't know. Just at times, there were times where I felt like James Harden was, even when he was trying on defense, sometimes he would just also get lost on defense. Mm-hmm. So it's not, even when he was fully engaged in everything, there was still a lag somehow. And I think Chase Young might be there. The problem is that Chase Young doesn't also get to play offense like James Harden did.
Right.
If you get lost defensively and your title is defensive end, that gets to be an issue.
That's a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Text message, got to disagree with you, Sean. The Tee Higgins franchise tag does affect the Texans if they plan on getting in on the bidding for Mike Evans. Higgins signing means franchises have one less wide receiver to play off of Evans in the bidding. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it's all got, there's a trickle-down effect
Supply
there
and demand. No, that's a fair point.
And I think, maybe that applies to a lot of the other positions because if some of the marquee, if fewer of the marquee guys are available, then the marquee guys who are left on the free agency market are going to be hotly fought over,
yep,
I would imagine.
That's a really good point. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great colleague of ours sat right in this very seat, was asked who can challenge the Chiefs next year. You're going to love his answer. We're going to have it for you next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
You've gotten all the juice you go.
people.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Here was Nick Wright, our former colleague, friend of the show, FS1 host on First Things First, late last week. Also noted Kansas City Chiefs honk. Big fan of the Chiefs. And he was asked which team in the AFC has the best chance of upending the Kansas City Chiefs.
My cheat answer is there is no threat. But if I have to give an actual team, let's just look to the history. In this 5-year run, the one time they didn't win the AFC, the Bengals beat them. But I don't think it's the Bengals. I think it's a team that can follow that blueprint, which is consistency at the coach and coordinator spot, superstar quarterback, has drafted really well, spend this free agency period because they have the quarterback so cheap, and that's the Houston Texans. Joe Burrow was in year 2. They had drafted Tee Higgins. They had drafted Jamar, or they were drafting Jamar that next year. They have Tank Dell coming back. Slowick didn't go anywhere. I think D'Amico's excellent. They have their left and right tackle in place. They got to spend money on defense like Cincinnati did, and then maybe they can take a big leap. So my answer would be Houston, because they can do win-now stuff that doesn't hurt them long-term because CJ's so cheap over the next 3 years. It's the smart thing to do, and they already showed they're a legitimate playoff team.
Okay. So, what do we think of Nick's take there, Seth?
I think that, first of all, I don't think that the Chiefs are so unstoppable based on the way they played in the closing month of the season. I mean, the Raiders just destroyed the Chiefs' offense in that victory on Christmas. I just watched that this weekend. It was alarming how bad Kansas City was, and we saw episodes of that. And we saw the offense not play all that great during the playoffs themselves. So I think there's lots of teams that are in that pool that can upend them. The biggest thing that concerns me about the Texans right now is that can they overspend? Overspend. It's almost impossible to use the word overspend. I don't think they should spend recklessly or carelessly, but they also do have 8 starting positions open. And when I say 8, it doesn't mean that okay, this guy's gone, but they've got somebody that's going to fill in for him. No, I would argue that there's 8 positions where I don't feel there's a backup that's capable or has earned a starting spot yet. So they need to fill in those spots through free agency. Some of those younger guys filling in and getting better in the draft. And that's hard to do. So they're going to have to spend, just like they do every year. The Texans spend more more money in free agency than you think or realize, because they utilize a lot of 1- and 2-year contracts to get guys like Sheldon Rankins to come in and play, to get guys like Denzel Perryman or whomever else. And they need to go out and get more of those guys right now. I think doing it at an upgrade is what Nick will probably do this year. Instead of a Denzel Perryman, it's maybe not a Patrick Queen or somebody all the way up there, but a bona fide starter in the league already. I think they're going to spend pretty heavily. It really is if they absolutely nail an impact playmaker on defense, if they get a stud offensively in the draft, then I think they're very capable of being one of those top 2 teams. Yeah, it's just they've got there's a lot of question marks on the free agency side of things.
They need wide receivers, and I think instead of say last year, I'm just using wide receiver as an example. Oh, okay. Instead of shopping for Robert Woods at 32 years old coming off an ACL, they're shopping for Tyler Boyd or Darnell Mooney or somebody like that, somebody who's a track guy, but who's not $25 million a year. He's $11 million a year. They need a
good complementary receiver. Yes. In that group, and then maybe that also gives you that room to perhaps spend a 2nd-round pick on a wide receiver or what have you. So I think they're close. The biggest and hardest thing to figure when you look at that disappointment versus the Ravens is, all right, how much of a difference would Tank Dell have made? And I mean, that's what I have to keep reminding myself of 2 things. One, Tank Dell makes a big difference.
Huge.
With Tank Dell and Nico Collins on the field at the same time, that is a scary, scary offense, or at least a scary passing game. They got to get a running back, and I mean, that's another position. They don't have an actual starting running back on the roster right now. They don't. They got Dameon Pierce, who is not, as of yet, looked one bit like a starting running back
Not in this
scheme.
Yeah.
So they don't have, Devin Singletary's a free agent. Gumbawali's a free agent. So they need a running back either through the draft or in free agency, a complimentary wide receiver. But, yeah, Tank Dell being healthy really does get them up to very close to being like a legitimate contender. Like, okay, somebody that feels like, yeah, they should be fighting for the conference championship game.
You and I both think Nick's being a little silly when he says there is no threat in the AFC to the Kansas City Chiefs. They're the kings of the football world, and we concede that. Obviously, they're Super Bowl champs. But I don't think it's as I don't think it's a big gap. Like, and Nick may be leaning into the gimmick a little bit by saying what he said. If it's not,
he sounded kind of sick.
If it's not,
didn't he? He sounded like he was a little. His throat was bothering him.
Yeah, we're all recovered. If it's not the Texans, I'm just jotting down teams in the AFC right here. It comes from the pool. The biggest threat to the Chiefs comes from the pool of Baltimore, Cincinnati with Joe Burrow, obviously. I'll throw Cleveland in there. Buffalo, Miami. Do we throw the Jets with
I don't know about
Rodgers
Miami.
in there?
Yeah, I don't. Miami's got they're making all these cap cuts and.
Yeah, you may. Okay, so we crossed them off.
They got just absolutely destroyed. Well, they had a bunch of injuries, but a lot of those injured guys are also like leaving the team now.
No, you're right. You're right.
I don't want to use them getting destroyed in the playoffs as the indication that they're not that team. But sure, I guess
I'm just widening the pool.
Yeah, with what they can do offensively, yeah, certainly
they'd get voted off the island very quickly. But they were a playoff team. I threw them in there. Are the Jets in that conversation if Aaron Rodgers is healthy this year?
I can't put them in the conversation just because I can't sit here in good conscience and say that, yeah, Aaron Rodgers, who's always relied on his athleticism, at the age of 40, is he 40 or 41 this year?
I don't know.
At the age of 41 is going to be just awesome coming off of that Achilles tendon tear. 1 year, it'll be 1 year to the day, give or take, since he tore his Achilles tendon.
I think an underrated thing with the Jets, too, is that, we don't know what Rodgers looks like as a New York Jet. He played 4 snaps. Yeah. That was it. And I think we got to remember, Rodgers in Green Bay, the offensive coordinator in name, that was Matt LaFleur's offense. Nathaniel Hackett is going to be the offensive coordinator for the New York Jets, calling plays, doing the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
With Aaron Rodgers stepping in and with veto power over any and everything.
What could go wrong, right? What could go wrong?
Yeah, it is. I think you're exactly right. I think that the whole Nathaniel Hackett is just kind of skating by because of all the other drama surrounding the Jets. I'm guessing Jets fans are very alarmed by the fact that Nathaniel Hackett's their offensive coordinator. But that's what the big question you have with Aaron Rodgers is, okay, what exactly did we agree to, or what concessions did we make to bring this guy in here? Yeah. We've got guys on the team that a couple of our free agents last year that we're not crazy about. We've got an offensive coordinator that nobody seems to like or respect as an offensive coordinator. It seems like Aaron Rodgers only likes him because he's a swell guy.
Yes,
that part that part's scary if this is how because you do have the Jets are in a position where they do have a genuinely competitive defense. I think they're a little bit overhyped in some ways, but they've also had to play opposite of a bad offense for the last few years. That you could be angling your way into a different, more competitive quarterback who's also not demanding all these concessions.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess so. Is the answer then to the question, if it's not the Texans, if we disagree with Nick's take on that, is it Baltimore still?
I think it's still Baltimore.
I do too.
Todd Monken is an offensive coordinator, and Lamar Jackson and what just them kind of abandoning what got them there is just so curious and weird, and it just feels and looks like panic.
Yes.
Because they saw their defense that is they succumbed to the mystique of the Kansas City Chiefs, I think. And you used to see this. You'd see teams succumb to the mystique of the Patriots. They would start second-guessing their opinions or feeling like they had to go above and beyond when really they just needed to play football. Whereas, you think about the Patriots. When the Patriots down to the Falcons in the third quarter, they come out and they're running the football because running the football was working. And they just chipped their way out of it and ended up winning that game. I think the Ravens hadn't spent a lot of time being down in games at all. All of a sudden, they find themselves 10 down to a team, and they're looking across the sideline. They're not thinking about the fact that the Chiefs had not been a good offense. They're thinking about the fact, like, oh gosh, that's Pat Mahomes. Oh, and our defense is awesome, but they just got driven on two series in a row, and they panicked for no reason at all.
Yeah. When
they could have just kept on doing what they've done all year versus a very good defense. Don't get me wrong, in the Chiefs, but and they still had a chance in that game. It just they got too far away of what. So I say all that to say I think Todd Monken in the offseason and John Harbaugh realized, like, all right, well, we can't be peeing down our legs like that again.
No. And they had 2 turnovers in the end zone, like in the opposing end zone. I mean, Lamar threw the pick, and before that, Zay Flowers fumbled at the goal line.
The Zay Flowers one is the painful.
Brutal. I mean, they were that tapped all the momentum. C team put their recyclables out by the curb in the NFL. One big one in particular reportedly wants to be a Houston Texan. One Texan got on social, kind of said no. Another Texan gets on social and says, go get this guy. At least that's how I'm reading it. All right, so we will tell you who that is, and is there an internal struggle with this going on? Talk about it next.
Area 45 with Bajani and
station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so we got one of our first big names that is slated to be cut. Some of these cuts are going to happen closer to the start of free agency, just because how the cap works administratively. But with this we know. The Miami Dolphins are a team that is way over the cap right now, way over the cap. And so they're going to have to rework guys. They're going to have to cut guys. And it looks like Xavien Howard is going to end up being a cap casualty. Xavien Howard, at one time, one of the top cornerbacks in all of football. Houston guy, Baylor guy, 31 years old now. So he's older. He's been injured. There's reasons why he's ultimately only going to make it 2 years into this 5-year deal. So it looks like he'll be out there. And relevant to the Texans because reportedly, according to DJ Bieneme of ESPN.com, Xavien Howard wants to be a Houston Texan.
Ooh.
Do the Houston Texans want Xavien Howard to be a Houston Texan? Well, at least a few of them have takes on this. Derrick Stingley Jr., who I guess if Xavien Howard were to come here would line up. Derrick Stingley Jr. on Friday evening tweeted 24 and 21 with a lock next to it. I should point out here, 21 is not Xavien Howard's jersey number. He's 25. 21 is Steven Nelson's jersey number. So this would, if I'm to interpret this, Seth.
Think this is direct? You think this is in response to
the Xavien Howard smoke?
When did he do it? When did he post this?
6:41 p.m. on Friday night.
And this was on Twitter?
On Twitter, yeah. I'm looking at
he doesn't go on Twitter a lot.
He does not.
He doesn't like the toxicity of it.
No.
I think, and usually he has somebody manage his Twitter for him. He's said that he likes Instagram because it's a little bit more laid back and just more about positivity.
That's right.
So for him, he knows he's going on the more polarizing website and doing this on Friday night on this is interesting.
Almost 2 hours to the minute, Stingley tweeted 24 and 21, seemingly sticking up for Steven Nelson. Almost 2 hours to the minute after his teammate, team captain Laramie Tunsil, tweeted Howard and Stingley with the emoji, the face emoji with like the smoke coming out of the nostrils.
Oh, like you're a snorting bull or something.
Yeah, as if to
you're just
say
ready to go or
Howard and Stingley would take over the NFL. Yeah.
What's Laramie doing? I think he's nonsensical enough on his X.com, I think, and he just kind of usually doesn't. He doesn't usually ever try to make a big serious point or anything. I don't think that I don't think people read too much into it, but it is a little bit of that. Stingley would see that and be like, "Hey, man, just like what's or not Derrick Stingley, Steven Nelson might see that and be like, all right, do you have to be that? I know you were teammates with Xavien Howard and all, but I'm standing right here.
Yeah,
I'm right here."
Right, I can see. What if
they were actually at a cookout together or something, and he had done that?
Oh, right next to him, and showed it to him. Yeah. Do we know if Steven Nelson unfollowed Laramie Tunsil?
God, I don't know. I'm not in that world. I do, honestly. When you first brought up the Derrick Stingley tweeting this out or posting this out on X, I didn't really think that much of it. But then I remembered that Stingley does not like to go on Twitter a bunch. And, part of that was when he was posting stuff about him going to the Pro Bowl and everything, somebody pointed out, like, well, okay, his publicist or somebody else is probably doing that, which is true. Yeah. So, I feel like him consciously going to the more combative, argumentative platform and putting that there means he feels very strongly about
Can you imagine if his publicist was the one that tweeted this out? 24 21 with a lock next to it?
Yeah, maybe it is just randomly or something. Yeah.
You know what? I think Derrick...
a picture of a dead dolphin next to, like, the next post. Just randomly a dead dolphin.
Xavien Howard's face photoshopped on it.
Tuna caught up in a net. Yeah.
John Grenard weighed in. He replied to Stingley's tweet that I'm interpreting as being pro Steven Nelson.
Yeah.
Grenard tweeted this and has since deleted it, but it was screen grabbed because the internet never forgets. Sting toys till they don't. 21 just showed y'all what's up and still gets treated like he mid. Crying, laughing emojis with Jonathan Grenard there. Who would you rather have, Steven Nelson or Xavien Howard?
I think Steven Nelson at last year's salary.
The price is right.
Both with Steven Nelson and Xavien Howard, the problem is going to be I think both of them think they're worth more than they probably are. Xavien Howard's ceiling is a lot higher on that because he had been a premier player. These last couple of years, he has not been a premier player, but he's also been banged up and injured. So that's the big question is somebody out there, are they going to look at he'll be 31 years old this year. Are they going to look at a guy who's going to be 31 years old and has had a couple of really bad injury-riddled seasons and that showed up on the field? Are they going to really give him the money that he thinks he's worth? And I don't think they will. So if he wants to be here and he's cool, like he's not going to – I mean, Steven Nelson just made a big stink about being underpaid going into this last season. Yeah. And now he's out there on the free agency market. I almost feel like the Texans – I don't think the Texans can or should sign Steven Nelson unless he also tests free agency. Because I think it's going to be that classic example of, all right, unless he gets a really good feel for exactly what his market is, he's always going to feel like he got screwed over. Like he's based on last year, it feels like he's wired that way. So I just don't want to. I don't want to mess with free agency.
Let the other 31 teams be the bad cop.
Yeah,
with Steven Nelson, right?
Yeah.
Like, look, man, there's 31 other teams could have offered you the $12 million a year you think you're worth.
And people will point out that this doesn't usually work out that way, which is true. I think it's less common in baseball for it to work out. In football, I mean, Chris Myers did that. Chris Myers went out and tested free agency, came back.
Kareem Jackson did it?
That's right, Kareem did it. Oh, I did it one year, too. I always forget that. I did it one year. Seth Copeland Payne did it one year.
Yep.
I did it. I was a free agent for like 12 hours.
We know that Seth is at best his own third favorite player behind Chris Myers and Kareem Jackson.
Even Seth Payne did it, and he's largely a bastard. Even funny. Egomaniacal. Dude. Oh, look at me. I need to be the highest paid. Even Seth Payne sucked up his pride. I know I had wanted to re-sign with the Texans. They hadn't just given me an offer because I was coming off an injury. Mm-hmm. So kind of like when you're coming off of injury, that's when everything gets thrown into limbo.
Yeah.
And nobody knows exactly what people are going to think of you. So I spent 12. The Texans realized that there was like a lot of interest in me as a free agent, so they finally made an offer. And I was like, all right, yeah, finally.
Jeez.
That's exactly what I did. I got Cassidy on the phone and said, hello.
Seth Copeland.
I've been waiting.
You did your best Rich Eisen.
Then I got
How have you not?
And I got up in the press conference, and then I railed against Casterly and Capers.
Good.
I said, yeah, that's right. I got the bag.
Yep. Too late now. I got the papers right
here. These dumbasses didn't want to. Yeah. Did
you see Jalen Ramsey had an interesting tweet on Friday afternoon when the news came out about Xavien Howard. Kind of took a shot at your former DC, it looks like.
What?
Yes.
What?
Vic Fangio, yeah.
Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey tweets, "It was an honor teaming up with the greatest corner in Miami Dolphins history, in my opinion. I won't ever forgive Dude for not utilizing our full skill set." Exclamation point.
Yeah.
I think Dude is Vic Fangio, right?
I think the thing about Ramsey and Xavien Howard together is that, like, you know, when they're playing really well, they can be a couple of the best press man corners in the league. And, Fangio is going to do a lot of stuff where he does kind of like blended zone coverages and stuff that's a little bit more intricate and ornate at times instead of just going out and playing ball. And I could see where Jalen Ramsey might not like that, which is like, it's neither here nor there. It's some guys, I've just seen this over and over again. There's some guys that love playing in a Vic Fangio offense, and there's other guys that just absolutely despise it.
Yeah.
And that's just a byproduct of him doing some, I don't want to say conservative things, but just like maybe a little bit unconventional.
Yeah. I think I know which side Jalen Ramsey falls on.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I got a pretty good idea. Yeah. Mock draft last week, or when we went through that, the Athletics, I think it was the Athletic beat writer mock draft. Starting to talk myself into this Cooper DeJean from Iowa, Seth, when it comes to corners. Forget about Xavien Howard and Steven Nelson. I'm starting to talk myself into Cooper DeJean.
I talked myself into him and then talked myself out of it over the weekend. And then I just felt like, for the matter of just for the sake of novelty, I feel like we have to. There hasn't been a white cornerback drafted in the first round since 1969. It's the Texans could make modern NFL history by drafting a white cornerback.
I like it.
And a lot of times people are like, sometimes people will be like, there were white cornerbacks, and it's true. There was like, even Jason Sehorn was a cornerback. You might not realize that. He wasn't just
white
married
everybody
to
back in the day, way back in the day.
Well, after we got off, I remembered this bit that I had seen by Shane Gillis, the comedian. About, he starts in on talking about Alabama, the University of Alabama, and how like they integrated. There's this documentary about how they integrated, and it was very courageous by Bear Bryant. And then he realized, wait a second, this was in 1971. So then it led to this.
There were literally people on the moon before Alabama had black guys in their secondary. Does anyone understand? There were white corners. White cornerbacks. You understand how preposterous that is? Some of you are too young to have. They're extinct. They don't exist. There's 2 left at the San Diego Zoo, and they won't reproduce. You'll never see a white corner.
I feel like Cooper DeJean getting drafted in the first round would be good for race relations in America.
Yeah, it's like we just found a dodo bird that's been hiding for 1,000 years or something.
Yeah. Like, hey, let's reset everybody.
Yeah.
Let's not completely reset. Don't get me wrong. We don't have to go all the way.
No. Reasonably reset. Yeah. Shane Gillis did SNL this weekend, huh?
Yeah, he'd gotten canceled.
Like 5 years ago.
He got fired.
Yeah.
Like when he said he got canceled, he actually got canceled.
Right.
He's not one of these people that claim they got canceled as like their social media following is going. Well, it actually did work out for him pretty well. But he got, so he was back in. I don't even know what all the controversy was about the first time, or why he got fired or anything.
Yeah.
I've just seen like clips of him. And he seems pretty funny.
I didn't get to watch it. I don't watch much SNL these days.
Yeah.
But I did get into a Shane Gillis wormhole on YouTube this weekend. Thanks a lot, Seth. Yeah. I'm going to go back and watch the skits. I've bookmarked all of them on X.com to go back and watch.
He did a bit that I told you about on when white people stopped being cool in America.
Yes.
Everybody listen. See if you can spot the one historical inaccuracy in this one.
Okay.
White people used to be cool in America. Long time ago, dude. The height of white people being cool was us going, we're like, man. We got, man, see? And then the day white people stopped being cool was Jackie Robinson's first game. You can look it up, dude. You can find it. You can find the radio call from that game online. You can hear the exact moment white people stopped being cool. You can hear the announcers. They still got, they're like, man. Welcome to Chicago, where the White Sox take on the Brooklyn Dodgers. And we all had cool white nicknames. Like, up at the mound is Old Curly. He's a 47-year-old alcoholic. He's the greatest athlete alive. Runs a 6-second 40-yard dash. Fastest man alive, they say. Then it happened, dude. And Jackie came up to the plate. You can hear the announcers like, man. Coming up to the plate is young card boy from Brooklyn. No way he can hit Curly's pitch. Here comes the pitch. Home run. All right. That was it, dude. Jackie hit the ball so hard he knocked that voice out of all the whites. Not one of us has talked like that since, dude. One swing of the bat. We're like, man. All right, yeah, that was pretty good. That was good. That was good. It's time for us to focus on computers.
All right, so let me see if I can guess.
Yeah.
The historical inaccuracy. Is it that the Dodgers were in the National League and the White Sox were in the American League?
Yeah.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, good job. Yeah.
Yes.
I don't know why he messed that up. Yeah, he was. He's an actual sports fan. I don't know why. Yeah. Well, but I don't think that was his first game either. But whatever.
Yeah.
The joke's the joke. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I don't know, but having said all that, as much as I'd love to be a part of history, I don't actually like Cooper DeJean as the Texans' first overall pick now. I feel like I really like the way he's got ball skills. Like, he's got very good awareness of exactly how to play the position. He does not really flip his hips really all that fluidly or well, and I don't trust that he's actually big enough to be press man, or I don't trust that his ability to play press man in college is going to transfer over to the NFL. But I'm intrigued by him. He's fast as hell and runs with power. It's just that when it comes to actually playing man versus playing zone, I feel like he's more of a zone corner. And I know the Texans play a whole bunch of zone, but it's nice to have. It's nice in those reps where you do play man to be awesome at playing man.
He's not running at the combine this week, right? Did you tell me that?
He had some kind of an injury at the end.
Oh,
of the
he did.
season.
Okay,
Yeah.
I gotcha. Okay, so he will not be working out this week. That's too bad. That is one I would go out of my way to watch. The white cornerback running a 40. I would have gone out of my way to watch that one.
It's weird, isn't it? It's got to be just like it had been with quarterbacks forever with black quarterbacks. At the lower levels, they must there's got to be a boatload of people that be like, well, you look more like a linebacker to me, son, or a running back. Or something, the racial selection bias that people have. I'm just surprised that it's so heavily weighted against cornerback.
Yeah.
That they're all right, any position but cornerback. Because that's what would happen with quarterbacks forever.
Yep.
Is well, nah, son, you're more of a wide receiver. You see? This is how you go, maybe cornerback, not quarterback.
Yeah.
To the point where, and then you keep going up levels, and there's fewer guys to choose from. It's weird that it worked out that way.
People weighing in on our conversation in the previous segment about who can threaten the Chiefs. Lamar also played poorly against the Chiefs. He missed every single throw downfield. He was never even close. That is true. Watching that game, I'm like, man, I know that the Ravens just destroyed the Texans last week.
Yeah.
But I feel like CJ would have dropped at least 2 or 3 of those in the bucket that Lamar was. I mean, Lamar was awful throwing the ball downfield.
Yeah. I guess that's if you're a Ravens fan, you got to go right back to the old default mode of I guess we just don't know. We just we rejoiced over the Texans' victory, and maybe the Texans weren't as good as we thought they were, and then now we just don't know. About Lamar Jackson.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We just heard from one of our former colleagues here at Sports Radio 610, Nick Wright. There's another former colleague of ours that I think an NFL team is trying to erase from history. We will tell you who that is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable as you might feel it is as an Astros fan,
disease or illness.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So, Seth, I am 4 episodes in. The only 4 episodes have been dropped out of the 10 on this dynasty documentary they're doing on the Patriots.
Yeah.
Very well done so far. They're starting to they finally started to drift into some areas where if you didn't like the Patriots, you'll enjoy the documentary because they go into Spygate. They go into them losing the Super Bowl to the Giants when they were undefeated that year. My biggest gripe with I have a couple actually gripes with the documentary is through the first 4 episodes, and we're now beyond the point where he will be showing up at all for the rest of the docuseries. You would not know Ted Johnson ever played a snap for the New England Patriots 4 episodes in.
So this tells me, you're saying based on like actual action shots and everything too? So
Yes.
highlights and what have you?
Yes.
Which there were a lot in those early years on defense?
There are 0, and I'm not exaggerating, highlights of Ted doing anything. And we should remind people, Ted was a good player for the Patriots. He started at linebacker for the Patriots. There are 0 individual highlights of Ted Johnson, and you've got to squint to find him in maybe a cumulative total of 5 to 10 seconds worth of group shots.
Oh,
Hey guys,
really?
Teddy J here.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's been a vocal critic of Bill Belichick
Yes.
and the way he handled both his and other situations. And this tells me that this documentary is a sanctioned one by the New England Patriots organization.
Me too.
And they had like actual editorial power over this as well. Because even when you do these documentaries, they're going to go through and they're going to find a bunch of stock footage of highlights from games and everything, and they're going to put the most spectacular things in. They're not going to be going through it with a fine-tooth comb to be sure that only certain players are represented or what have you. Yeah, okay.
So
yeah,
and some people miss it's Ted Johnson. He was a great player, they say.
Fixes in on this one.
So. And to be very clear, like they show highlights of some of the more fringe guys in this documentary, like throughout the whole thing as they're showing highlights. And where they are now, 4 episodes in, the Patriots just lost the Super Bowl to the Giants. So that's kind of where we are. So they've still got another decade to do here in the last 6 episodes. Here's the other thing that tells me the fix is in, because the antithesis of Ted Johnson in Patriot lore is Teddy Bruschi, who is like one of the biggest Belichick kiss asses in the history of the organization.
Belichick wouldn't stop crying when they announced it.
Yeah.
Teddy Bruschi acted as his own agent and like always took a discount.
Dude.
He cared about the team.
You would think he was Dick Butkus, or that he was running for governor of Massachusetts or something. As much as the vignettes, he gets interviewed a ton in this thing.
Yeah.
And one of the things they show is right after Spygate. You know, Spygate kind of came to light at the beginning of that 2007 season, that very first game against the Jets in 2007 where Mangini ratted out Belichick to the league, and there was all kinds of turmoil swirling around the Patriots, and the Patriots proceeded to go out and kick everybody's ass 52-0 for like the next month, and they show Bruschi doing the breakdown in the locker room after one of the games. You know, normally you go like family on 3, or, you know, Patriots on 3, or 1, 2, 3, win. Bruschi gets up there, all hands in the air, all together, and he goes, "Who loves playing for Bill Belichick?" And I'm like, oh, you're everything Ted Johnson said you are.
Oh, my God.
Yes. I wanted to throw my drink at the TV. Who loves playing for something to that effect? Like, you know, a Belichick on 3 or something stupid like that. Brutal.
I had a friend that knew him from back in the day that said that, Bruschi went full bore into just a different guy after he gained fame with the Patriots. Wasn't the same guy he was in college.
Served him well. I mean, he's got a nice gig on ESPN. Like, if that's your goal, if your goal is to get up ESPN on their NFL coverage, victory for Teddy Bruschi. It's just like Belichick on 3. Oh, yeah. Who loves playing for Bill Belichick? I felt like half the guys are like, really, bro?
That's so, like, conspicuously kiss-assy. Oh, wow.
Like, over-the-top kiss-assy.
He knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing.
Can I tell you?
Like there's ways to feature linebackers.
Yeah.
You know? There's ways to feature linebackers.
Yep. Can I tell you one other thing that annoyed me about this, the most recent episode of this thing, is that Michael Strahan got a lot of run in it. And I like Michael Strahan fine. He's good.
Yeah.
I have no issue with Strahan, except for this. Strahan in these vignettes and the interviews was acting like the Giants were America's adopted team in the Super Bowl in 2007.
Because they were the one that had the chance to topple the great demons.
Bingo.
That were the
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm like, dude, let's not exaggerate like how nauseating it is for most of the country to have to root for New York in any. And by the way, I wasn't rooting for the Giants. You know who I was rooting for in that game? I was rooting for the Patriots, so those damn 72 Dolphins would get the hell out of my life. Like every year, the 72 Dolphins, there's like 4 of them left now, but like they crack a bottle of champagne when the last team loses. They're more annoying than either of those two teams. So I was rooting for the Patriots just to get rid of the Miami Dolphins in 1972.
So you could watch a new group of people toast every time the last undefeated team lost?
So I could watch a new group of people toast every time, yes.
I've softened on that, by the way. I used to think that was like a really petty thing, and then a lot of those guys would explain. I was like, no, we're just kind of celebrating or taking it as a moment to celebrate a really special team record, and I appreciated that. I'll never let go of my hatred for Mr. Irrelevant, like that designation, because that was some stupid, sleazy real estate developer in Florida that came up with that idea as a promotion to basically take what could be a nice day in a kid's life and turn it into like, oh, you're the loser that's going to get cut, but here, have a trip to Disney World anyway.
Yeah.
That award can go die.
I agree. I think
it's just like the guy who invented it is already dead. And I'm glad of it. Yeah.
I think it's half the reason Brock Purdy gets the criticism he does. If he was just a 7th-round pick, just a normal garden variety.
If he was the second to last player in the draft.
If he was anything other than Mr. Irrelevant, I think he would get like 25% less of the criticism that he does. Mm-hmm. But the Mr. Irrelevant label, I think, is something that amps it up a little bit for people.
It meant more back when it was a 12-round draft. Because there was way more, not a lot of 12th rounders necessarily made it.
No.
But even then, I thought it was BS.
Text message. Good morning, guys. Would y'all be against giving Josh Jacobs the Saquon type of deal instead? Where are you on the Josh Jacobs thing?
I like Josh Jacobs just in that I like his style and his attitude better than Saquon Barkley, or Saquon Barkley almost feels like a throwback to a different era when there was such a thing as a prima donna running back. He wants everything to be just right, and then he'll take it to the house. Where Josh Jacobs will hit you upside the head, and Josh Jacobs will still like lower his shoulder and grind. I like that about him. The thing that he has that I have an issue with, just like Saquon Barkley, is that they're young running backs who have both had on a second, like just statistically, most of those guys are going to fail as signees, the running backs themselves. They just fall off a cliff. The thing about Derrick Henry that I like is that he's already proven that he's incredibly durable. He's been better than Saquon Barkley as a runner in each of the past 5 seasons. Head-to-head, every single season, including the season that Derrick Henry was injured, he was better than Saquon Barkley as a runner that year. Mm-hmm. And Saquon Barkley has fallen off as a receiver in the last couple of years too. So I'm not really keen on paying big money to Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs. I think that Derrick Henry won't get a lot of money because he's 30 years old. But he's also been very durable and has been way better. Like these last 5 years, he's been way better on average than Saquon Barkley. So I like, and he's proven that he's durable. It's kind of like if you have a car that's made it to 200,000 miles and you've had hardly any issues with it, do you feel better about that car for the next 25,000 miles than, say, a car that's at 70,000 miles and you've had a boatload of issues with it already?
Right.
Yeah. So that's how I feel about Saquon. Jacobs hasn't had as many issues as Saquon. And Saquon's tricky because even when you look at the total number of games played, it doesn't do service to how often injuries have affected him.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't play well when he's injured either. That annoys me.
Yeah.
Like if you're going to be a really genuinely good running back, you got to play well when you're injured, and he doesn't. I've got no appetite for Saquon Barkley. I feel like he's the epitome of this town, which is that give me the bling, give me the guy whose name I know. That's the guy for me. That's the epitome of that bad thing.
That feels like a U1 March signing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I'm joking about the attitude that's hard to shake in this town. That's
right. Amongst most people.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today, I believe, is the day that the legal tampering can begin. March the 11th.
I'm sorry, one more thing about Derrick Henry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Was just that he's been very, very good in an outside zone run-based system.
Yes.
Like that's what Arthur Smith had when they were there. Like that's what really sprung Derrick Henry, was him running in an outside zone-based offense. In a lot of ways, I think Derrick Henry can not just be good as a running back, but also be good as kind of a catalyst for getting everybody on the right page. Like there's just a lot more cooperation and teamwork and like cohesiveness demanded between the offensive line, the quarterback, and the running back in that scheme than there is in old school gap and man schemes. And I think Henry would be really helpful in that regard. And I don't think he's going to get as much money as Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs.
I don't either. I don't either. I think he's going to be cheaper and maybe fewer years, too. Like that feels like one you could get on a one-year deal, Derrick Henry. I think the other thing, too, Saquon, like I hear the Saquon Christian McCaffrey thing a lot, and I think it's mostly because both guys are able to catch the ball out of the backfield. Both guys were highly drafted. The Texans are aspiring to be offensively, I think, with the San Francisco over the course of the last several years. I think comparing Saquon Barkley to Christian McCaffrey, I think is a little disrespectful to Christian McCaffrey, the running back. I think McCaffrey is a perfect fit for the scheme. I think he's a tough runner. He is really I think he is a tougher runner than Saquon Barkley is. I think they're both really dynamic with the ball in their hands in the open field. I think they both certainly bring that element where they can catch the ball out of the backfield on various different, not just necessarily screens or quick hitters out to the flat, but I think you could move guys. You can move either of them into the slot too, and just put kind of like the Texans used to do with Arian Foster, just to put teams on their heels a little bit because they're that skilled catching the football. But I don't think Saquon Barkley is in. I think he's good, but I don't think he's in Christian McCaffrey's league as a running back, a toter of the rock.
Yeah, and it really is. Like I would just encourage anybody, just go ahead and just look at his stats over the past 5 years. Just take a look at just exactly how erratic his performance has been and what you expect to get out of him. When he's had in the last 5 years, he's had one genuinely impressive season. In the last 5 years. So you want a running back in his second contract? That's the guy that you think that is going to be a bell cow for you for the next 3 years? I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Yep.
If you want to make excuses for him because he played on a bad team in New York, all right, fine. I don't think he was part of the problem of steadfastly making them better either.
All right, are we finally at this stage? RIP NCAA. Something big happened last week. We might be at the RIP stage with the NCAA next.
In the loop.
When I hear this discussion about
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Back-to-back texts. Saquon Barkley is not in the same league as Christian McCaffrey. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Next text. Y'all some Barkley haters. He carried them 2 years ago. No, he was good too.
What?
He was good too. Yeah, carried him to a playoff.
Carried him
win,
to what? Like, honestly, when he wasn't healthy, which he's not a lot, and they weren't a good team. They just they went on fumes into the playoffs and they had one nice playoff performance.
Mm-hmm.
That was it. They got lucky beating a fraudulent Minnesota team. And then that was it. Like, they weren't good.
Yeah.
Carried them.
Does a win over Kirk Cousins in the playoffs actually count as a win? Just when you play Kirk Cousins in either prime time or in the postseason and you beat him, does it really even count? All right, Texter? I don't think we're haters on Barkley. I mean, you, Seth. I mean, I kind of am, but me too. Just because we're not as high on him as others are doesn't mean we hate him.
I know. I just honestly we know this time and time again for years now. It's been don't give a running back his second contract because, man, the vast majority of the time they disappoint, they end up injured, everything. And then you take Saquon Barkley, who's been nothing but banged up, injured, erratic, and inconsistent in the last 5 seasons. We had one genuinely good season out of the last 5 years, and I'm trying to figure out exactly why he's the apple of so many people's eyes. I don't understand why you're so excited about a guy who's been so inconsistent.
Yep.
I just don't get it. And who doesn't, particularly, even when he's healthy, he doesn't give you that churning, oh, hell yeah, this guy's going to get me 3 or 4 yards at least every single time. It's a whole lot of boom or bust with him. I don't get it. I don't get it. Which means the Texans are probably going to sign him, and then I'm going to have to be a grumpy SOB.
You know what?
6 months.
I am confident that they're going to make good moves. I'm confident in this regime. The combination of Nick and D'Amico and the staff behind the scenes, they did really well in free agency this past year. I don't think there were any signings in free agency. Man, some worked out better than others did, but I think they did a really good job. I'm confident that they're going to do the right thing.
The whole thing about Saquon Barkley, that year that people somehow remember as some kind of magical season or something, Saquon Barkley, after he had been in the first half of that season, he ended up not rushing for 100 yards the rest of that season.
Yeah.
His high point was 87, but he had a 22-yard performance, a 28-yard performance. He was not performing well down the stretch there. And then they had that one playoff victory, but it wasn't I have a hard time thinking Giants fans thought that was some kind of a magical season.
No,
they had 3 losses and a tie in the 4 games immediately following the Texans, and then just won 2 of their last 4 to make the playoffs.
They started the season 7-2. But there were some real sketchy wins in there. You could see the second half of that season. I think they finished 9-7-1, something like that on the season. So, yeah, you could kind of see it coming. The NCAA. Are we going to be having a moment of silence for the NCAA pretty soon here? There was a ruling that was made in a federal court in Tennessee, Seth, late last week, granting a preliminary injunction in a lawsuit attacking the NCAA's rules regarding NIL payments. Specifically, oh man, we're on the cusp of chaos. This is going to be fun. The NCAA cannot punish athletes or boosters for negotiating NIL deals in the recruiting process, whether the athlete is a high school athlete picking his first school or whether he or she is in the transfer portal. So basically now, we know it's kind of going on anyways, but the NCAA has had all their teeth and claws removed now.
They can take money from anybody, anytime, anywhere that they want.
As part of the recruiting process.
Yeah. Which is, a long time coming in that there has been something fundamentally both illegal is not the right word because it was allowed under the law, but it shouldn't have been, because you're restricting people's right to make a living while simultaneously claiming, no, your pay is your education. Okay, but you're not treating it like that's actual pay. So how come I'm not allowed to go out and make money elsewhere using my name and what have you? I don't know. Is this death to the NCAA, or does it just mean that they completely they're completely shut out of any kind of control on the financial side.
Well, there's probably other things the other rules they're there to administer. It's a pretty close to a death blow on the NIL, on then having any teeth in the NIL world for sure.
Yeah.
I
guess
think,
you know what it is though, Sean. I guess if it was 2 years ago and you had said, "Hey, this is how it's going to be now," I would have felt like that was way more drastic. Where now we're already deep into NIL, and it feels like, okay, this is just a continuation of how it already is, maybe with a few less caveats.
I actually think this makes it. I think this makes it more likely that coaches like Nick Saban, who retired. A lot of these older coaches are retiring because they don't feel like dealing with this stuff. I feel like this ruling would actually make it more enticing for older coaches to stay because this puts all the cards on the table. There's no fugazi ruling body that's threatening you with some sort of punishment over running afoul of their rules. Like, now we know it's a business. We have a collective at our school. And, you can literally hire employees to just run the psychologist in the NFL.
There still has to be a separation. I guess you know what it is it still feels like something the NCAA can get in trouble for, or teams can get in trouble for stuff that maybe they don't have control over necessarily. Yeah. Which is probably scary.
So we'll see. We'll see if there's a moment of silence for the NCAA.
I think the NIL, I don't think most fans would really give a damn about the NIL, other than that, there's going to be competitive balance issues and everything. There always have been, and maybe it'll become more extreme. You could also argue that maybe some of the lesser teams will actually have something to fight with now in getting some of the star players. Whatever. It's the transfer portal more than anything.
It's the combination of the two.
Right. The transfer portal. And you dump kerosene on it with, not only is the kid allowed to transfer, but this school can. This kid that just played awesome at your smaller school as a freshman now has actual financial opportunities to split to USC. That's the big
free
deal.
agency. Yeah, it is.
If anything, boy, the NIL is the. It's turning me into a grumpy old man, and at the same time, I feel like this is exactly the rights the kids should have.
Absolutely.
And yet, there's a part of me that's also a grumpy old man.
No, I'm the same way. Larry is in Stafford. Got thoughts on the running back position for the Houston Texans. Larry, how we doing, man?
Hey, we're doing good, man. Thanks for letting me get in. Hey, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things on that NIL. Isn't NCAA investigation for doing that exact thing with a high school player or something, letting him get NIL money of $8 million or something?
Yep.
And I'm with you guys. I truly believe that these guys should be able to, benefit off their name or whatever because they make so much money for the university. But where I have a justification against it is that there has to be some kind of regulation to it, man. Because if that's going to be the case, then you might as well say the NCAA is a professional league at this point. If they're going to just let everybody just continue to get paid this enormous amount of money to play what they're supposed to be amateur athletics. So that's my only issue with it. I don't have a problem with them getting paid. I just have a problem with that some of it has to be regulated to the point where it just can't be the Wild Wild West, man, and everybody doing it. But I wanted to touch on a couple other things. Xavien Howard versus Steven Nelson. You take Xavien Howard all day. Steven Nelson's 31 too. Xavien Howard is 31. But I think Xavien Howard has made more Pro Bowls or been All-Pro more than Steven Nelson has, and he has a better feel for the game in terms of being a lockdown corner than Steven Nelson. And I'll take Howard because just the fact that you can bring him home and give him an opportunity to rehabilitate what happened in Miami with Fangio or whatever, I think he'll be more excited to play back at the crib on that. Now, I called to get at Seth a little bit about the Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley thing. Seth, we come on these airways a lot. When a running back has over 300 carries in a season, that's the danger zone. Now, Derrick Henry has had it, I think, 3 times where he's carried the ball over 300 carries. Versus Saquon, I think maybe got 295 one time. But here's the thing that what I like about Saquon versus Derrick is this. Saquon played with a laundry list of quarterbacks not named Eli Manning. It was Jake Fromm, Mike Glennon, Davis Webb, Tyrod Taylor, Tommy DeVito, and Daniel Jones. If you put Saquon in the backfield with a quarterback like C.J. Stroud, where he allows the play action to become a real thing and he catches the ball out of the backfield, I think that you can get something out of Saquon, not the Christian McCaffrey level, but you can get something dynamic where it's a little bit better than what we got out of Singletary. And I think that just with Saquon, it's just the fact that, like Sean said, that he was the second-round pick. You have to believe that there's something there in terms of his speed and his catching ability. That's the only thing. Whether they take Saquon or not, I'm in the corner of you draft Jonathan Brooks or Trey Benson and you let him become your backup running back until he's ready to take over the role. But I think it's going to be a fun offseason because, like y'all said, I think the regime over there with D'Amico and Nick, they have a plan of how they want to do things, and they're going to bring in guys that's going to fit their program. And we need a runner that's a zone runner that can help CJ when he gets in trouble in terms of when they start stacking the line. Other than that, man, it's going to be a fun offseason, and I'm ready to watch this combine at our hall.
All right, thanks, Larry. Appreciate that. Xavien Howard, Larry said, bring him back. Yeah. I'm against Larry's rationale for bringing back Xavien Howard. Too much sentimentality in there.
Where was the sentimentality?
You can bring him back to Houston. He'll be inspired because he'll be playing back at home and whatnot.
I'm open to it. The biggest thing would be just, again, I think that Steven Nelson's probably going to command far less money. I feel like somebody's going to throw stupid money at Xavien Howard. Like, if apples to apples, I would prefer Xavien Howard if it was a similar contract. And if that's what it ends up being, if Steven Nelson goes somewhere and gets the exact same contract as Xavien Howard goes somewhere, I'll be very surprised. I think there's people that are still willing to pay for Xavien Howard's upside. But he's been very injured, and it's affected his play over the last few years. Whereas I know Steven Nelson's been banged up a good amount, but he hasn't missed many games at all.
Right.
And he's been a solid performer. I think that it's just a better deal with Steven Nelson, and then it'll be for Xavien Howard. And if Xavien Howard plays the same way he did the past couple of years at the money that I think he's going to command, that's a big whiff by the Texans. That's what makes me nervous about that.
Yeah.
It's not – I like the upside of Xavien Howard more, but like this is the time of year when you're out there competing sometimes with a few teams that are willing to spend stupid money on bad decisions. And I don't want to be in that group of people.
Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't get to bring the Pro Bowls with him. That is what I would say. He's made more Pro Bowls than Steven Nelson. When you line up in 2024, the Pro Bowls you got in Miami don't matter. Train, it sounds like.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. I think there's an allure and there's a highlight reel element to Saquon Barkley that people fall in love with. And sometimes that's what happens. It's almost even more so when a guy like that plays on a bad team because you don't watch a whole lot of Giants games and you just see the highlights and the good stuff with Saquon Barkley, and you don't necessarily watch him down in and down out. I'd be curious. I got to talk to some Giants people today and find out about how Giants fans feel exactly about whether or not how much they should be paying.
Patrick
Saquon
Creighton,
Barkley.
he'd be a good resource on that.
Yeah,
he's got ties up to up to New York.
I fall firmly in the camp of people that don't give a damn about how much running backs get paid. I don't think they should get paid a lot of money because they get injured way too much. The thing about Derrick Henry is that he's been remarkably resilient and durable. You talk about the total number of touches and everything. Yeah, he's faced that challenge and actually thrived and motored on through it, whereas Saquon Barkley gets injured a lot. And when he's injured and playing, it affects him. You can tell when he's injured. I don't like that either.
Yep. Quick text message. Funny you want to give Henry a contract, but you're against Mike Evans because of age. Sir, if you think we're talking about giving the same contract to Derrick Henry as we would Mike Evans, you're...
Plus, that's no gotcha. I've already explained that 10 times over. The Texans have starting wide receivers. Do you know how many starting running backs the Texans have right now? Zero. Dameon Pierce is the only running back on the roster. So, no. Yep. I reject your gotcha. That was a
retraction.
Yes.
John Lopez is here. Landry Locker strolling in. What's going on, fellas?
Hello.
Did you have a nice weekend?
Sean and Seth.
I just looked at you and I realized I owe you a phone call.
Oh, that's
just
cool.
Realized that. Yeah. From
Yeah.
Saturday. Okay, my bad.
Owe me a lot more.
Call you later. Yeah. I'll call you. Yeah. Got big issues with you. Yeah. Big issues with you. Did you guys have a good weekend?
Fantastic weekend.
Good.
Although there I was Friday, took the day off, out on the water, puttering around on my boat. catching some fish, having a great day, beautiful
Trolling.
sun, and all of a sudden my phone starts blowing up, and I'm like,
Why?
what is this all about? And so I just keep fishing. I ignore everything. Get back to my travel trailer and listen to Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, dang.
Well, you use the word epitome, and I think
called
that's
us the epitome of everything that's wrong in Houston.
Oh, you'll hear it again. Oh, you will hear it again.
That's true. You didn't get your shot at
You almost acted like, you know what I took that as, John? It felt like you're the epitome of people in Houston who don't want to act like we're the Dallas Cowboys and just been and run the team like Jerry Jones. Like, oh, that's a big name. I know that one. But let me spend lots of money there. Yeah.
Like I said, have I mentioned that you'll hear it again?
You're going to ask us next you're going to say they should fire D'Amico and hire some cuck that Cal will be able to boss around as a coach.
Oh, boy, I can't wait for 11 a.m.
11, is that what's happening? All right, good. Noted. How you doing, Landry? You look like a good time out of cook-off.
Man, I was wrong about Old Midland, man. That song annoyed the hell out of me because I just thought it was one of those like pandering things. Nah, he's about that life. My man is about that life. He was ticked too. It was like so awesome because they were having technical difficulties. All he was doing was complaining the whole time, and he was just chugging beers. I had him sign my boot. That's how much of a fan he was. He signed my damn boot.
You'll hear
man.
about that during confessions too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Are
your panties up there too?
Yeah. Oh, Landry's throwing undergarments up on the stage.
I don't know.
In Midland?
I didn't see the whole video.
Only time I wear the boot is at the rodeo.
Okay.
I did not see the whole video. That's all I'm saying.
All right, good. All right, fellas. Well, we look forward to today's edition of In the Loop. This is
he's foaming out the mouth, man.
Crosstalk. Who, John?
Yeah, he's ready.
Oh, he's ready to go.
Oh, he's ready for 11.
Oh, okay. All right. I gotta go.
All I wanted to do was catch more trout. All I wanted to do was catch more trout.
You called us the epitome.
Yeah.
Oh, you will hear it again.
Yeah. Okay. Just give me time to pick up some popcorn at the grocery store. All right. That was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow, my friend.
Antibodies and episiotomies to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, I think. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
All right, so we're just chilling, coming in the other day.
Mm-hmm.
And John Lopez is getting fired up by Payne and Pendergast. Just absolutely fired up.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Absolutely fired up. We're going to get this response at 11 o'clock. I think Figgy's pretty giddy for it.
Figgy, are you giddy?
I was kind of disappointed you wasn't in.
Yeah.
Like, now we got to wait throughout the whole weekend.
Yeah, I almost was disappointed I wasn't in, but I wasn't.
So we got a disagreement here, and there seems to be many disagreements, healthy disagreements when it comes to the Texans. I for one, with the Combine starting tomorrow, I am happy that we are arguing about 4-time Pro Bowl cornerbacks on one-year deals as opposed to quarterbacks throwing at the Combine who you should or shouldn't take.
Yes, sir.
So as healthy as disagreements are, I do feel like we've come a long way in the last year or so. So I like this level of where we're at, and I'm enjoying it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also enjoying the distaste that Seth has for Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, that's a little bit strange.
And the funniest thing he said last segment that I thought was, I just think this is interesting because he could very well be right about Saquon. He said that, well, people don't watch the Giants play. Brother, they're on 5 times a year on primetime.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
He didn't have a good year last year. The Derrick Henry thing's interesting, the running back thing, but I am fascinated by the distaste Seth appears to have for Saquon Barkley. I'm actually I think it kind of makes me raise the eyebrows a little bit.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that I was fascinated with, and I'm not going to pick on Seth or Sean today, maybe a little. But the one thing is, like, he really hasn't been that productive. And I'm paraphrasing because I don't want to, like, mischaracterize what someone said.
Oh, okay.
That's just
Why
me.
do you feel like that's been done to you?
That's just me. I don't want to mischaracterize what someone has said. But other than a couple of years that he really hasn't been that productive, he has. I mean, he's a 2-time Pro Bowler, Rookie of the Year, I believe. He's rushed for over 1,300 yards, 2-3 times?
Yeah.
But yes, he's been injured.
Yeah, 2 years ago he led him to the playoffs.
Yeah.
I thought that was good.
Yeah, that was very good.
And then this year they had DeVito starting at quarterback and Tyrod Taylor.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
other
he's like,
guys.
I think he said
It was a tough situation.
I think he said other than his highlight reels. Well, have you seen his highlight reels? I mean, they're pretty impressive, and he's had those big seasons when he wasn't injured. Look, that's a big question mark.
I do wonder
Seth
what
might be right. You said it.
I do wonder what running back they have. No, I think it's I think it's valid. I also think we talk about running backs as if they're getting like significant money based on the potential impact they make.
No, they're not. They're not. And he won't. And Josh Jacobs won't. Yeah, I said Josh Jacobs. That's a player that I've really wanted for a long time.
Okay.
You know
something?
Yeah, you'll hear it at 11. I got like a just teaser here. You want to be listening at 11. I actually jotted.
You're pissed.
I actually jotted down like 5 points.
I woke up. So this is the first thing. This is the first thing I woke up to on the show, Doc. And you know I was getting.
You like the drive?
Oh, I do. This is the first sentence on John Lopez in the loop show prep. Just showed it to the YouTube. Payne and Pendergast. ... You don't have to agree, but being accurate would help.
Yeah, that's the gist of it all. But I've got stuff to back that up. I mean, being accurate is kind of important, right?
I would say so sometimes. I mean, I'm not always there, but I would say so.
Yeah, you can have opinions, and you can have opinions that are irrational. But if you're going to specifically call out someone else's, I don't know, being accurate would maybe help. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying, Figgy.
11 o'clock. We'll get into this.
All right.
I'm very, very excited for this. Very, very excited for this. Tomorrow the Combine begins, and the rumblings right now of the Combine are that the top quarterbacks aren't going to be throwing.
This is ridiculous.
Which is something that last year, this time, I know Bryce Young didn't throw at the Combine, and CJ did, and CJ put on what Daniel Jeremiah said was one of the best shows that he's seen at the Combine. I am very grateful. I find myself being very grateful that we are not having this discussion about which quarterback the Texans should take or what's going to happen and all that. Like it is like such a stress reliever to not be involved in this.
Yeah.
All that. This is great.
Yeah, no, we are in a unique position, and it's in a position that we're not altogether accustomed to, and that's why you can do so many other things. And it's something that I'm not just talking about Payne and Pendergast here. I'm talking about us. We've talked about it. You can do so many other things and focus on so many other things because you have that rookie deal with a star quarterback. The one I'm a little bit not bothered, but curious about is why Marvin Harrison Jr. is not going to work out at all. He's not going to run a 40. He's not going to do anything.
What's he got to do?
Just do the interview.
Why would he?
Because Malik Neighbors has already been talked about in the same vein.
He doesn't need to do anything.
You think somebody will take him over Marvin Harrison Jr.?
I mean, I think it was. I'll have to look. I think it was someone we respect, Dane Brugler. Dane Brugler said Malik Neighbors is already viewed as a wide receiver one by some teams. So I mean, what would it hurt?
He'll be fine.
Oh, he'll be fine, but, I mean, is it going to affect him at all?
On the text line, the 346, Barkley sucks. I don't want any part of him. It's a disaster waiting to happen. I would bet money. Okay, mystery man.
He's 26 years old. He's had 3,000-yard seasons.
Let me lay down a bet with you.
Two-time Pro Bowler. I mean, you don't have to like him, but you can't ignore that.
You know the other thing that I think is kind of interesting here, and I think this is kind of the disconnect when it comes to the wide receiver position. Look, I think there is like a line to draw in the sand when it comes to how much you would or wouldn't pay Mike Evans. But I find it fascinating that, one, we're just assuming that Nico last year. I think it's a healthy assumption to have, I guess. But we're just assuming that he's going to do that. And we're also ignoring the fact that Nico Collins hasn't been able to stay healthy for the most part. Last year was the first time that he stayed healthy, and he even missed a few games.
Yeah.
And Tank Dell, I mean, he missed almost half the season last year. So, like, all these injury concerns, the wide receiver, I don't look at it as a position of strength. I look at it as a position of potentially high upside. But if we're talking about injuries and health and all that type of stuff, and we're using it as a reference for Saquon, are we really paying enough attention to two receivers, one of which has had trouble for the majority of his career, and he's had one good season, really the only season that he had with a good quarterback, and the other one, I mean, he was out for a long, long time. So shouldn't health, if we're worried about health, shouldn't the wide receiver health be factored in a little bit?
Yes, if you run it back with Nico and Tank Dell, you probably feel pretty good,
I guess.
But are you sure? Are you sure that is a position of stability? That's a position that you can excel, and that's a position because like when Tank Dell went out, we thought, oh, Noah Brown might be able to do this. He didn't. I mean, he did like 1 or 2 games. Nico, when they would shut out Nico, you know that's why you want to bolster that position to make sure you have that stability for the entire season, and then maybe Tank and Nico do have the great years on top of someone else that you've brought in as a signing.
Yeah, I don't feel as great. Like, do I think they need to bring in Mike Evans? I mean, I don't think they need a couple of wide receivers.
Yeah.
Sure.
What would it do for the room? I always talk about that.
We've seen Tank Dell one time, one season,
and I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be good, especially that if he can stay healthy.
Nico got hurt.
Same thing.
They were without Nico.
First real season that he didn't get hurt.
Yeah, and he missed some games too.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I think that's something to keep an eye on as well when it comes to that. So we're going to have D'Amico Ryans live from the Combine tomorrow at noon, and then probably not the 40-minute man. It'll probably be closer to like 10 or 15 minutes. Nick Caserio, we'll hear him on Wednesday.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
About a third of the time, but we'll hear it.
Yeah, and we'll get all kinds of other stuff from the Combine. As you mentioned, Cody's going to be there, so that'll be cool. And then the workouts per se don't really start till Thursday, and that's when we'll really start maybe pick up some steam with it.
Are you a Combine guy? You sit down and watch the Combine?
Depends on the year. This year, I admitted this last week. I forgot that it was coming up this week.
So are you gonna watch the Combine?
Oh yeah, I'll check in. I'll check in on it.
I mean, you turn on. It's on loop on NFL Network.
Exactly.
Just turn on the background.
Exactly.
Listen to them.
That's exactly what I'll do.
See
I
what they got going.
I won't be watching the quarterbacks, with bated breath, as people like to say. That's for dang sure.
You don't even have to watch them.
Yeah. Can I ask you something?
You can ask me whatever you want, man.
What was the deal with you and that dude at the bull tent? The singer.
What do you mean?
Dude, you gave him a boot to sign?
He stayed after like an hour and a half.
He a big fan.
I'd had a few drinks. I was kind of
You
fascinated
took off your boot and had a grown man sign it.
I did. It was his reaction
like
to
a
it.
bit. Yeah.
His reaction to
he
it.
smelled your boot.
Yeah. He looked at it.
Figure, were you there for this?
Yeah, I was actually there.
Yeah.
I got there a little later, and Landry was super. I've never seen Landry this giddy.
Giddy? I mean,
He was kind of giddy, like.
Oh, yeah, because it was like an instigating thing. I was very, 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 very amused by how pissed off he was.
At everything that was going on?
Yeah,
Between every song, and Clint Stoerner was like belly laughing. It was so awkward. When I say this guy was calling him out, here was my thing. I thought it was kind of an a-hole thing to do, but I just assumed he was a total diva and was just going to storm out afterwards.
Yeah.
But, like, literally, he gets out there and their guitar's not there, and he's like, damn, we're not even prepared for a damn show. And, like, then it goes, like, 15 minutes more. He's like, well, this is awkward. And then after every song, he's like, I can't hear bleep. I don't know who the hell's running this, but I can't hear bleep. Every song. He did that. And then he's like,
You talk about the band Midland, by the way.
And he's chugging beers in between. He's taking shots. By the time he gets to the end, he is like just sloshed out of his mind.
Doesn't he have a song about being drunk?
Some people say I have a drinking problem.
Yeah.
And it was one of my least favorite songs ever.
And now you're
I thought it was just a gimmicky weasel just trying to do it. And then I realized I was like, okay, he really is about this life. So he's up there, and then his band leaves. I think they were embarrassed by the way he acted.
Yeah.
And this dude stayed for like an hour and a half and was just mingling with all the fans, taking pictures and stuff. And I was like, hey, I'll get another beer. Here's a little boot right here. Sign the
Andrew really took off his boot and had another grown-ass man sign it.
I did, man.
Yeah.
It's memories, man. It's rodeo memories, dude. It's not like I had him sign like my shoe.
Did you throw your underwear on the stage?
No, I did not. That would have been weird. People were getting him to sign hats and stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, I was wrong about this guy, man.
Yeah.
But he was pissed. He was pissed, man. I told Figgy. Figgy walked in on song 2. I'm like, I promise you, after he finishes this, he's going to say, I can hear a bleep.
Yeah.
And he was like talking, like the engineers there had to have been feeling like,
oh,
crap.
Oh, you know they did.
And you know what else happened after he got off the stage?
Yeah.
Say he fell down.
Yeah.
He fell off the steps.
Yeah.
Go figure.
Dude, he was blackout drunk. And I guess he had just gotten back from L.A., so I'm assuming that he was just on like a bender.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming that he was a little bit drunk. Yeah, he definitely. People have definitely.
This
said
song hit a little different now.
No, it makes sense now. No, it makes sense now. It used to be like one of my pet peeves, but that was good.
He about that life.
And it was also cool because it was kind of like an exclusive concert, bull tent. Shout out to all the loopholes out there. Guess who couldn't even get in the VIP section, bro?
Who?
RG3.
Really?
Oh,
Sitting
really?
outside there, bro.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
Sitting outside there, man. Yeah, Weasel.
Hey, shout out to the whole gang.
Guess who else was there?
Who?
You never watched the show Married at First Sight?
I don't think so.
The sex coach.
Oh, yeah?
The sex coach from Married at First Sight. She's very nice.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And Gerard showed up Friday, Figgy?
Yeah, he did.
Actually, I didn't even know they had this like in the 10. It was sick.
I say we. I didn't do anything. Odyssey did an unbelievable job with that tent.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to everyone who worked their ass off on that. I can't even imagine.
Think they won second place.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
0061, by the way. He's on me, man. He says he's blaming my zestiness for In-N-Out. He says ever since I had that In-N-Out in Vegas, I've been a little zesty.
I like that.
Nah, I mean, it wasn't like I was like rushing the stage. The dude was sitting there for like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Wifey was going to the porta potty. I had a
Figure, was he rushing the stage?
Couple drinks. Just
no, I actually didn't see him go up to the stage.
No, dude, he was there for an hour and a half.
No, he was just hanging out.
No, he was just chilling, drinking.
He took
beers.
his shirt off.
Yeah, he was just sloshed.
Well, to be fair, he was plastered. Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yes. But he was a man of the people, so
Good.
I got to give him. I got to give him credit. I just love rodeo so much. I can't wait for this. So we got 50 Cent on Friday. Still haven't gotten the word on whether or not I'm getting.
I didn't either. I wasn't sure if I need to move some stuff
I should
around.
be at the top of the list, but I don't know.
For 50, you and Figgy should.
Yeah, I ain't heard nothing yet.
I think this is my fourth 50 Cent concert.
Yeah.
Fifth? Yeah.
I've never been to see 50 Cent.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
And you may not.
You may not be on the list. You may not be on the list there, buddy. May not be on the list. Sorry.
Oh man.
This was a good night. Clint was out there.
Clint was feeling it.
Oh, I mean, so it's funny because there was one dude who just had a baby 10 months ago, and I think this was their first night out.
Mm-hmm.
There was me with the wife.
Mm-hmm.
We have a 6-month-old, and then Clint just had his second. So it was like the wife's got out.
Couples night.
And then my wife drops a drink on Clint's.
Oh, man.
The lockers are, and it's a wonder you're not getting invited to 50 Cent.
Yeah, you let the
we'll lose. Man, I spilled the drink on Thursday or Friday night. I was so mad. I tried to set it down on the table, it just spilled it. Everybody had to scatter.
Sometimes it
man,
happens.
that's so embarrassing.
But when you go to rodeo, you got to expect that.
Oh yeah,
yeah. You've got to account for at least 3 drinks spilt on you.
I'm impressed you went on a Saturday. Saturday's the wildest,
brother. There's a trick to it.
Really?
It's so easy. It is so easy. I will never.
I would be willing to listen,
bro. I am telling you right now.
Saturday's nuts,
dog. I'm telling you, this is like This is like
it's a hack.
No, it is insanely awesome. So, like where you enter on the far edge. I think the street starts with a B. It's where you walk past the teal lot-ish, kind of. But on the far edge, right before you get to the blue lot.
Okay.
Just go down Kirby. Park in that gas station right there, and they have $20 parking in the back, right there on the edge of Kirby, and then just walk down. It'll seem like it's a decent-ish walk, right on Kirby, and you're out of there.
Yeah,
you don't have to do anything. I will never park anywhere else.
Well, that's a great hack.
I don't care if you give me blue parking. I am parking there from now on. It was magic.
Dang!
All you got to do is walk. There's a lot of traffic. You just go. You just walk down it. It's like the most smooth thing ever. And they got your car in the lot. You pull right out of that lot, take a right. You're right there on the freeway.
Yeah, everybody's going to be there.
It's cool. Man of the people.
Yeah.
Man of the people. It was Midland, by the way. People asking who the artist was. It was Midland. Coming up, the Texans appear to be divided. The team appears to be divided when it comes to bringing in a 4-time Pro Bowler. Let's get into this division, and let's also relive the time in which this guy allegedly gave a woman herpes. Next.
The Drive. In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
Your Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Potential division in the Texans locker room involving a free agent to be. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Lopez responds to Payne and Pendergast coming up at 11. Get your popcorn ready for that. But Xavien Howard is going to be on the market. He's over 30 years old. He is a 4-time Pro Bowler. Best ball likely behind him, but he's going to be on the market, much to the joy of Laramie Tunsil. Laramie Tunsil tweeted out as soon as Xavien Howard was released, Howard times Stingley equals smoke. So he thinks that would be nice. Derrick Stingley, however, tweeted out 24 and 21 with a lock. And we assume that the 21 he's talking about is Steven Nelson. I don't know. Maybe. But Xavien Howard is on the market. He's over 30. Steven Nelson's over 30. Steven Nelson's coming off a really good year. Xavien Howard's coming off a May year, although there was beef with the defensive coordinator. Where do you sit on this Xavien Howard situation?
Yeah, I don't know why I feel this way, but I feel like I'm lukewarm at best. Gonna be 31 years old. Maybe this past season. And I'm admitting unfairly, I'm kind of holding it against him because, as you mentioned, there were some issues in Miami and defensive coordinator and all that stuff. Production. It's kind of like Derrick Henry. I'm not going to be advocating for Xavien Howard, but I will trust the people that are making those decisions on this one, that they did the work, that they feel good about him health-wise, et cetera. I mean, he's a 4-time Pro Bowler. Flat out, he's better than Steven Nelson.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a better career than Steven Nelson.
Yes. So I'm kind of lukewarm on it, but if they sign him, I'm not going to say, oh, boy, what did they screw that up? Because I feel like if they feel confident in what he's got going on and what he's got left, then I would be good with that.
He's a local guy. He's from here. According to DJ Bieniemy, and I've heard this same thing even like a few years ago, he would like to play in Houston. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if that's a bad thing, but that's where that is at. My thing with Xavien Howard is I like the possibility, like if you're going to sign guys like Steven Nelson 2 years ago or, Sheldon Rankins, I don't mind being used or taking on a guy that might have been humbled and might be a little bit hungry. And I think if you're Xavien Howard, there's got to be – now, sometimes these guys are just cooked and they're done and they go sign with other places and you kind of see the ongoing diminishing skill set. Yeah. But I think if you're asking him to be your number 2 corner, you're asking him to be a ball hawk. I mean, you're talking about a guy who had double-digit interceptions a few years ago. He's the same age as Steven Nelson, so it's not like we're sitting here saying this guy's 27 and this guy's 31. He's the same age. Yeah. And I think getting cut, there's like a certain level of like humility that comes with it, and I think there's a certain level of chasing a ring, and you see what the Texans are. It's kind of an exciting situation. I think you could get a really solid number 2 corner in Xavien Howard. Now, I still think you need to add corner depth, and perhaps you even take one in the draft, but I'm down with Xavien Howard in the particular mindset. And on the other hand, you have Steven Nelson. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's doing that podcast. He's talking about Mr. 5 INTs and all this type of stuff. So I almost feel like the rat poison is being eaten, as D'Amico talks about, by Steven Nelson, and perhaps you get an Xavien Howard that's a little bit motivated.
I think motivated is the right word. That's what I was going to say. Not just because he got released, but he's back home. Went to Wheatley and Baylor, and I think he's been wanting to come here. I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'm just sort of like the same way I feel about Steven Nelson, to be honest. Like, okay, really good year, good job, way to come in. But at that age and with what he's done, the body of work, I'm willing to look elsewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think, and maybe there's younger options, but if we're just having the discussion about Steven Nelson versus Xavien Howard, I think it's a good discussion to be had. Now, do you want to go younger or figure something out? I think that's a choice as well. I do respect the year that Steven Nelson is, coming off of, and he actually, last year he was injured on the back end, so shout out to him. Laramie seems to want him. Derrick Stingley seems to not want him. I do remember because as soon as Howard got released, there were some people saying, I was like, field stuff. Like, what are we talking about?
It happens.
He got accused of giving a woman herpes. This was 2 years ago. This is from TMZ. A woman was suing Xavien Howard, alleging the Miami Dolphins star gave her an incurable STD. The women ID'd as Jane Doe, and the suit claims, and we actually discussed this, she claims she met him back in 2018 and shortly afterward began dating him. She says at the time, Howard told her he had no STDs and even provided her a copy with negative test results. And she made him give her test results?
I'll date you, but I got to have a test.
In 2019, however, she said in a suit that Howard discovered he had contracted genital herpes, but never informed her of the diagnosis and continued to have intercourse with her. According to the docs, man, TMZ's on the scene, obtained by TMZ Sports, Doe says she eventually contracted the STD from Howard and ultimately confronted the 29-year-old over it. She claims the cornerback, at that time 3-time Pro Bowler, now 4, initially denied knowledge of his condition, but then came clean. Here's the quote. There's even a quote in here. This is the alleged quote from Howard. I think this has been settled, by the way. I think this girl came at him again. Man, I've been told you I was sorry for giving it to you, she says Howard told her. But what can I do now? The damage is done. You keep bringing it up as if it's going to change something. Like your ass can't move on. Doe transmission of genital herpes, an intentional infliction of emotional distress. She's asking for unspecified damages. Close quote.
Well,
then there was another one about like a video or something. Yeah.
Here's the thing. No matter what you believe is true, that's awful.
Do you think that you should be able to sue someone for giving you herpes?
Yes,
I think we
if
had
they
this
knowingly
discussion.
do. If they knowingly do, yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. But here's my point. No matter what side you believe, no matter what you think is true,
that's not like something that
that's
makes you
awful. Not a deal breaker.
No.
For one Texas perspective.
No, but I will say though, like there's been 2 times where it appears that maybe his
well, he's always had it.
Yeah.
It ain't going away.
Well, it might be heavier in Houston, although Miami's no slouch there.
Yeah, this is true. I wouldn't say it's heavier than Miami.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going to get Howard on a 1-year deal, go get it, man.
Yeah. It's not a deal breaker. It's just awful. It's an awful story for her that his business got out there, et cetera, no matter what you believe.
I do wonder how he fits in and how.
And he's a ball hawk.
Yeah, he's a ball hawk.
So
Steven Nelson was last year, too.
Which is better as a number 2 cornerback than a number 1.
Yeah.
Number 1 is locked up.
Comes through.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could see them being interested in Howard, and he's interested here. The Steven Nelson thing is something to keep an eye on. I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah.
I would love to be past Steven Nelson. I'll just be honest.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
That's just me. I'm over it.
I've said
I'm over his stuff.
I mean, no matter what.
Is it because of the podcast?
It's just because of everything. Like
No.
he played his ass off last year. I gave him the ultimate respect. I'm just good on this.
Yeah. I've said
he thinks he's Dion.
No matter what Sean and Seth might say, that cornerback and safety could be priorities.
You have?
Yeah, here. I've said that multiple times.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I have. I've talked about the defense.
Who made you the most upset last week? Was it Seth or Sean?
Ooh, that's a good question. Probably, well, see, they both were bending the reality a little bit, but I'd say Seth.
Okay.
With one thing in particular that we'll get into.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
11 o'clock. John Lopez defends his honor. We'll get a little snippet of what was said about him coming up next. But first, it seems like every alleged Diva receiver is being connected to the Texans. We had an elite interaction between one receiver and a radio show that I want to listen to. And I'm also going to let Lopez get a little snippet of what was said about him last week. localizing it next.
Area 45 with Bajani and Creighton.
on Netflix.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, it seems like every Diva receiver is being connected to the Texans. You saw it with Stephon Diggs. There's even some Justin Jefferson rumors going around now that perhaps he could be traded. And it always seems like the Texans are the destination that is mentioned. A.J. Brown, formerly in this division, Tennessee Titan. Now he's a Philadelphia Eagle. There's been talks about his relationship with Jalen Hurts and what's up with A.J. Brown, to the point where he actually called into the radio show the other day. He called into WIP.
Yeah. A.J. on line 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He called in, and I thought it was a really, really good interaction. He had Ike Reese and his co-host there. And this is just a little bit. We'll start and react. I thought this was a healthy interaction between radio host, receiver, with all factors taken into account.
Is there anything that you particularly want to clear up and that you have to say?
I'm going to talk to you guys and answer whatever question you want to answer. Okay. You need answered. But so yeah, I'm gonna give you guys like 10 minutes, and after that, then it is what it is.
Let's get to it. I think the first thing most Eagles fans want to know is your state of mind, your happiness with being an Eagle currently and moving forward. Let's start with that one, about your feelings about being a Philadelphia Eagle now and for the foreseeable future.
I have no problem. I want to be here. As simple as that. I love where I'm at. As simple as that. Next question.
Okay. Relationship between you and Jalen. We know how close you guys are and everything of that nature, and it just seems from the outside that maybe there could be something with you two's relationship and whether or not that's an issue. What do you say to that?
You know, I think that's total BS. You know, I'm not going to get into me and his relationship on the air, but it's total BS. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't a problem when I was on my sixth game street that when we started losing. So, of course, yeah, you see friction from everybody, from the coaches, the players, from everybody. So, yeah, so there you go.
Okay.
AJ, one thing that also is on the minds of Eagles fans, and they want to make sure they know if it's you or not, is that your Twitter account right now, or is someone else running your Twitter account, or someone hack your Twitter account?
So, whatever weekend it was, somebody did hack my Twitter account. I got my Twitter account back. So, the last week when I called you guys out for your...
Come on, bro.
Yeah. Well, that time it wasn't me.
Yeah, that time it wasn't me, but now here it is. Come on.
The last week when I called you guys out for your BS, yes, that was totally me. Last night, yeah, that's totally me. But the other day when talking about whatever, that was not me.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
Simple as that.
No, listen.
I got a couple questions for you guys though.
For sure.
What's the deal? What's the deal? Like, you guys supposed to be supporting Philly, but you know, it don't turn out to be that. You know what I'm saying? Like, why make up so many rumors? You know what I'm saying? Like, most of the rumors don't even be real rumors. These are rumors that you guys are making up and everybody run with. Like, so what's the deal? Like,
well, for us particular, I don't think either one of us have made up any type of rumors about you or anybody else on the team. I know I may have met you once in passing or twice, so you may not even remember me. I know I'm a former player with the Eagles, and that's one thing I don't do is make up anything about any player or anything that's going on. Now, we may react to things that are being reported and come up with our own opinion about things and then form questions that we feel is worthy of being discussed.
With Ike Reese calling into WIP.
With our audience, you got to realize you guys are Philadelphia Eagles. It's the #1 sports team in this town, and when things aren't going well with the team, especially from a results standpoint and how the season ends, people are going to speculate. People are going to want to know what happened. And that's a big mystery. That's a big mystery as to what happened with this team coming down the stretch. A team that was 10-1 and looking like the best team in the league, that all of a sudden wins 1 out of the last 6 games and goes out in the playoffs in embarrassing fashion. This fan base is going to want to know what happened there, and speculation will happen. And so, but just as far as making up rumors or making up false things, that's not something I know I personally do. My co-host right here, this station, we don't really do that. Now, we may bring up a hypothetical question.
I quoted a video yesterday whatever some guy was talking about, Philly media is the reason why I get paid to do this, and then I get cars and nice houses and all that. Like, that's BS. Like, come on.
That's his personal opinion, and whether it's not anything that's factual or have you, but I can understand where that could certainly rub you the wrong way or anybody else is being spoken about in that manner. But again, that's more or less in a generalization of just basically saying your fans and your media are a big reason why the sport is as popular that it is, and it generates the money that it does. So it's more or less in a generalizing situation. To your point, it certainly was directed from some of your actions, but I don't really think.
Just a good, and they got into, and A.J. Brown eventually kind of agreed with him on some stuff, but I thought it was good for the point of view from all perspectives, from his perspective, from the host perspective, from the fans' perspective. I thought it was good back and forth.
Well, all things you know about, and I've heard anyway, about A.J. Brown is he's kind of an introspective, very thoughtful kind of guy. He will listen to your questions and try to answer them. So I could absolutely see where he was confused about this and wanted to call in and get some answers. But you kind of lose me when you say I didn't run the Twitter account that weekend. And then there's this, and I don't know if this is related or not.
I don't think he can make it in Philly with that mindset, though.
Maybe.
I'm not trying to say that's right or wrong.
He's a guy that really kind of feels and thinks.
That's a
and
little different.
Sees everything. But then this may not be related in the least bit. But who was it that was saying that the things that happened in that locker room are irreparable? You can't come back from them. Remember that was said last week. That there was strife in the locker room.
Craig Carton?
Was it Carton?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you can't ignore that either. It's like something happened in that locker room.
Yeah, and they just react to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what you do on the radio. You
something
react to it, you
happened
talk
in
to
there.
fans. There you go.
Yeah.
Good, healthy interaction. Speaking of interaction, last week, John Lopez was fishing. As he was
enjoying
firing up the boat, probably putting some gas in the boat.
Yeah, I did.
Probably like $8 a gallon because Lopez waits till he gets on the water. He's got it like that.
No, but go ahead.
Payne and Pendergast, they were
firing you up.
Here's a little snippet of what Payne and Pendergast had to say about John Lopez.
Hey, it's Mike Evans and it's Saquon Barkley.
Right.
Yeah, you don't want to sign those two guys specifically.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think I've been pretty clear. Like I'm not anti Mike Evans signing. Like I'm not anti Saquon Barkley. I think I'm probably a little more on the Barkley train than you are, Seth. But
I don't want to spend stupid money. I'm cool with spending money. But this is the problem with the Mike Evans signing, and I would love Mike Evans. But if you sign Mike Evans, a 31-year-old wide receiver, to a big contract, to a position where you already have two really good young players, I don't think people understand exactly what the roster looks like right now and how much it's going to cost. Actually, I know for a fact.
Okay. So there's that.
Well, I do too.
Oh, I just can't wait till 11. Here was some more. This was going at a little bit of me, a little bit of you. This was Sean and Seth as free agency is about 15 days away.
I know this is the antithesis of, let's go. Let's get our swords and go get Mike Evans and run into the field blind. Let's go. I think it boils down to John Lopez. He's just mad that we don't want Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley at whatever cost, because I'll have either of them on my team at the right cost. And by the way, I am not anti-splurging.
Lopez,
I just don't think wide receiver is where I would splurge. I know it's not sexy to splurge on interior defensive line and linebacker. That makes way more sense to me than splurging on a Pro Bowl 31-year-old wide receiver and a 28-year-old running back with injury history, by the way.
Let me tease what I'm about to say at 11 with this. You're allowed to have a different opinion. That's awesome. We thrive on that. We live on that. We get
our life.
We get a livelihood.
We're not agreeing to disagree. We're either disagreeing or we're disagreeing more.
We get paid for having opinions, and those opinions
that's your opinion.
Tend to vary. What is interesting is you don't have to agree, but you do have to be accurate. And some of the things right there, like specifically Mike Evans, I'll get into that. You don't have to agree, but you do have to be accurate. And some of the things were just inaccurate. I was just sitting there minding my own business. having a great day on the water. I think I sent you some pictures. I was catching some nice big fat trout. Beautiful day. Y'all saw the day Friday. Light wind. I'm on beautiful green water. Just having a time of my life. Zzz, zzz, zzz. My phone just, I'm like, what's going on?
Here was the final snippet. The adults. Payne and Pendergast. This was perhaps what you were hearing as you were catching fish.
You know, I'm all for paying guys in their prime, impact players, good money if they feel like they're a good bet, but understand that it's a bet. But also understand this. And one thing that I heard those guys talking about yesterday was like, well, yeah, but, you know, the guys they're replacing don't. So go ahead and say, yeah, we're the adults here, Sean, because we understand actually how much NFL players cost these days. We're not kids in a candy shop being like, I want that and that and that. Yeah. Now, Dad, go take me. I want a car. Oh, I'm not going to get a used car for my 16th birthday.
Explain football to me. Explain how people get paid to play this game.
Well,
I need to know.
We had a double down this morning. We'll hear what John Lopez has to say. Is John Lopez wanting to spend dumb money? Free agency 15 days away. Combine tomorrow. In the Loop continues next.
All right, D&M Auto Leasing. This is
All right, so this was the double down this morning. John Lopez going to defend his honor here.
Oh, I was listening.
Philosophical divide. This was the double down. Sean and Seth talking about the way in which the Texans should spend their free agent moolah.
Do you think John Lopez is aware that his former co-host is seemingly advocating a free agency approach that is endorsed by a pairing that John Lopez called the epitome of the old school mentality in this town, Payne and Pendergast?
The epitome of what's wrong with Houston sports fans.
Right. I mean,
he might not have said fan. He said it was a mentality that's hard to shake him.
Yeah. So Nick wants the Texans to spend on the defensive side of the ball like you and I do.
I don't know. This is where I still don't even know what our argument is with Lopez as far as is it.
It's that we don't want to pay $30 million a year for Mike Evans. That's what it boils down to.
If it's not, I feel like so the Lopez. It's like if it's not Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley, then you guys don't really want it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you don't have cojones if you.
Yeah. I really like Mike Evans. I think there's a really good chance that wherever he goes, he does well for at least another couple years. I think the problem with Mike Evans is that you're tripling down on a position that's already like one of the few actual positions of strength on the team is wide receiver. You're going to have to pay Nico Collins likely. There's a very good chance you're going to pay him very soon within the next calendar year. At some point, Tank Dell will have to get paid. In draft is stock full of potentially good wide receivers.
He's 2 years away from even being allowed to get an extension. And
that point is 2027. 2026.
Tank Dell's going to have to get paid. Can we see him play for a whole season?
All right, let's start right there.
Yeah, I understand where they coming from at this point. They looking years down the line now.
Yeah, but that's the whole idea.
Tank Dell's going to get paid in 2 years.
We got to wait for C.J. Stroud because we got to pay C.J. Stroud too, man.
All right, so let me start right there with what you just heard. One thing that Seth Payne said is that Lopez is very adamant he wants Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley. One thing that Sean said is, I'm not against spending money, but I don't want Mike Evans at $30 million. Here's the point, and this is why Sean and Seth are, in fact, doubling, tripling, quadrupling down the epitome of Texans fans, media, anyone who follows this team, stuck in 2021. What they just said illustrates it. Because, as I said, when it comes to Mike Evans and Saquon, you know what the epitome of a Texans fan does? They hear what they want to hear, not what is actually said. And that's where I would disagree. Their opinion is fine. They can have that opinion. I don't mind it. But don't listen to what you want to hear versus what is actually said. Because when it comes to $30 million for Mike Evans, literally those words have never come out of my mouth. In fact, when it comes to Mike Evans, his market value is $23 million.
20.
It's somewhere between 20.
4 years 80.
Yeah, 20,
which is high. We've
23.
even said the 4 is a little high.
Thank you, because the other thing I've said is I wouldn't pay Mike Evans for more than 3 years. Like you can have that other opinion, but I said no more than 3 years, 23 to 25, 20 to $23 million, and then Sean Pendergast said, what I was just talking about, like he doesn't want to spend $30 million. That's not even part of the equation. That's not something I ever said. And when it comes to Seth talking about, I am adamant that I want Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley.
You said that you could get both of them. Like you shouldn't be. You said that you can. Like it's not one or the other.
I'll tell you exactly what I said, and they listened to it. They played this promo, and they heard what they wanted to hear, not what was actually said. I said, people say, can you sign Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley? Direct quote. I wrote it down. People say, can you sign Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley? And I said, yes, you can, because that was the discussion we were having. You actually brought up Mike Evans. I think you said, yeah, I'm in on him. I'm kind of in on him. So
I'm intrigued by it.
You're intrigued.
I'm not like pounding the table for it. I'm intrigued.
I never said I am hell bent on Mike Evans and Saquon.
But if
Barkley.
you're sitting there saying you got to pay Tank Dell eventually, then you're
well,
way
that too.
Yeah, you're way too conservative for me.
Yeah,
like you're talking about a 3rd round pick who got hurt, and if your mindset to not pay Mike Evans or whoever is based on you got to eventually pay Tank Dell, I don't even want to pay Nico yet. I want to see another. This is just on the complete. I mean, Seth is not only looking both ways before he crosses. Like he might wait till the light turns red 4 or 5 times.
Right.
If we're talking about Tank Dell's contract, we're nowhere. Like That to me is a window because that's 2 years away.
Yeah.
Same thing with CJ. But if Tank Dell is factoring in to you got to pay Tank Dell eventually. To me, like if you sign Mike Evans, if you're smart, then it's front loaded to where Tank Dell is not like an obstacle for you.
Correct. But this whole idea, we were having a discussion about those two guys. So I said, can you? Yes. You know, Figgy knows, Loopholes know, Sean listens, he knows this. Who are the two players that I have been adamant about the whole time? Josh Jacobs and Gabe Davis. Less expensive, not those guys. I've not been. Wait, that's fine. But I have not been hell bent on these two guys. And then there's this.
John Lopez responding to the claims.
And you're going to hear some of
that
this.
That he's a reckless spender.
But I'm on a roll right now. Seth says, quote, I don't want to spend stupid money. Who at this station coined the term smart big money?
Oh, you're claiming that, huh?
I did. The first time anybody heard it on the station was from me. I said, I don't want to spend willy-nilly. That's another term I've used a lot. I want to spend smart big money. And so I never said anything about spending stupid money or anything like that. And then there's this. Like so I was, here I was all relaxed, nice, caught some fish. And I'm like, what is going on here? They're listening to what they want to hear or they think they heard, but not what was actually said. Because Seth was talking about, I was on the 2000 Jaguars, okay? And he was. And they were really close.
Where's this going?
You'll see. They were really close to getting over the top. And then they spent crazy money. Well, there's one big difference here. They had a quarterback in Mark Brunell who was on a big-time contract for the time. I think it was a $30 million contract. They didn't have a guy on a rookie contract at quarterback that was a superstar. The second thing is they were $30 million over the cap and spent that money. The Texans are $67 million under the cap. Comparing the 2000 Jaguars to the 2024 Texans is like apples to 2x4s. Like it's not even this. It's not even close to the same thing. Mark Brunell was getting paid big money for then, and they were over the cap. The Texans have a quarterback on a rookie contract, and they're $67 million under the cap. Again, I don't mind your opinion, but at least represent what I said accurately.
So here's my question. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. What is smart money? Because it's easy to say smart money, but what is smart money to you? What would be smart money?
Shorter term deal, as I've mentioned multiple times with Mike Evans. Don't ask, don't get. Oh, that's the other thing they said. I would understand if Mike Evans, if you get a hometown discount or whatever, however Seth put it. I don't want to misquote him. Evans is from here. So I've said I literally have said, we can find it, I wouldn't give him more than 3 years. Why? Because 3 years is when these contracts that you're going to have to start paying that they talked about start kicking in. And then Sean was saying something a little bit bizarre, talking about all these little contracts add up, like $6 million here, $7 million a year. Dude, he talked about D'Angelo Ross and Dieter Esselin. Like they just signed these two guys. D'Angelo Ross, they re-signed.
Yeah, he did. He added it up and it's like,
that's $2 million. Dude, Dieter Esselin, hold on. $2 million contract with a $10,000 guarantee. They signed Esselin to a 2-year, $2 million contract with $10,000 guaranteed. That's nothing. This is a cut league. This is a don't pay the there's no guaranteed money outside of $10,000. D'Angelo Ross, he had a $985,000 deal. Excuse me. He had a $995,000 deal with only with $985 not guaranteed. So you're only on the hook for $10,000 for him too. I know these little contracts add up. I'm not ignorant. I mean, they were mentioning,
they said 8 starters.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, they're going to fill a roster.
Yes, exactly.
They're in decent shape. I get the evaluation. My thing, so you say smart money is like short-term Mike Evans type thing.
Or a younger player that has, like Josh Jacobs.
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs, you can give him 3-4 years, and he won't.
And you can be the thing for me is you have even this year you have Nico and so if you want to front load it with Evans, you can do that.
Yes.
I'm not ready to pay Nico Collins. Sean wants to pay Nico Collins $25 million a year now.
I don't know where the valuation on these receivers. The whole $30 million for Mike Evans, that never came out of my mouth. And nor did it even register until he said it.
That would be like the highest paid receiver in the league.
Justin Jefferson might not get $30 million if they trade him. No, seriously, I was reading the story today. If they trade him, he might be asking up to $30 million. That's Justin Jefferson, who's 25, 24?
Yeah, he's 24.
Whatever it may be. So it just hit me as like, cool, I don't mind your opinion, but that's just not right.
See,
that's just not what I said.
For me, smart money, I think smart money, I can hear them on like the impact positions and all that. But Patrick Queen, paying him what his market value is, that to me is the epitome of dumb money.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're going to pay Patrick Queen $17 million or whatever, 16, that is what a bad contract in free agency looks like.
Linebacker collisions.
Well, I mean, just doesn't it? Yeah. But doesn't it just seem? Doesn't that just seem like that's a lot of money, man?
I get your point. I get your point. I don't mind that as much as other things. Well, that's the other thing. You're ignoring the defense. Have I ever ignored the defense? I'm the guy sitting here saying safety, man. Get a safety. I know. It seems like a position where you're set, kind of like receiver, but there are questions there, and the receiver might. The safety might come in handy. And then Seth was talking about when I said, if it's not if it's not unlimited, how is you have $6-7 million? I said I'm not saying spend like crazy over the top, over the cap, all that stuff, but only 5 teams have more money than you do. So that's why it's not unlimited. You don't want to go crazy, but it's certainly not limited because you got $67 million to spend. Okay, D'Angelo Ross, deal breaker. I mean, what are we doing?
Are you misrepresenting what Sean said now?
I believe I am not. We can go back and listen, but he did mention those two and some other contracts. I think Blake Cashman. Okay, Blake Cashman. We're not talking, like Gabe Davis, Mike Evans, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs. We're talking Blake Cashman. I mean, what was his deal this year? $5 million? I
don't even know if it was that.
It might not even be
less than that.
Yeah, it's $3 million, I think.
If that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it all adds up. Yes, I'm aware. I'm absolutely aware. But we're talking about, players that can put you over the top. That's the epitome. They stated this case like we're not the epitome, and then showed us why they are. Because they're like, oh, can't do it. What about 2,000 Jaguars? What about the $30 million? That's not true. That's just not true. So, it was enlightening for me to listen to this.
Enlightening how?
Because it's not what I was indicating. The thing about the promo was great. I don't mind it. It's fine. But we were having a discussion specifically about Saquon and Mike Evans. I've advocated one or the other.
Yeah. I think it's weird how it's almost being put against Patrick Queen and Christian Wilkins as if it's the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Like Saquon's not getting $20 million a year. He's not getting $18 million a year like Patrick Queen. So this either or matchup. Like if you want to do the Mike Evans versus those two, that's fine. But running backs, we know what running backs get now. They're not getting as much as they used to. They're not the highest paid players in the NFL anymore. So it seems like there's this, Saquon, we don't want Saquon. We want to bring in Patrick Queen or Wilkins or something like that. Saquon's he's on the side. That's a
Saquon will get what, 3-year deal at the most?
Perhaps the max I would say I would point to is perhaps what Jonathan Taylor got. That would be in Saquon's dream world, that would be it. It would be 40 or
$12 million?
It's 3 years, 40, something like that.
Okay.
I think it was.
Queen would be 5 years, 92. Now that is what they're arguing against.
That's what they're arguing for.
I mean, no, they're arguing for the position, but I'm saying the money.
Yeah.
5 years, $92 million, $93 million versus 2 or 3 years at $12 million a year. They're saying don't spend willy-nilly. I'm not totally against Patrick Queen as you are. Or as you maybe. All I'm saying is, if you're saying don't spend and hijack the future, Patrick Queen might hijack the future more than a Saquon or a Josh Jacobs, because those contracts coming through. I mean, Tank Dell's not going to come through until 2026. So
yeah, I have about this, and I think this is interesting. I'm enjoying y'all's back and forth. just because I just enjoy these types of things. But I do think it's got to be taken into account, like that you kind of have the right to spend recklessly. And I think if you're going to spend reckless, for me, I would rather spend recklessly on like the running back position, knowing that you're going to get a decent player, instead of Patrick Queen or, I mean, even Christian Wilkins. I like Christian Wilkins. I don't know that to me could look like a prototypical bad deal as well. But I don't know what smart money means in this instance. But when you're factoring in, but I think it is kind of telling. If you're factoring in that Tank Dell's got to eventually be paid after over half of a season, then there's some conservativeness right there. If we're looking at that, do you feel as good about the wide receiver position as they do?
No,
I feel okay.
I feel good about it.
I feel good. But do I just think they're set at wide receiver?
Yeah, no.
If I would even.
They had some struggles last year, man, that receiver.
My dream scenario would be that you get a wide receiver in the first round, and the question is, should they even bring back Nico? All of a sudden, you have another wide receiver on a rookie deal, like whether it's Franklin or something. Like, that's my dream scenario right there. But I guess I just don't feel as comfortable at wide receiver after 1 year.
Yeah.
And injuries and stuff, and those two guys have had extreme amount of trouble staying on the field.
I don't even think it's reckless money. You said maybe it could be reckless, and I get it. But reckless is the 5 and 6 year deals, because then you're going to be paying other people, including your quarterback. A running back at 2 or 3 years, a wide receiver from Galveston that has made over $100 million and might sign for 3 years and not at $30 million, that's not reckless. That's smart for the next 2 or 3 years to be able to surround your franchise quarterback with all the weapons he needs. Yes, the defense needs attention, but how are you going to get there? You're going to get there with C.J. Stroud taking this team as far as it goes. That's not going to change. That will never change for this team over the next few years. I can't say this enough. It's cool to have that opinion, but what you're talking about is something I've never really said. Like I said, the exact opposite in some of these cases. I talked about it. That's what we do, but that's not what I said.
Did Lopez lawyer up, or did Lopez get misrepresented? That is the question.
Somebody said Lopez crawfishing.
715-724-4610.
Let me say it one more time. Still the epitome of what the problem is with a lot of Texas fans. I'll say it one more time. That's not crawfishing. They said it. I mean, they denied it. I'm telling you right now, and I just gave you a bunch of evidence why. Still the epitome. Still the epitome.
Oh, my goodness.
Blake Cashman.
They got 8 starters is what I heard. They got 8 starters.
D'Angelo Ross.
Like they're not going to be able to fill a roster.
I want to make sure I got that right, because I don't want to misrepresent, heaven forbid, what someone on another show said. Look, we need to find that. I've got it somewhere in my file here. Like when Sean was talking
D'Angelo Ross?
Yeah, I think D'Angelo Ross was mentioned. And I'm like, D'Angelo Ross?
There's no way you heard that right.
Well, let's find it. I've got it somewhere. I'll find it.
There's no way D'Angelo Ross.
Okay, well, the tape doesn't lie.
Coming up, should there be a more proactive approach when it comes to the offseason with the Texans? There's a couple things that I want to discuss, and it's not really a mindset that's being discussed that much. That's next. First, I want to talk about Orchard's win-win program. You want to talk about winning. Are the Texans really set at wide receiver? Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. I mean, look, I feel good about Tank Dell. He played 11 games, though. It was 1 year he played 11 games. Nico Collins has had one really good year. Now, in fairness, that was the only year that he really had a quarterback in a good offensive system. So I'm not dismissing that, but the depth of the wide receivers is rough. My dream scenario is that the Texans can draft a wide receiver in the first round that is in the same discussion as Nico Collins or Tank Dell.
Yeah, man. I can listen to that.
Or they bring in Mike Evans and they improve the receiving room.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's kind of I don't want to hike my leg on this receiving core. Like, I feel better about it than like Dameon Pierce last year, but are we in danger of, now I know it's the same system, but are we in danger of just looking at the wide receivers this year and that the best is yet to come and everything's good, much like it appeared to happen with Dameon Pierce last year?
Well, here is where I am on that. I am assuming that both these guys are going to continue to play at that level and better. I am. But there's no guarantee with that because they're still, in Nico Collins' case, he's been injured. That was his first mostly healthy season. And in Tank Dell's case, you just mentioned it. He played in 11 games. And he's a smallish guy. You can't ignore that. You truly cannot ignore that he's a smaller, 170 on a good day, pounds. And you've got to bolster that with the quarterback you have. Like, what happened when Tank Dell went down and these receivers were sort of like just limping along? They were awful. I mean, they were bad. You have to bolster that in order to help C.J. Stroud.
Do you think it's kind of interesting that someone shows you that they're one of one? They're still going to probably get paid like someone who isn't one of one, like Mike Evans. Like right now, we're talking, 3 years, 60, something like that?
That's where
Is that the range we're at?
63,
something
60, like that, yeah.
But you've had a guy who's done something that has never been done before, and he's just getting discussed. And I'm not even picking on Sean and Seth. I'm just talking about like the general-ish discussion. Not everybody, but the people who want no part of Mike Evans. And I can understand it. But he's being discussed as if he's just, a 31-year-old wide receiver. Have you not watched what he's done the last 10 years? Like, is it possible that it's kind of like a one of one? Because he's getting generalized into guys who've shown like signs of decline and all that. You're not bringing Mike Evans in. I don't even know that you're bringing him in to be your number one receiver. I mean, you are. But,
yeah, you are. Yeah.
No, but I mean, you got two guys who have potential to perform at a high level, and you're not. The position is not getting. You're not paying much when it comes to that position, and until like we figure out this Nico thing. I mean, Nico Collins, Sean and Seth want to pay him right now. I want to see one more year.
I absolutely
with Nico.
do.
Like,
absolutely do.
Crazier things have happened than Nico Collins taking a step back next year, whether it's teams getting a grasp of what he's about, whatever. Like, maybe he goes back to not being able to stay on the field. Like, crazier things have happened. I think, like, we talk about dangers and all that, and there's warning signs. I think the biggest thing for me, the biggest danger, and I think we've seen it here at a high level, is falling in love with your own guys.
It does happen.
Especially after like something short term.
Yeah.
I want to see more from Nico Collins before I start just assuming that I'm going to pay Nico Collins.
Yes.
And I would actively try to upgrade that. I mean, last year they got Tank Dell in the third round, and we were having discussions who's better, Tank or Nico.
Right.
We were having that discussion. If we can have that same type of discussion, and I know it's cheaper. That to me would be, I don't feel good enough about the wide receiver room to say, oh, they're good here. Let's go figure out some other spots.
And even if you project awesome, and we're going to have to pay Tank Dell, and we're going to have to pay Nico Collins, and we're going to have to pay Will Anderson and C.J. Stroud. Even if you say that, now C.J. Stroud totally agree with, Will Anderson totally agree with, but when you say Tank Dell, his contract doesn't expire until 2027. Nico Collins. His contract doesn't. I mean, Derek Stingley. Let's talk about him. Doesn't expire until 2027. Nico Collins, you may extend him now, but you don't have to. So the whole concept of Patrick Queen or somebody like that who's 24, 25 years old and he's going to have a 6-year deal. That's the contract that's going to interfere with these. Not a 3-year deal or a 2 or 3 year deal with a running back or a veteran running back. Because those contracts don't come up until, let's say you negotiate in 2026. It's still 3 seasons.
I don't look at Saquon Barkley and Mike Evans and say that's going to come at the detriment of getting one of these other guys. Like we've seen it so many times.
Right.
Like we've seen it so many times where teams, you don't think they have cap space, and then all of a sudden they figure it out. Like I don't think it's reckless to sign Saquon Barkley. I don't think it's reckless to sign Mike Evans for 2 or 3 years. I don't look at that as reckless.
I think the minimum for Evans, because this is his last deal, will be 3 years. I am good with that. I wouldn't go over it. I've said it multiple times. I wouldn't go over 3 years. I think you can get him. 3 years, 63, 64, whatever it may be. Same thing with Saquon, and my guy is Josh Jacobs. I think Josh Jacobs, running backs are not going to sign for more than 3 years. They won't get it. You know, by definition, as Seth also said, was it this morning or Friday? By definition, you're overpaying. It's a Mike Meltzer thing.
Yeah.
You're overpaying when you sign a free agent because you're paying the most compared to all the offers you got. That's fine. And you can pay the most. Just don't go over 3 years in Mike Evans' case, or 3 years in Josh Jacobs' case.
Like, do you think, like, are the San Francisco 49ers, and that's an example we use, do you think the San Francisco 49ers are going to pay Brandon Ayuk?
I actually do not.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And there's talk about him potentially being traded.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think Nico Collins is in, like, the Brandon Ayuk category? Like, that's the tier, right?
Heck no. I mean, not in terms of body of work.
Yeah,
but in his position
if
value,
he has another good year, we can throw him in there.
Yeah, his position value, yes.
But that's how I look at Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And the San Francisco 49ers, they're likely not going to pay Brandon Ayuk $25 million.
Correct.
Those are the types of decisions that eventually you get to and you have to make. And they have a quarterback on his rookie deal right now in Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So, like, I guess it goes back to what is the definition of smart. For me, smart is being proactive. Like, if you can improve the wide receiver position, but I don't think it's smart to pay Patrick Queen. I don't think it's smart to say, hey, I want to give Nico Collins an extension after one good year. That to me is more reckless than Saquon or Mike Evans. So I guess it just depends what your definition of smart is.
Yeah, the Nico thing is a little interesting to me because if you might be able to get value if you project, what he's going to be, and you get him for less than you would if he has another year like this. So I kind of get the Nico thing, and I'm just using their example. 6 years for Patrick Queen is a roll of the dice because then you're bumping into CJ's contract and Will's contract.
Maybe 5.
And let's say 5, but still you're bumping into these. Whereas these other guys I mentioned, you're not bumping into them all. You have the money, and that money is available now. And how many times have you heard me say this? You're never going to be in this situation again, hopefully.
I just think it would be more beneficial for the long term. If we're talking like impact and stuff, to go back to how I started this segment, I think it would be more beneficial to find someone who is in the same category as Nico Collins and Tank Dell, maybe perhaps in the draft, than it would be paying big money for Patrick Queen.
Yeah.
But because then you have another guy on the rookie deal.
Mm-hmm. Just make sure you sign Dieter Iselin for a $10,000 bonus. Make sure you lock up Blake Cashman, because boy, that'll really set the budget afire. Might as well just wad it up and throw it in the garbage.
What are you referring to? Are you referring to when Sean said he saw the light because of the D'Angelo Ross?
Well, I mentioned this in the last segment. I think Figgy has dug it up here. Like the whole concept of, well, you got to sign this guy and this guy and this guy. All due respect, some of them are very, very good friends of this show and people with whom we've dealt and and all that. What are you saying? You're trying to sign a guy for $3 million, and you think that's going to prevent you from signing, whether it's Jacobs or Figgy, you got this?
Yeah, I got it.
All right, listen to this.
Just the whole back and forth.
All right.
Let's see. Starters from last year. No big deal. Doesn't cost anything. Steven Nelson, $5.3 million. Would you like a kicker? Would you like a punter?
I don't want Dario Gumbawale to kick again.
Okay, Kaimi Fairbairn was $4 million last year. Cam Johnson was $3.4 million last year. Sheldon Rankins, the cap figure was lower, but he was out on a 1-year, $10 million deal.
Yeah.
Like you're paying for that. That got pushed down the road. Dalton Schultz, $6 million. Singletary, $3 million.
Yeah.
Let's see. George Fant, starter for most of the year, $3 million. Like, these are the guys you have to replace.
That's about, I mean, I'm kind of doing the math in my, you're up in the over 20 million, 20, 25 million with those 5 or 6 guys right there.
Yeah, with like 5 or 6 of those free agents that apparently don't cost anything.
Well,
it's not 1992 anymore. These guys cost more than $300,000 a year.
They do. And I'll boil it down to what I think it is with Lopez in just a second. But I think the other thing too, like I'll tell you what, like an eye-opening thing to me was the other day. It looked like a total non-story, and ultimately it probably is as far as the season goes.
It is.
But they re-signed a couple of their restricted free agents. The Texans did. D'Angelo Ross for about $1 million, and this Dieter Iceland guy for a couple $1 million. And like, okay, that's $3 million right there. Like the minimum salary for an NFL player is approaching $1 million.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like each roster spot is going to be a minimum of $1 million.
Oh wow, $3 million for the. And let me just be very clear for the loopholes who don't know this and haven't dug in. Guys, I mentioned D'Angelo Ross and Iceland. They got $10,000 guarantees. $10,000. These numbers are paper numbers that you're going to pay if they excel, if they make the roster and they become contributors. You can also cut these guys for $10,000. For $10,000. And the 7 players that Seth rattled off, $24 million total. You have to fill a roster. You're going to have $3 million players. You're going to have $6 million players. And they're going to be very, very average or below average. But if you can sign a running back that helps your quarterback and a wide receiver that helps your quarterback for $22 million, no brainer. But heaven forbid, you have to eat that $10,000 on D'Angelo Ross.
Coming up, the intensifying of the offseason and some wisdom from one of the biggest enemies in town next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Landry Locker.
The hits are lit. Activity picking up. Combine tomorrow. Free agency about 2 weeks and change away. Let's play the hits here on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Four-time Pro Bowl cornerback Xavien Howard released by the Miami Dolphins. Laramie Tunsil says that he wants Xavien Howard here. Derrick Stingley, however, seems like he wants Steven Nelson to stay. Where do you sit here when it comes to Xavien Howard versus Steven Nelson?
I finally figured it out when we were first talking about this morning. I kind of feel like Xavien Howard like I do Derrick Henry. Texans bring him in, I'm like, all in. Let's go. That's the one that they feel is going to be the best fit, going to be the best answer, and the contract more than likely will be something that's smart, and good money. But I'm kind of lukewarm in general. Like, just in general, I'm like, huge two-time Pro Bowler, four-time Pro Bowler, I believe. Ball hawk, certainly could be a great ball hawk as a number 2 cornerback behind or next to Derrick Stingley. But I'm not like all in. I can't really put my finger on it other than lack of production.
He's
older.
Old. He's declining.
Yeah.
He's, is he going to be motivated?
Yeah.
But
he's from here.
What motivates him? What does he want to do?
Yeah.
And you're also talking about it from a perspective of you're asking him to be your number 2 corner.
That's the good part.
You're not looking at it and saying, can this guy be a Pro Bowl caliber guy? You're looking at it like, is it the craziest thing in the world to think that Xavien Howard, opposite Derrick Stingley, could be what Steven Nelson was last year? I don't think that's too far-fetched.
No, not at all.
If we're talking about it that way, I don't think that's too far-fetched.
Yeah. No, I actually totally agree with that. I think probably better, right?
He has a better body of work. I think he's probably going to be pretty motivated. I don't know. I don't know what they do with Steven Nelson. Steven Nelson had a good year last year. I don't know what the market is going to say, but they're both 30 years old. Neither one of those guys is going to exactly break bread by testing out the market. NFL Combine starts tomorrow. Caleb Williams will wait till his pro day to throw, as will Jaden Daniels. He's going to throw at his pro day. Neither one of these guys, the top 2 quarterbacks, are going to throw at the Combine. Bryce Young didn't throw last year. CJ did, and put on quite a clinic.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm a little bit curious what decision. He probably can script it a lot better on a pro day, but boy, you have an opportunity there with as the guy with no Caleb Williams to really make some hay.
What does Caleb Williams gain by throwing?
I get Caleb Williams not throwing. No, I totally get that. But Jaden Daniels, I like him a lot. Some other people are lukewarm on him, and I think he could really vault himself if he throws at the Combine. Because let's face it,
it's going to be the number 2 or 3 pick, right?
The Combine has more. It means more, I think, just in general to scouts and people who follow the league than a pro day, because the pro day is your own receivers, it's your own place, it's very scripted down to the last throw, whereas the Combine is a group setting. I think it could mean more for Jaden Daniels.
We'll hear from D'Amico Ryans tomorrow at noon. He's going to speak live at the Combine. Nick Caserio is going to speak on Wednesday, so we'll hear from 2 decision makers, get a grasp perhaps of what they're thinking. I will say this: a lot of times you can get a lot from the Combine in these interviews, especially with the situation that they're in. So no quarterback talk this year, but we will hear from D'Amico and Nick. There's been talk about the Astros lineup as we play the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. There's been talk that Yordan Alvarez might bat second. How does this make you feel? How do you feel about Yordan Alvarez as the number 2 hitter?
I actually don't mind it. More at bats. And that's always a good thing. I don't know how Kyle Tucker might feel about that, but I actually don't mind it with him. More at bats, higher in the lineup. You got a decent, for more RBIs because of the people behind you getting on base more often. Just by math, you get more at bats, you're gonna have more opportunities. But it's gonna be marginal at best, but I don't mind it.
Rockets lose last night. They have 25 wins with 25 remaining. I'm seeing some frustration of the Rockets. My question is why? Like, what are we so upset about here? I mean, you're learning everything you need to learn. There's some guys who are playing decent. They're not consistent. You're competing at a higher level than you did last year. What's the frustration here?
I think you're not getting – well, you are – Jabari Smith played well.
Yeah.
You're getting some –
So did Chet Holmgren.
Man, he was really good. 29-8, right? Something like that. 29-8-7.
Yeah. Jabari had 17 boards.
I hear you. I think some of the more frustrating things is that it's not translating into wins, and some of the other players are very erratic. But I thought Smith was really good.
You don't have, and we said this coming into last year, you don't have like a, quote, max guy on this team.
Yes.
You don't have him on this squad.
Mm-hmm.
You have some guys that can fill in the pieces, but he is not on this squad.
Yeah.
It's not where it is. Draymond Green. So there was some controversy over the weekend. There was the court storming thing with Duke, and then there was some outrage as the Warriors late in the game. I think there was 30 seconds left, or 40-something seconds left, and the opposing team was pressing the Warriors. And then Grant Williams and others were mad at Draymond Green and the Warriors for scoring late.
Mm-hmm.
This was Draymond Green's reaction, and I know that Draymond Green doesn't get a lot of love around here, but I think this was just perfectly laid out in many ways, from Grant Williams all the way to this anger that basketball teams seem to have when guys score late.
Yeah, I don't really understand why people get so mad at like somebody scoring at the end of the game. It's like this dumb, unofficial, unwritten rule. If y'all were winning by 13 points, would you get mad if he laid the ball up? I doubt. And so it's kind of like a sore loser type thing. But Grant Williams got to stop it, man. He can't keep being like this tough guy is going absolutely wrong for him. Like, he's a really nice guy. For some reason, he keeps like trying to jump on the unlikable side. And I must tell you, it's not always fun over here. It's not always a good time. Talking too much kind of got you out of Dallas. And he over there talking too much now. You might want to slow down and stop all the tough guy stuff. There's a 2-second differential in the shot clock. Would you like us to take another turnover? We got enough turnovers on this game as it is. You also cannot press down 13 with a minute to go, and then somebody shoot a layup with 22 seconds to go, and you get mad. So if y'all still playing, then play. Don't stop now because there's 22 seconds left and you finally feel like it's out of reach. Clearly, we thought it was out of reach at 2:45, which is why Steve took everybody out. So now that you think it's out of reach, it's okay. It ends now. Like, I'm really sick of guys with this. Like, oh, you scored at the end. Ah, like, bro, you should have did that a long time ago. Yeah, man. Pray for Grant Williams.
Couldn't said it better myself. I mean, you're pressing
at the end. What are we doing?
You
just hoop.
You press. You're going to give up a layup occasionally.
When the clock's over, it's fine. I don't like this dribbling out either. That's more annoying than anything to me.
Yeah.
The team dribbles out the shot clock and then they hand it to the other team and the other team dribbles the shot clock. Get the damn shot on the rim.
Yeah, just
play some ball.
Yes, no, I agree.
I mean, come on, just hoop.
Draymond has had his issues, as we all know, but he was perfectly right on this. Absolutely right.
Just play some damn ball.
Yeah. What do you want him to do? You're pressing.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Rodeo kicks off tomorrow. John Lopez, I feel like you're this is one of my favorite events, the rodeo. I absolutely love the rodeo. I like going as many times as possible. I feel like John Lopez has outgrown it.
I'm going.
He's not a rodeo guy anymore.
I'm going. When is Nickelback?
Oh, I don't know.
I'm going to Nickelback.
Are you?
Oh, hell yeah.
My haircut lady wants to go to Nickelback. She has her boyfriend, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
She was like, she doesn't speak. She speaks kind of like broken English, and she was like, he likes this band Rock. Is it rock music? Rock. And I'm like, I'm like, there's one rock group. I think it's Nickelback. She's like, let me see picture, and I like show it. She's like, oh yeah, them. I was like, okay, so your boyfriend wants to go to.
Hey, they got a bad reputation, man. They got a bad rap.
Where did it come from?
I don't know.
I don't know where the distaste for Nickelback
Every time you mention
them,
Nickelback.
Yes, exactly.
Hitting that 50 Cent on Friday. Just got my tickets during the show, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I just got my tickets during the show.
You got 50. That's Friday night?
Going to?
I'm going.
Biggie's been all over the place at the rodeo. I think he went to Cookout 3 times.
He did.
3 nights.
Yeah.
Yep.
Man, you made me miss it, though. Like, I admit it. It's kind of like not my deal after about 9 o'clock. I'm just past that. But, man, Figgy, your social media was outstanding.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It was fun, man.
Yeah.
You ready for a dad joke on YouTube? It's from Bubba Homeschool.
Yep.
Lopez, go see 50 Cent and Nickelback, 45 cents.
That's strong. That's pretty dang strong.
They should do like a 45-cent package.
Yeah.
50 Cent and Nickelback. Come to the rodeo and see the 45-cent package.
Yeah. I love that. That's a great dad joke.
It's actually borderline elite right there. By the way, did you watch Curb yesterday?
No, I'm going to watch it today.
You're not a true fan, man.
Get the hell out of here.
You're not a true fan. By the way, that show you told me to watch sucked.
What show?
That one.
Loudermilk?
Awful.
Dude.
Come on. I tried, John.
It is so good.
No, I tried.
You watched 20 minutes.
I tried to get through it. It's not.
I had two people on Twitter say, man, what a great top.
He doesn't deliver it as well.
Oh, I'm saying he's got a little bit of that.
Struggle.
In it. No, that's what I was watching last night. We're watching, catching up on some Loudermilk.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
It's awesome.
I don't know about this guy.
It's really good.
Coffee shop, then he's meeting this girl now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about this guy.
Yeah, you haven't watched much. You'll get into it. It's strong.
Not sure about it.
Yeah.
Coming up, we're 2 weeks away from free agency. Being big or not? We'll discuss next.
All right, guys.
live on the free Odyssey app.
Clint Stoerner is shocked by some of the pushback that he's getting. Here is Clint Stoerner talking about it with Ron Hughley. They follow us 2 to 6 right here on Sports Radio 610, the Odyssey app, YouTube, Twitch, all that. Here is old Hot Fudge, surprised by some of the pushback he's getting during the Texans offseason.
You made it clear you want them to go big game hunting, and I think on this show we've been in lockstep on that. We want the Texans. I think you want to make it perfectly clear what it is that you don't want the Texans to do when it comes to free agency in this offseason.
Ron, I didn't think there was a Texans fan on the planet that didn't want the Texans to go big game hunting, and I am shocked at how many people are almost offended when I say they got to go get 2 big-time impact players.
All right, so
I mean, I'm shocked too. I am. Like, of all things. Are you not?
I'm just shocked that the running back is discussed as if running backs are getting elite money. That's what my most frustrating thing this offseason, and I like all the philosophies, and we interact about it here. We interact about it on the YouTube stream. And my confusion is that, like, the running back position, whether it's Saquon Barkley or Josh Jacobs, is being treated as if it's the same sticker price as like a linebacker or a defensive tackle. Like, I look at that as something on the side. And when you say that they can sign Mike Evans and they can sign Saquon Barkley, I think you're basically just saying, like, you don't have to choose between one or the other.
Yes, and that's how that whole conversation started.
Yes, so yeah. I don't understand, like, how, like, if you want to talk about Mike Evans versus these other high-priced guys, that's a discussion. But the running back position, with what the state of the running back position is right now, you're not going to cripple yourself. Like, even in the worst-case scenario for Saquon Barkley, you're not going to cripple yourself. You're going to have a good running back that's going to be able to figure some stuff out. And I keep hearing about his injury history. Look, I know that he's been banged up and he's played hurt at times, and sometimes it's misleading when we talk about games played. But I think in the last 3 years, he's played like one less game than Derrick Henry. So
yeah,
he got hurt 1 year. He had one season-ending injury, and all of a sudden it's like these guys get hurt 1 year, and all of a sudden it's like, well, this guy's always out. Nah, he missed one season.
Yeah.
It's a dangerous sport. It happens. He's out there. I like the discussion about which running back, but I just don't understand why running back is being discussed as if you're drafting one in the first round or something like that. That's not these guys, based on the impact that they can make and based on the need of this football team. I don't know. You'd watch the Texans last year and not think that running back is like the biggest need.
Well, it is.
I mean, like, they could not run the ball.
Yeah.
So that's what's confusing. That's what my frustrating thing is. But as far as, like, you know, aiming big and aiming high, I do agree with Sean and Seth that you know, normally the team that wins free agency, you look 3 years down the line, it doesn't look as good as it did after it happened.
But it also depends. While I don't disagree with the premise, it also depends on the situation. When Seth brought up the Jaguars from the year 2000, I was like, yeah, I mean, he's not wrong, but the situation is completely different than what the Texans are in. You had a high-dollar quarterback. You had 2 receivers, and you brought this up during the break, you know, in McCardell and Jimmy Smith that were making good money, and you were $30 million over the cap. That's not the Texans. But if the Texans were over the cap, do you think any of us would be saying any of this? Or if they were close to the bottom in cap space, I wouldn't be saying this. I just am dumbfounded. I'm with you, Clint. Like, if you're not going to go big game hunting, this is not rhetorical. When are you? Serious question. If you're not going to get a running back, Saquon right now, market value, 3 years, $29 million. So less than $10 million a year, and that contract, even if he gave you, you know, 3 great seasons, would expire when you're signing Tank and Derek Stingley and C.J. Stroud and all that. So what? Serious question. When are you going to have an opportunity? I want to know. No. I don't think you're going to have this opportunity again. Same thing at wide receiver. But running back is the better example. You're right, because Josh Jacobs, I think it's a 4-year market value, but at $42 million. So, again, $10 million and change. And I don't know what Eckler is, but it's not that. and I know Derrick Henry is less than that. So someone please tell me, if you're against Landry for the most part, me and Clint, when can you get that final piece?
Do you think you've talked about epitome, and I roll my eyes at that, and you and I have argued about like the mindset and this mystery mindset. Hell, I think we argued about it last week to start the show on Monday or Tuesday, because I don't feel like Texans fans are scarred or anything like that. I don't think there's like a defeated mindset. I think it's kind of gone away. But do you feel like maybe like the blatant obvious decisions that can be made with low consequence, that they're overanalyzed because we've seen how pathetic this organization was run from BOB to pre-Caserio? Is that possible?
That's why I think that and I've said it, that a lot of people are kind of living in 2021. And that's just not the case. Different regime, different leadership, more respected, and I think universally supported, leadership, and more money. Like a lot more money. Cap went up, I guess, Friday. And it's $67 million that the Texans have to spend. Yeah. When you compare that to the Jaguars, as I mentioned earlier, that's like comparing apples to 2x4s. It's just not the same. It's just not the same. So you can't make that comparison.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of dots being connected that don't necessarily make a lot of sense. Like we're talking about a lot of things that just aren't really connected.
Mm-hmm. I think fans have been conditioned in a certain way to say, oh no, that's how you get into cap hell. No, how you avoid it is smart big money like this that'll get you to 2026, maybe even make a run to a conference championship or better, and then you're going to be able to pay your rookie quarterback and others.
My fear more so than spending is falling in love with players,
mm-hmm.
and I
including your own.
Yeah, like the Nico Collins thing. I got to see one more year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, is that too much to ask?
Right.
I'm optimistic that he can do what he does. He works his ass off. He's a friend of the show. I love Nico Collins,
mm-hmm.
but is it too much for me to ask? Like if we're doing this smart thing, is it too much for me to ask for one more good year?
Yeah.
Do I need to see Tank Dell like stay healthy for an entire season?
Mm-hmm.
I just don't see how Mike Evans for a few years is that reckless of a decision.
It's not.
Maybe they don't like what Mike Evans would bring. Maybe the market speaks to Mike Evans. That's the other thing. Like we're talking about Mike Evans as if, he's going to get his max value, much like the tight end position last year. Dalton Schultz was projected to get way, but the draft was stacked with tight ends, and the free agent class was pretty decent. That's the same situation with wide receivers. Who's to say the market doesn't speak to Mike Evans?
Yeah.
Like we assume he's getting this max value. Who's giving it to him?
Mm-hmm.
And where does it make sense for him? Like where is it? Like the other team they're talking about is Kansas City. How much do you think Kansas City's going to be able to give him? They got a lot of things to do.
Mahomes would have to rework his contract. They got Chris Jones. They got Snead. Yeah.
And Tampa Bay's kind of already made it clear. I know that they had a good year with Baker Mayfield, and maybe the mindset has changed, but Tampa Bay kind of made it clear last year that, we don't want to pay Mike Evans, long term.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's changed. Maybe he'll figure that out and he'll go there. But like, is it possible? Because you talked about hometown discount and stuff. Like, a lot of times the market will speak to these guys. Is it possible that maybe Mike Evans ends up being, I don't know, 2-year, $40 million deal?
Yes, it's very possible. Now let's go to worst case scenario. They actually do what I've been advocating here, and whether it's Evans and Barkley or Davis and Josh Jacobs or whomever I've mentioned and we've talked about, let's say they are total busts, total epitome of what people who are scared to do this worry about. Like this production falls off. You're none the worse for wear when it comes to 3 years down the road because they'll be gone. You know what I mean? Like you should still be able to have the money to spend.
I mean,
on
you do got to strike while it's hot though on the rookie deal.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying that. I don't think they'll be flop. You're still going to have the quarterback on a rookie deal, and you're going to be none the worse for wear when it's time to pay him.
So here's what I would ask: do you think that Like if the Texans, let's say 15 days from now when free agency begins, like let's say the Texans give Mike Evans like a 3-year deal worth $60 million. Let's say that happens in a hypothetical world. Okay, would that worry you more than them giving Patrick Queen like a 5-year, $85-90 million deal?
No, because of what I just said. Because then you're biting into money that you're going to spend on all these young players that are coming up. They mentioned Tank Dell. He'll be coming up in 26. Derek Stingley coming up in 26.
Why is that even a thing?
I don't know.
Like, why is Tank Dell? I heard that, and I'm like, eventually you're going to have to pay Tank Dell. What?
Eventually.
Well,
He's good.
Can I see 2 more years?
If he backs it
How far
up.
ahead are we planning?
No, let's project on what we think.
That's way far ahead,
That's way
man.
far ahead.
What? That should have nothing to do with
He could
right
be
now.
a QT.
Yeah. Well, bite your tongue, Figgy, but I get your point.
Yeah, I don't think so, but you never know, man.
Yeah, we got to see something. What if he can't stay healthy?
Yeah. No, and that's why,
I could not believe Tank Dell got brought into the conversation today. His contract.
Flat out, despite the age and everything else, I'm being totally honest here. Mike Evans, 3 years, what'd you say?
60?
60 is a better contract than Patrick McQueen, 5 years.
Patrick
92.
Queen is
Patrick
the
Queen. I keep saying McQueen.
Patrick Queen is the prototypical bad contract.
I don't know about that. I'm a little bit warmer to it than you are.
But look at all what these bad free agent deals look like. They look like that's what it looks like.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps the second best linebacker on his squad. They didn't pick up his 5th-year option, John.
Yeah.
I think the Ravens are pretty smart. Do you?
I think they've got a track record.
They can find somebody to replace him.
Yeah,
they usually do.
They didn't even pick up his 5th-year option.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had a good year last year, and the tackle numbers have been high. But Patrick Queen, to me, like if you're going to make Patrick Queen the highest-paid linebacker in the league, what the hell are you doing?
You sign him for a 5-year deal that runs until he's 30 years old.
Yeah, and you're making him the highest-paid linebacker in the league.
Yeah.
More than like
that's what I'm saying. Like
top 3.
I'm not trying to be irrational here. I'm trying to be very rational. I think that's a worse contract than 3 years for Evans.
I think that would be the worst contract they give. And watch, they're going to do it now.
And I'm warm on it.
I trust. I trust whatever they want to do.
Yeah.
Like I've said, like everything I say with this organization right now, I feel very comfortable in saying I trust them to make the right decision, despite what my dumbass may or may not think.
Yeah.
But Patrick Queen, when I see the Patrick Queen thing, I cringe. I cringe at the possibility of Patrick Queen for 5 years, 85. Whatever.
I don't cringe. I like him more than you do in terms of even at that price and that length of time. But I get it, and I think Evans would be a better deal. For sure, a running back would be. Because you're talking 2 or 3 years.
I don't even think the running back impacts it. Running back's going to happen.
Yeah, it should happen.
And I still think you could maybe bring back Singletary. Although there was the layout of the roster. They do. I did not take this into account. I'm very glad that Sean enlightened me on
Where
this.
are you going with it?
No, I'm serious. I did not take this into account.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you got to fill a roster. So that was I saw the light.
Let's see. Starters from last year. No big deal. Doesn't cost anything. Steven Nelson, $5.3 million.
That's nothing.
Would you like a kicker? Would you like a punter?
I don't want Dario Gumbawale to kick again.
Okay, Kaimi Fairbairn was $4 million last year. Cam Johnson was $3.4 million last year. Sheldon Rankins, the cap figure was lower, but he was out on a 1-year, $10 million deal.
Yeah.
Like you're paying for that. That got pushed down the road. Dalton Schultz, $6 million. Singletary, $3 million.
Yeah.
Let's see. George Fant started for most of the year, $3 million. Like these are the guys you have to replace.
That's about. I mean, I'm kind of doing the math in my. You're up in the over 20 million, 20, 25 million with those 5 or 6 guys right there.
Yeah, with like 5 or 6 of those free agents that are apparently don't cost anything.
Well,
it's not 1992 anymore. These guys cost more than $300,000 a year.
They do. And I'll boil it down to what I think it is with Lopez in just a second.
Ooh.
But I think the other thing too, like I'll tell you what, like an eye-opening thing to me was.
Oh, here we go.
It looked like a total non-story, and ultimately it probably is as far as the season goes. But they re-signed a couple of their restricted free agents. The Texans did. D'Angelo Ross for about $1 million, and this Dieter Iceland guy for a couple $1 million.
Damn.
And okay, that's $3 million right there. Like the minimum salary for an NFL player is
honey, you might have to take that back.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like each roster spot is going to be a minimum.
I can't fathom that. I mean, that's called filling out a roster. The average salary is $2.8 million last year. you got most of those guys for around the average salary. Now some perform pretty dang well, but if you're saying
Peter Sutherland,
we can't sign Mike Evans because we're paying.
Was Sean on shrooms this weekend?
Know. We can't.
He
sign
really
Mike
saw Dieter
Evans.
Sutherland, and it was enlightening.
Yeah.
Listen to how he presented that, Fig, one more time. I want to hear how, because I'm thinking, damn, this is about to really go somewhere.
It looked like a total non-story, and ultimately it probably is as far as the season goes. But they re-signed a couple of their restricted free agents. The Texans did. D'Angelo Ross for about $1 million, and this Dieter Iceland guy for a couple $1 million.
Yeah, this was enlightening this weekend.
I have no answer for you. If you're worried that you can't sign Mike Evans or Saquon Barkley because you have to pay, was it Blake Cashman $3 million? Well, then I can't argue against that. Because, in today's NFL, you're going to have a lot of players making $3 million. You're going to have a bunch of them. There's no answer. I can't talk you into it. If Dieter Esselin, who's gotten more airtime than he's ever gotten in his life today, if that $10,000 bonus is a deal breaker, that $10,000, because you can look at the contract, they paid him 2 years, $2 million. That's Landry. It's almost literally nothing. It's $10,000. That's the guarantee.
Yeah.
Same thing with D'Angelo Ross. He got a $995,000 contract, of which $985,000 is not guaranteed. If you can't sign a big time free agent because you got the $20,000 hanging over your head, I can't help you.
I'll tell you what, an eye-opening thing to me was the other day.
Can't help you. That's $20,000, man. Whew. If only we could have had Mike Evans. Seriously. Oh, Sean hates me. He knows I love him.
Does he?
But come on. Well, not right now. Right now he doesn't.
Dieter Sutherland, man.
Esselin.
Dieter whatever. Dieter Esserlin.
Mm-hmm.
He got a lot of love, man.
That dude's going to be in a promo.
Let me hear that setup one more time, Fig.
Yeah.
Just one more.
I'll tell you what, an eye-opening thing to me was the other
I'm just
day.
sitting here whoa.
It looked like a total non-story, and ultimately it probably is as far as the season goes.
Okay.
But they re-signed a couple of their restricted free agents. The Texans did. D'Angelo Ross for about $1 million, and this Dieter Iceland guy for a couple $1 million.
Oh, wow.
And, that's $3 million right there. The minimum salary for an NFL player is approaching $1 million.
I thought they were
You know what I mean? Each roster spot is going to be a minimum of $1 million. All
right, there you go.
Whew. Dang, I wish we could have had Mike Evans. But we got Dieter. We got Dieter Esselin.
And you got to fill that roster, man.
Yeah.
Coming up.
D'Angelo Ross, big-time special teamer now. Big-time player.
He's a good player.
He's a good player.
$1 million.
Yeah, he got $10,000 guarantee.
Yeah, but that million, though, man, you got to be careful.
Kiss Mike Evans goodbye.
Yeah. No Saquon. After all, no Saquon. Sorry, kids.
Yeah.
Coming up next, I was extremely wrong about something, and I'm going to confess my sins next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable as you
These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions to the loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
What are you doing? My confession is I was very, very, very confused. Of all people, oh, that's whack. Oh, he's a weasel. Oh, he's a loser. I saw a video, Figgy, and I want to get your thought on this before we toss it to Landry. I'm minding my own business, as I often try to do. I see a video. Landry Locker takes off his damn size 14 boot and holds it up to another dude on stage like a giddy little teenager at a Beatles concert.
I wasn't doing that.
like a giddy little teenager on the Ed Sullivan Show when the Beatles are singing, "Sign my boot."
What were you, in high school at that time?
No. Figgy, what happened? Of all people.
I missed this part, man. I ain't realize it till you posted the video.
Dude, what's going on? You had a dude sign your boot?
Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I was feeling the scene. Man. I was feeling the scene.
To put it.
Well, I mean, he was there for an hour and a half. It was just like, hey, I'll just get him to sign my boot, just because it's kind of a funny story. It's not like I'm going to frame it. I'm still going to wear it. It's probably worn off by now. But the Midland lead singer, he was very, very dramatic and very, very, very much a jerk during the concert, and he was hammered.
So that's why you liked him. So that's why you liked him.
I thought he put on a good show for the people, and I thought it was a good memory, man. And I was proud
Sign my boot.
I was proud of the performance that was put on. So just sign the boot. Just reach up, sign the boot. You're acting like I was like tackling kids or something.
Well, I mean, you're a big dude.
There are other dudes getting their boot signed. Just get the boot signed. It's a good memory.
Getting a grown ass man to sign your boot at a concert.
It's a good memory, man. It's a good memory.
What world are we living in?
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, check your email. This is my confession. I did it.
Checking my email now.
I did it.
What'd you do?
I did it.
Refresh.
I did it. I was so impressed with rodeo that I did it.
I was about to do the same thing.
I did it.
I didn't do it because I ain't want y'all to clown me.
I did it, though.
What'd you do?
I replied all.
Reply all.
Oh,
the email was sent out about rodeo, and I replied all. Hey,
no.
The effort that all these people put on during the rodeo, specifically the bull down the hall, Sarah, the entire sales staff, the engineering that have to put this thing together. They do such a good job. It's such an important part. It's such an important.
Popped up for me too.
It's such an important part of this city.
Who are you?
And
you're getting dudes signing your boots. You're replying all.
Look, I'm not a reply all guy usually for like a birthday or something, but I think in this instance, this is a big part of the city, and this is I just appreciate rodeo.
I almost did it too, man, but I ain't want y'all to clown me for it.
Hey, it's okay, man.
Just unreal and impressed every time all of y'all do what you do.
Damn. That was well said.
Aw. Points. Landry gets points.
No, I don't get points because that's going to be 1 of 50. I think Figgy's a slime ball for not doing it. So I'm going to reply all.
I ain't do it because I knew y'all was going to clown me for it.
I'm going to reply all to my reply all and say, I speak for Figgy and Lopez.
Oh, please don't.
Even though they're too cool to let y'all know how they feel.
Please don't do that.
I should have did it first, man.
Man, you must be on ayahuasca or something, the things you're doing this week.
Watch this.
Bro, hold on just a second. Let me steal this from you. What is Dairy Queen trying to do with these tenders?
That's the 5th time I've seen this commercial.
I've seen them 5 times, and they look terrible, and they're dipping them in gravy.
That did not look good.
If they look terrible on TV, they look terrible.
What was that cream?
I don't know. They had like a
flavor.
It said like creamy something, and then they're like dipping it in gravy.
That did not look good.
Yeah. Did you see KFC has pizza?
Yeah.
Pizza chicken.
Mm-hmm.
They just put a big thing of chicken and put pizza on top of it.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
They running out of ideas, man.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So Justin Jefferson, apparently rumors about him being traded. And my answer to that confession, nah.
I'm kind of becoming open to it.
Nah.
I'm kind of becoming open to it.
Because he is, Sean, a $30 million a year player. Mike Evans is not. So he is a $30 million a year player. And they're projecting it's going to cost 2 firsts and a later round pick.
Let me ask you this.
Come on,
Let
man.
me ask you this.
2 firsts and $30 million?
No, let me ask you this, though. So we're talking about the Texans paying $1 million.
20 to 23.
Okay. And Sean Pendergast wants to pay Nico Collins $25 million already after 1 year.
Yeah.
But that's smart money. Do you think? Let's play EA Sports because I'm really curious about this.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Do you think that you could trade Nico Collins in a first-round pick and maybe a little something else and get Jefferson?
No. I think they want the picks.
So they would rather have the picks than Nico?
Yeah, they want the picks. They're resetting at quarterback.
What about Tank?
I still think they want the picks because they're resetting a quarterback. They're doing what the Texans did before.
Okay.
You know?
Would you trade Nico and Tank and a first for Jefferson?
No.
EA Sports.
Because then
it's
you
in
need
the
another
game.
receiver. And you're paying $30 million.
Okay.
And you don't have 2 first-round picks.
If they wanted Nico,
or a
though,
first-round
if they
pick.
wanted Nico and you only had to give up 1 first, I would do it. So he's going to go for more than Tyreek Hill?
That's what it says. That's what the reports are.
Okay.
$30 million
Somebody
a
gonna give it to
year,
him.
2 firsts, and a later round pick.
We're not getting 2 firsts.
It's going to be somebody like the Bears.
You think they're going to get 2 firsts?
From somebody like the Bears, I can see that.
That's what's been reported. You know, it's smarter to sign a veteran receiver like Mike Evans, isn't it? Go figure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I got to circle back. I was wrong about Midland. I said that drinking problem song was gimmicky and corny. The dude definitely has a drinking problem. And he's about that life.
So you got to
And I respect him for it.
He falling down?
I mean, he was pissed. He just got back from Cali.
He fell down the stairs.
He was chugging beers. He was complaining the whole time about not being able to hear anything. He was like sloppy during drinking problem. And he stayed after, but he stayed after, much to his credit. I thought he was just going to be a diva and storm off. He stayed after. The complaining was out of control, though.
Like every song?
Yeah, Kenny Chesney or wouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
You just couldn't hear the feedback. Get over it, bud.
Yeah.
You're fine.
The return you're talking
Yeah,
about.
you can hear the return. Get over it.
Yeah.
And he was worried about the guitar. But, yeah, I mean, he was out there. He was
That's right. He couldn't hear his own guitar
It was a
or
sloppy mess, dude.
He was a drunk. He might have a drinking problem.
People say I got a drinking problem.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
Because I just thought that was one of those corny
pandering songs.
Yeah, nah, he's about it.
He's legit having
He about that life.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I wasn't shocked when I saw this. Go figure. That's a sarcastic confession. Forrest Whitley got shut down for a week. Go figure. Forrest Whitley got shut down for a week. Got some tendon or something in finger.
Yeah.
Come on, man. At what point do we just enough? I mean, that guy has been, first of all, snake bit, but completely a non-factor. Like,
yeah, he was supposed to be like untradeable at one point.
Yes.
Remember, it was like, oh, the Astros make a trade.
Yes.
Not Forrest Whitley though, untouchable.
Well, should have traded him. I mean, it's ridiculous. He's 26. He's gonna be 27. You can do it.
Yeah, he's done.
He's done.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So you recommended that I watch this show, Louder Milk.
Mm-hmm. You should. Did you see the text board?
It's average.
Dude, the text board is like
it's
Landry.
Not that good, man.
It's really, really good.
I love Curb Your Enthusiasm. That's a must watch.
Mm-hmm.
I actually like it. I'm not like Lopez. I don't put it off.
I recorded it for one day.
Well, you're not
because I was watching Louder Milk.
Yeah, which is
you
awful.
like this better than Curb?
No, nothing's better than Curb.
It's awful, dude.
But it's really good.
It's so average.
Text board is like, Landry, you got to watch it.
I've tried, man.
Louder Milk is brilliant. Louder Milk is the bomb.
I've tried.
I'm with Lopez on Louder Milk.
I've tried.
It's on Netflix?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really good. He's a professional smartass, and the story is really good.
He doesn't deliver well.
Yes, he does.
He doesn't deliver well. It's like way too undertone.
No, it's good. You got to give it 5 episodes.
I've been watching the True Hollywood Stories lately.
Mm-hmm.
Like that. Remember back in the day when that was a thing? They're doing it with like shows, like Full House.
Mm-hmm.
And
oh, that'd be cool.
Family Matters and like a bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
And 9 Lives of. I've been watching that. Howard Stern 9 Lives of. I watched last night.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been watching that. Buttermilk ain't doing it for me, man. I'd love for it to.
Give it 5 episodes. You gave it half
That's
a
a
one.
big commitment, brother.
You gave it half a one. It's like 40 minutes of
Big
an
commitment,
episode.
brother.
What do you know? Sport I watched this weekend was Liverpool.
I think Martin's on Netflix now. I'm gonna rewatch Martin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd rather rewatch.
I was watching My Wife and Kids on Netflix last night.
Yeah.
That's an underrated show, man.
Shout out to Liverpool too. They won the Premier Cup.
And what?
That would be soccer.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go. Lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up, players being GMs. How do we feel about it? Plus, is giving someone herpes a deal breaker for you when it comes to player acquisition? Discuss next.
In the Loop.
When I hear this discussion about
From the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
So you have Laramie Tunsil, who wants Xavien Howard. Derrick Stingley appears to want to bring back Steven Nelson. This is a new age of kind of player recruitment on Twitter. Sometimes you roll your eyes at it. Sometimes it gets fans excited. This was Gio, Greg Giannetti from New York. I guess Sauce Gardner has a bit where he calls himself La Sauce and acts like he's like a GM.
Yeah.
Gio's kind of annoyed by this. I want to get your take on players trying to recruit other guys openly and whether or not you think that's productive for the likes of D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio. Here is Gio's rant, though, on Sauce Gardner doing this.
Rob Saleh has no control of these guys. The latest one now is Sauce Gardner, who is pretending to be the GM, and he's calling himself La Sauce, like LeBron, where he can control who comes in and is on the team. Now, I'm not so naive or so much of a stickler or an old man to this point where I'm like this isn't fun at all. I get that he's having fun, and it really doesn't matter, but if I'm Joe Douglas, I'm like, just shut up, man. Like, don't be tweeting at Mike Evans going, you know what we talked about. And now also, see young at O-line and get a vet wide receiver, La Sauce. You can't be telling everybody what you want on the team.
No, but I'll tell you what, at this point, like, we're just like, can anybody say anything back to him? The whole thing is, it's all a joke again.
Does anybody take that serious?
I don't know.
Is my response.
I don't know.
And anybody can say, I want this, I want that.
How would you feel if you were Caserio, though, and you see your players saying two different things?
Yeah.
Pulling in different directions.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be thrilled with it, but, I mean, you also know what era you live in. I mean, this is how it happens. I don't think anybody really takes that stuff serious. You know, hey, what did Laramie Tunsil do? Didn't he talk about
Xavien? He wants Xavien plus Stingley. And then Stingley said 24 plus 21.
Yeah, which was this, we're presuming Steven Nelson.
What if he's changing his number? No,
so
I'm just kidding.
do you take Laramie serious? I mean, why would he not? First of all, why would he not want it? You know, if he thinks that highly of Xavien Howard, and secondly, I think these guys, I think Gio took it far too seriously. Like, you know, don't say that. Yeah, good luck. They're going to say that. They're going to say stuff.
See, I think I'm probably, like, you've talked about epitomes and you've talked about scarring and all that. I am kind of scarred from the whole, I don't even know what era it was, where Lonnie Johnson and Titus Howard were talking about everything that was going wrong, whether it was Deshaun or anything like that. Yeah, I do think that kind of gets a little bit out of control. But I would just let Nick Caserio do his thing.
Yeah, that's what
Whatever
I'm saying.
you play with, you play with.
Yeah, but it's not going to, like, anger me. Like, well, he clearly doesn't. I mean, you have to also realize this, and I know Gio realizes that. I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about just in general. Like, very few general managers have more than 3 at the most, maybe, confidants, like people that actually know their line of thinking. Probably ownership, maybe an assistant general manager, and then they usually just ask a bunch of questions of coaches and coordinators and all that, but they don't tell people what they're thinking, so they don't care what you're saying on Twitter either. You know, I think this is much ado about nothing.
Do you think that what do you think Caserio thinks when he sees Steven Nelson bringing up stuff that has been like so far in the rear view, though?
Yeah. Well, I thought we've seen that Nick Caserio has been the bigger man.
Well,
already.
This is my thing. He was when the offseason had already played out.
The vest stuff, yeah.
Well, I mean, the offseason had already played out, though.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you'd already gone through the draft. You'd already gone through free agency. There weren't really very many options.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's got to be a delayed fuse at this point with Steven Nelson, right? And I also think you got every ounce out of Steven Nelson that you can get. Yeah. I really do. Like, I think the 2-year commitment to Steven Nelson, it couldn't have gone better.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's like sometimes it's the second contract that gets you in trouble. Like the Whitney Merciless. Like, the initial extension was awesome.
Yeah.
Second contract where you kind of crossing your fingers and you saw some warning signs there.
Yeah.
That's the one that gets you in trouble. Caserio's got it. Caserio's got to want to move on from Steven Nelson, right?
I think so. I would think so, but you never know because, you know, we don't exactly know what he's prioritizing. we can talk it's going to be a priority.
Well, we'll hear from him
Outside of
Wednesday,
that,
by the way.
yeah.
Wednesday at noon, we'll hear from Caserio.
Yeah, and outside of that, we really don't know. I mean, you'd be a dummy not to prioritize running back at some point. But other than that, is it cornerback? Is it maybe wildly safety? Is it defensive tackle? Is it something like this? I don't know.
Xavien Howard, he's going to be on the market. 4-time Pro Bowler. I think a little bit younger than Steven Nelson. Not coming off as good of a year, although there was like some turmoil in Miami. There were a lot of injuries on defense, and it seemed like Vic Fangio might be the most hated guy in the history of Miami Dolphins football. So people were bringing up Xavien Howard's past. These were kind of like funny stories to me. One of them was 2 years ago when a woman sued him for allegedly giving her herpes.
Mm-hmm.
She was looking for an undisclosed
Well, he
amount.
admitted he did.
Yeah, well,
ultimately.
she said he did.
Well, didn't he tweet something about
No,
it?
she said he admitted it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
she said he admitted it.
Okay.
And then there was another one where I guess they had a sex tape or something like that, and she was trying to get $50K from him. Two Jane Does. Giving a girl herpes is not like a deal breaker for you when it comes to bringing them in, is it? I'm asking. Because there's some deal breakers. Like a lot of people have deal breakers. Like if Xavien Howard knowingly just kind of tried to slip in the fact that he had some herpes, allegedly, or even being involved in something like this, is that a deal breaker for you? Are you out on Xavien Howard because of the herpes?
It's just funny. It's
controversy?
just funny you saying that. I mean, giving a girl herpes, that's not a deal breaker, is it?
Is it?
I think it's prosecutable.
I don't see why he should get sued for that.
I think he should. If he knowingly did it, that's first of all illegal, and secondly, he should be
What if he
prosecuted.
didn't know?
If he didn't know, that's a different story. But I think if he did, it's prosecutable. All that being said, still not a deal breaker. I still don't think it's a deal breaker.
Biggie, is the herp a deal breaker for you?
Bringing them in on the team?
Yeah. Are you okay? Are you willing to look past the herp?
Yeah, to bring them on the team, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're okay with it?
I'm okay with signing him on the team.
Yeah.
If he have herpes, yes.
Okay, but what if he knowingly
and
gave,
it got nothing to do with me.
What if he knowingly gave
Can
herpes
the brother
to someone
still
else?
ball?
Yeah.
Can he ball on the field?
What if he knowingly gave her herpes? Does that change your mind? You're okay with that? Doesn't matter?
Nah, it don't change my mind.
It doesn't change my mind, but it's just
So
awful.
herpes
He might
is
be
not
a
a deal
slime
breaker.
ball.
Yeah, it's just he's still a slime ball, and it's still illegal if he did it. But not a deal breaker.
All right, so there you go.
The herp, not a deal breaker. That's what we've learned today.
No deal breaker on the herp.
Yeah.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. So there you go. Not a deal breaker. Bring him in.
Yeah.
NFL Combine tomorrow. D'Amico Ryan's going to speak at noon. What do we want to hear from old D'Amico? Because he can tip his hand a little bit. He'll tip his hand a little bit.
He's careful.
He's talked a lot about the D-line now.
Yeah. Right after the season, he talked about that.
It does appear that he might be leaning defense.
Let me ask you this. While I agree with, are you going to be looking at as a position group?
Me?
More than others?
Everything.
Well, not quarterback.
Wide receiver. I want to make Nico arguably the number 2 wide receiver. That's my goal.
Mm-hmm.
And then if you still want to bring back Nico, but I think if you can get a wide receiver on his rookie deal in Tank Dell and another wide receiver, I'm trying to upgrade that. It's expensive, man. Like there's a reason that I think you need to proactively, anytime there's an opportunity to get a badass wide receiver, especially at that area in the first round, I think you got to jump on it.
Yeah,
Can't have enough.
That's definitely one. I'm kind of intrigued by some linebackers. I think what they've done with Christian Harris, for a while, Toto was an impact player. I could see him maybe trying to find another big time linebacker.
Well, at linebacker, you're kind of in a situation where you might be able to get the best one in that.
Yeah, no, you're in a
situation.
sweet
The
spot.
Positional value crap.
Well,
that
what's
we
his
always hear
name?
about.
Edgren Cooper from A&M is getting a lot of run. The kid from Kentucky is getting a lot of run, and they're right in that 20 to 30 range or second round, something like that. Linebacker's interesting to me. Now that's how you fix it, right? You could get rookie deal, young player, and you can sign other players. It always comes back down to that.
And then D-line is something to really keep an eye on. That's
the kid from Texas is intriguing.
Byron Murphy?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's Sweat on day 2. I don't know how that's going to look. The wide receiver thing's interesting too. Date where they're at all the way to day 2. But it should be interesting to see what they do. And obviously the first So maybe we'll have a little bit better grasp of that. Free agency, we are 15 days away from that NFL Combine going on tomorrow. D'Amico Ryans, you'll hear him right here at noon. You'll hear the 40-minute man, probably for about 15 minutes, so on Wednesday.
You never know.
I do. They're not going to talk for 40 minutes. I can promise you they'll be good.
Yeah. And no John McClain at the Combine. First time. It's official. Did
he make a big announcement about it?
Yeah, he went last year.
Did he make like a big announcement?
I think he's gone like 27th or 30 years in a row, something like that.
Are you sure he went last year?
Yeah. No, because I saw him say something about that.
What did he do? Put out like a heartfelt
I don't know.
letter? Let me see.
I thought he didn't go last year.
I'm pretty sure he didn't.
I thought he did. He said something about Carol asked him. You know what? Maybe he texted me. Maybe I'm putting.
Did John McClain put out like a big letter? Or
he
might have
texted me
about the Combine.
I might have just
here
put
goes
out.
Lopez.
I might have just put out some information.
I'm gonna have to dump
right.
that.
Shouldn't have put out there.
This is about right.
It all runs.
Read
together.
the whole text too.
Yeah.
Yeah, read the whole text now. Tell the class.
I'm looking for it.
Come on, Johnny. Tell the class.
Here it is. Because I reached out to him last week just to see how things are going.
What do you mean? You're worried about him?
No, just say, hey, what's up? Haven't talked to you. You hadn't been around.
Wonder why.
No, I wasn't a text. Whew, I saw it somewhere else. But yeah, he's not going to the Combine.
What, did he make like a big deal about it?
He let me know.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Did you see that Peter King retired?
I did. That's going to be on the internet.
He made a big deal about
Internet
it.
going nuts.
How long was that column?
Look, I'll say it right now, and then you're going to hear it again.
How long was Peter King's
farewell?
Yeah.
Well, I think he did his regular column and then added that or topped it with that. But here's the thing about Peter King. We kind of eye roll occasionally, and I think recently, a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month, I said he's striking me as one of those guys that if you can't help him, he doesn't have time for you. So I've not been altogether a big, enormous Peter King fan, but I am a fan because of what he is and what he's done.
Yeah, he's the best to do it.
Yeah. And kind of set the standard with the notes columns. He really did. The
Monday Morning Quarterback used to be must.
Yeah.
The last 6 years, he's become just unbearable, though.
Maybe. Yeah.
I mean, he's just become.
Mm-hmm. Remember when he was singing on Radio Row?
I don't.
He started singing.
I don't.
For some station on Radio Row.
I don't. I just remember when everything's like him, romanticized. So does this mean he can't vote for the Hall of Fame, or is he still going to be doing that?
I bet you he's still going to vote. McClain's still voting, right?
Yeah, McClain's still working, isn't he? He's on Texans radio and he does stuff for the Houston Texans.
Yeah, but not like full-time, covering the beat, and he still has a vote.
I heard Peter King was going to Gallery Sports.
He may well.
Peter King just is doing the videos with Mattress Mac. He pushes McClain to the side. Hey, everybody, it's Peter King. Have you ever watched McClain and Mac? Did you see Mac's Macho Man?
I did not. I saw.
You didn't want to watch it, did you?
I saw of it, but I didn't click on it.
You look painful. You look like you didn't even want to make yourself watch it.
I didn't make myself watch it. It wasn't for any reason.
That's your boy. I know. That's our guy.
Yeah, I love Mac.
Shout out to Mac. But yeah, you didn't want to watch the Macho Man. You couldn't do it.
I didn't feel like clicking. Didn't feel like clicking.
Have you ever watch those videos with? Do you watch those McClain and
occasionally?
Mac?
Yeah,
McClain and Mac.
Yeah, it's actually not too bad. They just talk sports. They just go back of whatever the topic is of the day. It's not a point.
Mattress Mac here with John McClain. John, how about them Cougs holding off Baylor in overtime?
How about that?
Yeah, Kelvin Sampson he's one of the best coaches, and my Baylor Bears, they left it all out there, but they were just outmanned.
Yeah, John, and you know what else we got going out here at Gallery Sports? Speaking of the Cougs, if the Cougs win, your furniture is free.
Hey.
How about the Texans? What are they going to draft?
That's number one ranked Cougs as of today.
Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans. Last year they drafted C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, number 2 and number 3 overall. This year, I think D'Amico's going to go with a Defensive.
What did he say? Tackle. Didn't he say tackle at one point?
I think he said defensive lineman.
It was a defensive lineman?
Yeah. Coming up, let's go around the NFL. The Texans' stress level, it has been minimized. It's still there, but it's been minimized. We'll tell you how, and we'll take a trip around the league next.
The Drive with
The Loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, this was Jalen Ramsey's reaction to Xavien Howard hitting the market. Ish be crazy how stuff plays out sometimes, but one thing I know for sure is that it was an honor teaming up with the greatest corner in Miami Dolphins history, in my opinion. P.S. I won't ever forgive dude for not utilizing our full skill set. Close quote. So he's talking about Vic Fangio there, and it seems like Jalen Ramsey believes that Xavien Howard still has a little bit left in the tank.
That's meaningful, for sure. But I think it's also his guy, so it might be a little bit biased. That's fine. But I keep going back on him. I mean, if they don't, it's not going to break my heart. Because I think age.
So you're just on the fence.
I'm on the fence. Totally should not be, but I am.
Yeah, do they go younger? Like, do they it's Steven Nelson and him? Do you go younger there? Is that what you figure out? Because I think the next contract to Steven Nelson is going to be a little bit different than what you got initially.
Steven Nelson is about the same age, or maybe a little
31.
older, right? Yeah, maybe
31.
Maybe a little older. There's no reason.
He's calling himself Mr. 5 INT.
Yeah. Okay. A career? No. Look, I just feel like he's a good player. I just feel like, and I've said it, I've been very consistent with this. The secondary to me is going to be very, very important. You got studs at every level. Will Anderson, if you think Christian Harris is a stud. You got Derrick Stingley at the cornerback position. So in that other corner and maybe the safety position, to me, I've been very consistent with that. I think it's definitely something where you can look at.
NFL Combine tomorrow. I'm just very happy that we're not worried about quarterbacks. Like, it's nice to not even have to listen to this. Like, they put out a video of Kirk Cousins throwing, comeback season, all that after the Achilles. You have what's going to happen with Jimmy Garoppolo. Caleb Williams isn't throwing. Jaden Daniels isn't throwing. Drake May is doing those basic bitch videos that prospects do every year where you're throwing it 50 yards through the goalpost.
83 yards.
Whatever the hell it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm just glad we're not partaking in this. I also hate these trick shot things. It just doesn't seem to go well.
He hit the goalpost, right? The crossbar?
Oh, good.
Well, can you from
Would
83
that have won
yards?
you over?
No. It was impressive. It's like Anthony Richardson hitting the roof because he threw it straight up. Remember that?
Oh, and they acted like it was an accident?
Yeah, he threw it straight up. Oh, wow, got to sign him now. Got to draft him now.
Man, that was like the viral moment. Remember
he
that?
hit the roof.
Anthony Richardson
Look at
hit
him
the
throw
roof.
the ball.
Yeah.
He got a cannon.
Exactly.
Dude, if you're hitting the roof, that's an interception.
Probably. Yeah.
Be in the air for a while.
Who would ever throw the ball up that high like that anyway?
Other than
in
a
the
Hail
game?
Mary. Maybe he's a good Hail Mary guy.
Justin Jefferson is getting a lot of attention. These trade rumors with Justin Jefferson, they're kind of intensifying. I don't know what the value is for Jefferson. I don't know what the cost would be. Maybe this makes sense sometime next year. Like next year, if you're thinking about Nico or something like that, maybe it makes sense. I don't know. I don't know when the Texans get to a point where, if they ever do, where they're, trading first-round picks and more for receivers like Buffalo did, like Miami did, and like we've seen some teams do.
I'm not on the fence on this one. I'm out. I'm out on Justin Jefferson. Yes, he is spectacular. But the combination of a $30 million, he might truly be a $30 million receiver. Mike Evans is not, no matter what you might hear in the mornings. He's more of a $22, $23 million a year player. So he's the combination of being a $30 million a year player for multiple years, of course, he is what you're going to sign him for. Picks? I'm not there. They're not there yet. That's not a place to go.
The legend Peter King, friend of John McClain, perhaps the GOAT of football, right? Definitely the GOAT, right?
Yeah, for sure.
No doubt.
For sure.
All joking aside, he has announced his retirement from covering football. We'll see how that goes. I've seen situations where people have done that and they never really leave. But
Give me a break.
But we'll see how he handles retirement. Some people go Mark Berman. Some people go John McClain. You never know. When you've done it as long as he has,
Peggy, I don't buy that.
when you've done it for 40 years like he has, who knows?
He can do whatever the heck he wants.
Exactly. Just like McClain and just like Berman.
I do think.
I'm not a liar.
I think he's going to do it the right way. I think he might dabble. Like they
What
might.
are you trying to say? McClain's done it the right way.
for him, but the right way, the conventional way.
Okay.
Where you might dabble with a little work here and there, or Football Night in America or whatever, but you're not going to all of a sudden get another gig. I don't think we're going to see him announcing another gig.
No, he's just going to be chilling.
I think he's just retired with a little dabbling in some other work.
He's going to relax a little bit.
Yeah.
So his final column today, I saw that Dan Patrick, and I can't imagine how long his farewell was. Goodness gracious. The Bible probably looks like Cliff Notes compared to how much Peter King wrote about his retirement. He said that he thinks the Bears are going to trade the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Again?
Again.
Hey, we sure?
No.
I can trade it again. Now, I will say, I don't think their decision could have gone better than it did. They got the number 1 pick right back to them.
Well, this is true.
It's not their original pick either.
Yeah. But you were talking about it. It's cool to not be in the quarterback business when it comes to the combine. You know what's even better? Not being in the uncertainty business of, is this the quarterback that we need or not? Whether it's, Justin Fields or Anthony Richardson or Trevor Lawrence or, the Texans know they have that's the best thing of all. Like, you're not in the indecisive zone, or should we or shouldn't we? The Bears, if they trade that pick, who's going to be their quarterback next year? I mean.
So,
yeah.
Merrill Hodge said something, and I see Brian Broaddus from our sister station at 105.3 The Fan kind of co-signed this. And this is kind of interesting. Merrill Hodge said, and we know Merrill Hodge, he's the guy who said CJ over Bryce. He's the guy who said
no on Johnny.
No on Johnny.
No on, who's the other one?
Caleb Williams.
You wanted Khalil Mack over Clowney.
Yeah.
Merrill Hodge said he wouldn't draft Drake May in the first round, and he thinks the Commanders should take Jaden Daniels. Brian Broaddus responded to this and said, I felt like I was the only one on this island. Here's the quote from Merrill Hodge. Quote, he's extremely inconsistent. His processing is inconsistent. He's not extremely athletic. I find him more stiff, throwing motion, which allows more picks. Close quote.
Mm-hmm. I mean, you talk about.
My scouting report is he threw the ball through a goalpost, so I'm out. That's Will Levis type crap. That's Jamarcus Russell type crap. Like the I'm gonna fling it through the goalpost. You're off my board.
My scouting report is, who are we to argue with Merrill Hodge? He's got a pretty damn good track record.
But again, this would be the discussion we would be having. Like, had we had the Texans not drafted a quarterback last year, we would be sitting here saying, "Oh no,
yeah,
does Drake May suck? Oh no, does Jaden Daniels' style correlate? Oh my, is Caleb Williams too Hollywood? We're out of it, man."
Yeah, it's a good feeling.
What a time to be alive, man.
Yeah,
what a time to be alive. The Cincinnati Bengals have tagged Tee Higgins, franchise tag Tee Higgins. Tee Higgins will perhaps be playing over with the franchise tag. They still got to lock up Jamar Chase.
That's a lot of money for the number 2 receiver.
Wow, you can pay 2 receivers?
Go figure. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that.
Oh, my.
Huh.
Oh, so Jamar Chase is on his rookie deal for 1 more year.
Oh.
So they think they can pay him $20 million.
So you can tag him now.
Yeah, so they think they can pay him $20 million.
What a concept that is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting.
But eventually you're going to have to pay Tank.
They need to act more like adults.
I mean, eventually you're going to have to pay Tank Dell. I mean, it'll be 2026 at the earliest, but still, eventually.
A.J. Brown called into WIP. It was a really good back and forth between Ike Reese and A.J. Brown. This was A.J. Brown's final words on WIP when he called in to face the criticism.
I don't agree or disagree because he's going to be himself, and I want him to be himself. I don't want him to be nobody but himself because if he's not authentic. So,
well, we're good, brother. Unless you got something else you want to get off your chest.
No, I don't got nothing to get off my chest, man. I just want to let Philly know I love them. And everybody who's making those rumors, hey, man, you need to find another job, man.
All right.
All right.
A.J. Brown.
Eagles wide receiver, A.J. Brown.
There you go, A.J. Brown.
Another job.
How about him saying his Twitter account got hacked that one weekend, but yeah, I got it back and now it's me.
That's when you just kind of lose credibility. You lose me anyway. Well, that one weekend it wasn't me, but the rest it was.
Yeah, that was not me, but everything else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
You got it hacked? You got it back that quick?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Remember when Berman got hacked?
Oh, man, he lost.
I thought he was going to die.
That was a hack.
I thought he was going to die, man.
Lost it.
I had to tell him, hey, the two-step authentication, man. Let's get that going.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to. Ooh.
He did.
Selling no PS5.
He didn't think he was. He did. He lost his bleep.
Who falls for the PS5 thing anymore? Are you getting a lot of spam lately?
Dude, it's the worst. The thing that drives me the most crazy.
By the way, Louis Riddick is saying he thinks the Bears are going to trade the pick.
Have y'all gotten, I know you have, these Facebook things where it says @highlight, where you highlight something?
They're just trying to highlight your friendship.
No, they are not. It's always spam. It's always like I get RV club, boat stuff, whatever, new truck stuff. Like when I see that @highlight, I immediately not only block the website, I unfriend the person that did that. There is no value in that at all. Like none.
So you think Facebook's spamming you?
Someone is. Something is. Yes, I do.
How do you use Facebook? What do you do? What do you do on Facebook?
Well, I like the group page. The group page stuff is good, and we have the Bite Me Podcast group page, and so that's a good, healthy discussion because we can control it. Like anybody trying to do shady stuff on there or spamming someone, we just block them. But we got like almost 10,000 people on there, so it's like a good fishing discussion back and forth. I like the groups on Facebook more than the actual Facebook.
Yeah, there's a lot going on there, man.
Like Rich Lord's wife has a nature group that's really good.
About what?
Like nature and mostly plant and garden stuff.
Guess what I just joined in Facebook?
What?
On the neighborhood page, man.
Yeah, that stuff's fine. Like, yeah, First Ward Houston, I'm on their group page. Group pages are much better on Facebook than anything else. Because at least you get stuff that's relevant to you.
Yeah,
I got to see all the groups.
I've gotten to where I feel like I need to like trim fat on Facebook.
Yes.
Like where it's like, okay, I don't know this person. I gotta go. Interact with me. We can figure something else out.
Yeah.
Facebook used to be.
You want to see my groups? I got a lot of groups.
I mean, not really, but I mean, that doesn't sound fun to me.
Well, I got our group, which is Bite Me Podcast. It's great. Okay. I got Jenny's Outdoor Gardening or whatever, because that's cool.
Golden Weasels. All right, keep going.
I got Houston Fishing Buddies. I got Matagorda Fishing. I got Pura Vida Outdoors.
You're just trying to stack it up to make yourself look badass is what you're doing with this fishing.
Figgy, I'm going through all my groups. I didn't just type these in. Rockport Fishing Club.
Reel It In Fishing Club.
Aransas Pass Fishing.
What about the Morning Sickos?
First Ward Early Morning Sickos. I'm a member.
The Bass Catchers.
Yes. The First Ward Houston.
Guppies are for wusses.
And then Golden Bear Alumni, my high school.
Okay.
Just to see what my old high school buddies are up to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Blowing coke in the restroom, apparently. At, what's it called, Lopez?
What?
Isn't that restaurant called Lopez?
No, Blanco Cafe.
Okay.
Yeah, Blanco Cafe.
Where's Oh, yeah, there's a Lopez in
Houston.
It's
in Houston. Yeah.
Griselda Blanco.
You think it's overrated?
I think so.
I think it's all right.
I'm not a Lopez guy. I like it.
It's not my go-to.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not my spot.
It's not my go-to.
Teotihuacan's my spot.
But yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I went there Saturday.
Or I go basic El Tiempo.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to.
Mm-hmm.
But no, I like Lopez. But I
big. Every time we talk about Mexican
all the
food,
restaurants,
yeah.
Lopez has a cult following. That
like you're about to get.
You walk in
run
Lopez,
over. Yeah.
you feel like you're an outsider walking into the Cheers bar.
Yeah. Yeah.
They know what's up there.
Mm-hmm.
And you swear by it.
I mean, our text board is going to blow up with you just saying that you think it might be overrated.
I mean, come on. I mean, I'm just a Teotihuacan guy.
It's your own taste.
It happens.
Yeah. That's just your own taste.
Someone on the text line, 832, says that I'm louder milk. I hate louder milk, but I am louder milk. I don't know what that means. So I'm that guy.
You would love it, man.
Nah, I've watched it. It's just
you've watched 30 minutes.
It's not great for me.
Yeah.
Not enjoying it. Russell Wilson says that he hopes he can win 2 Super Bowls in the next 5 years.
You know what? Me too. I do too. I mean, there's like a cautionary tale with Russell Wilson too.
What is it?
He fell off a cliff at 32.
Yeah.
It all comes back to how we started this show with why do you want to sign these guys now? Because there's no guarantees. Not everybody's going to last till 40 years old.
832 says Lopez Mexican restaurant is way better than El Tiempo. Okay. I got you.
I mean,
that's cool.
I'm not an enormous, this is going to get me run over, but I'm not an enormous El Tiempo fan.
Yeah, but you're just kind of a hipster there.
No, I like real Mexican food.
If it ain't
that out loud.
What do you mean real Mexican food? Oh, my God. This is where, like, there's so much Hispanic on Hispanic crime.
Yeah.
That's not real Mexican food.
Somebody going to test it. Lopez ain't a real Hispanic.
But if you're going with the fajitas, you can't top the beef fajitas at El
No,
Tiempo.
that's excellent.
Now someone can try to be cute and like say, but you're not topping the beef fajitas with the onions.
No,
and
that's excellent.
All that you're not topping. That.
All these places have excellent. I'm talking about
If
just
we're going like enchiladas or something though, like there's different discussions to be had.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree with that. It's not my go-to. It's not. It's very good, just like Lopez. Very good. It's just not my thing.
See, there's all kinds of hot takes here. Can't even read all these. I don't want to. But yeah, Lopez.
We got a couple that back you
marks,
up,
but I don't think El Tiempo's marks get beat.
And
Half and half.
That's the other thing.
Yeah, half and half.
Yeah.
If I'm going to have some drinks, half and half El Tiempo margs, I'll take them over any of them.
Those are really good.
Yeah.
Those are really good.
You're not gonna compete
So
with
the
that.
margs and the fajitas, like I said, it's excellent, but it's just not my go-to.
Someone says never been to Teotihuacan. Which location you recommend? Telephone Road, man.
Yeah.
Right across from the Texans YMCA.
It's on
That's the
Airline.
only one.
Airline.
Airline, excuse me.
Yeah,
I said
it's
telephone.
on Airline.
Airline, yeah.
And there's another one
Why did
like
I say
5 minutes
telephone?
away
Airline.
from there.
Yeah, but go to that one. Go to the one on Airline.
Yeah.
100%. Go in there. Have them take you in the back because you're going to walk in. It's going to look small. Have them take you to the right.
Oh, there's a
the back.
giant room in the back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like they have like 40 workers there, too.
I know.
Doesn't it seem like that?
They got more than that.
Yeah, like 6 people coming to your table at one time.
No, that's more than 40. It's going. It's popping.
Yeah, it's you even like when you get done with it, it might not even hit the table.
I know.
Before they're like filling it up.
But you're getting some love, unless they're talking about
Someone
me.
says Lupe Tortilla is better than El Tiempo. I disagree. I've heard that opinion. I respect that
Margaritas
opinion.
or fajitas?
They're saying fajitas. I disagree. They got good beef fajitas. I don't think they're as good as El Tiempo's. Just my thought. Who knows?
Yeah.
Someone says never had El Tiempo. Okay, well, check it out, man. Get the half and half margaritas.
Yeah, those are good.
And actually, El Tiempo is expensive, but the hack for that, go on Wednesday.
I didn't even know that.
Fajita night, bro.
Is it really?
$45. Fajitas, chips and queso, all that comes with
For the
it.
table, for two.
For two.
Oh, heck yeah.
Large order right there.
Yeah. I didn't even know
Wednesday
that.
at El Tiempo. I think it's Wednesday. It's not Tuesday. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Wednesday fajita night. Go do it. You won't regret it. For sure. Beef fajitas.
Oh, always.
Go with that. Yeah, beef. The chicken's all right, but beef's the way to go.
Yeah, I always go beef.
And half margaritas only. Don't do any of that other crap. Don't let them cheat you with the ice. Let the frozen be your ice. Not that I'm an expert or anything, but that's just
Not
kinda,
that you've had margaritas.
Yeah, not that I've had them there or anything like that. Coming up, one of the biggest faces in town is recruiting a hot, top-notch free agent for the Houston Texans. Internet going nuts next.
Area 45. Start with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here. Paul Wall, whose voice you hear in this segment, he's recruiting Saquon. This is what Paul Wall said. Me and Johnny got some grills ready for you at Saquon. What'd it do? So Paul Wall is on the recruitment of Saquon Barkley. It's getting, the internet is talking a lot about it. I don't think there's any smoke. I don't think anyone's predicting anything. It just seems like it might make sense to bring in Saquon. It might make sense for Saquon to want to come here, and we'll see what they decide. But there's definitely a lot of excitement. Just of Saquon Barkley.
It is exciting, and we just talked about this. A lot of times when people say stuff like, and he's not a player, obviously, but say stuff like this on the internet, people overreact. It's cool. And Paul Wall and is it Johnny Dang, right? Yeah. Is the jeweler or one of the jewelers want to get him? Cool, but it's not going to change any. I mean, I still want him. I still want Josh Jacobs, but it's not going to mean anything in terms of what's happening.
I got the internet going nuts.
So one of the things I saw was it Saturday? All this big noise about fans need to stop rushing the court in college basketball. They were talking about it this morning. And I thought, did somebody get severely injured or something? Well, Kyle Filipowski for Duke apparently got into a little bit of a whatever. He got bumped. If you watch that video, and I'm going to be a total jerk right now, it looked like he kind of put his leg out.
Dude, he tried to trip the person. I don't care what he says.
That wasn't just me.
Yeah, there's people arguing against it. Dude, he tried to trip that kid.
Yes. But anyway, this was him afterward.
You know, I felt a bunch of hits on my body. This one was the worst of them. You know, so it's just, like I said, it's just really ridiculous of that situation's handled.
Was it on purpose or was it incidental?
I mean, I've already heard that there's some videos of getting punched in the back, and so I absolutely feel like it was personal. They see a big guy like me can't just walk around me. You know, there's no excuse for that. So yeah. Look,
it's not the healthiest of environments, but people are kicking this around. I mean, you need to cancel it. You need to prevent it. You need to stop it. They do it in the NBA. I've always believed, it's kind of a rite of passage for college kids to jump around on a court. I've always also believed when you lose the game, you should get the heck off the court. He was kind of meandering there, and then he pushed a guy. Now, I don't know if the guy hit him in the back, as he said, or whatever. This is overreaction 101 for me. I mean, it's just absolute overreaction. Yes, someone could maybe get seriously hurt on this. But when you hear things like have been talked about with this, it's just too much. Who was it? It was, I guess it was Clark Kellogg talked about it.
Shut it down. I don't think you can have a middle ground.
That's the problem.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to play both sides against the middle. The players and coaches need to get off the court. And if you want to have a post-court storm, a minute and a half after the game, then you can do that. But the players and coaches, officials, have to be given room to get off the court safely.
Good luck telling the college students that.
Exactly. Oh, y'all got to wait a minute and a half. Come on. It's a kid storming the court. It's a cool thing. I don't think people are looking for violence. And by the way, I thought he tripped a dude, to be honest.
I just don't really I'm not really that into it, but I mean, let's not make too big of a deal about it. Let's just get over it. So Jersey Jerry is the guy with Barstow who did the 25-hour live stream video where he basically locked himself in a room and he couldn't leave until he hit a hole-in-one in a golf simulator.
Mm-hmm.
So he even slept in there and everything. Yeah. So like I think he was ended up being there for like 26, 27 hours. And it was a live stream, and he just finally hit the hole-in-one, and he got to leave. I would say that he was joking, but I really don't think so, because he's one of the biggest Pittsburgh Steelers fans that there is, and he's a big T.J. Watt fan, the brother of J.J. Remember when T.J. Watt got hurt the final game of the season?
Yeah.
and people thought it was a serious injury. Listen to what he said that he was going to do if T.J. Watt had torn his ACL. This was on Pardon My Take.
I don't know if you saw this part of the injury, but for a second there, we thought you tore your ACL. And Jerry said that if you tore your ACL, he was going to do a Jerry after dark. Where he just stayed on the court until he tore his ACL.
Yeah.
Would that have been a little too far?
Yes, 1,000%. Did it pick me up a little bit? Absolutely.
I was ready.
I know you would. What would you have done?
I would just do like wide receiver routes until I make a bad cut and just try to blow it
just
out.
have like people like hit you low across the middle. Roll out a strip of turf.
People hit me low.
Yeah.
And then just
I don't want to see it still.
Dude, you're crazy.
But I think he's serious.
No, I do.
Like, I really think he would just try to tear his ACL just for... Because how do you top what he's done? Now, all of a sudden, he's going to have to figure out... I was at Golf Simulator for 27 hours. What's next?
I'm going to tear my own ACL. He's a crazy man, right? I mean, there's no other way to put it. You're talking about 6 months of rehab. You're in that machine that moves your leg. You have surgery. If you tear your ACL, I'm tearing mine.
These kids.
I got the internet going nuts.
I couldn't. He could care less. I couldn't be prouder. Couldn't be more proud of Cam Newton. Like, you saw the video.
Yeah, he got jumped.
Figgy, you saw the video.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know.
What was it about? What was the backstory? Do we have a backstory yet?
I don't know what the story was. But foremost, what kind of dummies are going to try to jump Cam Newton at a 7-on-7 on stage at a 7-on-7 camp? But here's the thing about Cam Newton, and it just goes to show how much of a badass he is. He basically subdued like 4 or 5 guys, or avoided, a big, even bigger melee with 4 or 5 guys without ever throwing a punch. Like, Cam Newton was just like wrestling them, grabbing them, moving them around. They're throwing punches at him. His hat didn't fall off. Like his big old hat didn't even fall off. He never threw a punch and subdued like at least 4 people, maybe 5, before other people came in. What are you doing, first of all, doing that with Cam Newton? And secondly, he's a badass. He's going to subdue you easily.
Yeah, but what's the next step on these things? Like, if guys are willing to go 4 deep on Cam Newton, what's the next step?
I know. It needs to be addressed.
Cut this off.
There needs to be some sort of, I guess, discipline or arrest or something. Plus, I don't know what instigated it.
It was
either.
at a 7-on-7 football event.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah. But what are you thinking? And that's Cam Newton, guys. That's Cam Newton. You saw him. I mean,
yeah, I wouldn't really want that.
He's a monster.
He handled it well, though.
Yeah, they never threw a punch. He got punched at least twice. And he was just like grabbing him, choke holding him, moving him around. Good for him.
Jumping Cam Newton, man. Coming up, speaking of jumping, the final bow on the philosophical showdown between John Lopez and Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne. Next.
All right, low T center right.
Texans draft. Who should the Texans sign? We'll talk to Clint Stoerner. I think he's siding on the side of OG, at least to a certain point, when it comes to this. But this was earlier this morning. John Lopez. He has an alleged kind of really an adult when it comes to free agency. I said alleged.
I know.
That's what the word on the street is.
Yeah, well, the word in the mornings.
Well, here is the double down today, as John Lopez called it. Sean and Seth attacking the mindsets, the approach of the OG John Lopez.
Do you think John Lopez is aware that his former co-host is seemingly advocating a free agency approach that is endorsed by a pairing that John Lopez called the epitome of the old school mentality in this town, Payne and Pendergast?
The epitome of what's wrong with Houston sports fans.
Right. I mean,
he might not have said fan. He said it was a mentality that's hard to shake.
Yeah. So Nick wants the Texans to spend on the defensive side of the ball like you and I do.
I don't know. This is where I still don't even know what our argument is with Lopez as far as is it.
It's that we don't want to pay $30 million a year for Mike Evans. That's what it boils down to.
If it's not, I feel like so the Lopez. It's like if it's not Mike Evans and Saquon Barkley, then you guys don't really want it. Is that what it is?
Yeah, you don't have cojones if you.
I didn't say any of this.
I really like Mike Evans. I think
none of this is accurate. First of all, what he's failing to mention there, he's talking about Nick Wright.
Yeah.
And Nick Wright was asked which team could possibly give the Chiefs a run for their money.
Correct.
And he said the Houston
Texans.
He said the Houston Texans.
Use the Bengals reference.
Because of the Bengals, and made all the points that you and I both agree on. They should give them more reason to want to spend now. Quarterback on a rookie contract. That they
defensive
coach and coordinator and stability and all that. So he conveniently left that part and said, "See, he wants to spend a lot on defense." But I also feel like when Seth said, "How do you?" I'm going to paraphrase. I don't want to misquote him. He's saying like it's Saquon and Evans or the hell with all y'all. That is not what I said. The promo that you've heard us talking about Saquon and Evans is because you brought up, you were kind of leaning toward, yeah, man, that looks looking attractive. And I said, all right, so we're talking about them in particular. They're not even, haven't been, although I'm warming much more to Mike Evans. Wonder why. Because they weren't even my first choices. I said Gabe Davis and Josh Jacobs. And the whole concept of I don't want to spend stupid money, who does? No one wants to spend stupid money. I've always talked about the smart big money. I know that drives you crazy a little bit sometimes, but that's not. They're mischaracterizing what I've said, and that's just not accurate. I mean, what should be done is spending on a receiver and a running back. Yes, you're able to do it. What's the matter with you?
I just enjoy this so much, man.
Yeah.
I just I like fighting with you, but I like taking a break every once in a while.
Thank God.
It's been a nice 2-day break for me.
Thank God.
Where you're going with Sean and Seth. So I'm just,
and it's not even
I'm rather
fighting.
enjoying it.
It's like setting the record straight.
But I don't think they're on a crossroads. Like I don't think this is like a crossroads. They're like going to put themselves in salary cap hell with any of these moves.
Exactly.
I don't feel like you're there yet.
You are in a
3 years, yes.
Yeah, you're in a rare position where you won't be in salary cap hell, even if you did sign them both.
Now,
like the most rare position.
Now, I do think that you might be leaving something out. You know they have to fill a roster, right?
Oh, God. You can have your opinion. I would prefer if you get accuracy as a priority. But even if you don't, this is the argument why you shouldn't spend that kind of money on a Saquon and or a Mike Evans. This is the argument.
This is part of it. It's not the argument. This was brought up, and
then he had a light bulb moment. Sean Pendergast had a light bulb moment.
Sean had a crazy light bulb moment. Let's hear this breakdown. This was the back end of it.
Chance that wherever he goes, he does well for at least another couple years. I think the problem with Mike Evans is that you're tripling down on a position that's already like one of the few actual positions of strength on the team is wide receiver. You're going to have to pay Nico Collins likely. There's a very good chance you're going to pay him very soon within the next calendar year. At some point, Tank Dell will have to get paid. And this is a year where the draft is stock full of potentially good wide receivers. Yeah. I would very much rather build from the ground up with those guys. Since you already have two veterans, that you don't need Mike Evans taking away any snaps for them right now, but bring in a young phenom that you can bring along, and then, that's awesome. That's a good problem to have, and a cost-controlled one at that.
All right. We're taking Dell's factor.
You can't spend this kind of money willy-nilly because we got to sign Tank Dell in 2026, Derek Stingley in 2027.
2024. 25. After next season, you could.
To 2025.
If you wanted.
But there's still rookie contracts. C.J. Stroud in 2027, I believe, 2026, 2025, depending on when you give it to him. Will Anderson. At minimum, you got 2 full years, mostly 3 full years before you got to pay these guys at some point.
Yeah.
That would mean you should sign the guys now.
Yeah.
Right?
But you got to fill the roster. Here's the here's the light bulb moment for Sean.
Let's see. Starters from last year. No big deal. Doesn't cost anything. Steven Nelson, $5.3 million. Would you like a kicker? Would you like a punter?
I don't want Dario Gumbawale to kick again.
Okay, Kaimi Fairbairn was $4 million last year. Cam Johnson was $3.4 million last year. Sheldon Rankins, the cap figure was lower, but he was out on a 1-year, $10 million deal. Yeah. Like you're paying for that. That got pushed down the road. Dalton Schultz, $6 million. Singletary, $3 million.
Yeah.
Let's see. George Fant, starter for most of the year, $3 million. Like, these are the guys you have to replace.
That's about, I mean, I'm kind of doing the math in my, you're up in the over 20 million, 20, 25 million with those 5 or 6 guys right there.
Yeah, with like 5 or 6 of those free agents that are apparently don't cost anything.
Well,
it's not 1992 anymore. These guys cost more than $300,000 a year.
They do. And I'll boil it down to what I think it is with Lopez in just a second. But I think the other thing, too, like I'll tell you what, like, an eye-opening thing to me. It looked like a total non-story, and ultimately it probably is as far as the season goes. But they re-signed a couple of their restricted free agents. The Texans did. D'Angelo Ross for about $1 million, and this Dieter Iceland guy for a couple $1 million. And like, okay, that's $3 million right there. Like the minimum salary for an NFL player is approaching $1 million.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like each roster spot is going to be a minimum of $1 million.
So you're telling me because of D'Angelo Ross and Dieter Iceland and Dalton Schultz, which, okay, yeah, we like him, and all these other players that are $3, $4, $5 million, that's the reason it all adds up, so you really shouldn't spend the extra $67 million that you have?
Yeah, and I guess it's more about impact, so I don't want to, like, but you want to pay Patrick Queen similar-ish money or Christian Wilkins, so you're still – they're going to fill a roster.
Yeah, everybody does.
Yeah, they're going to fill a roster. So, do you just not want to pay anyone? Like what?
Look,
Sean saw the light on that one.
He did. You know, thank God for Dieter Iceland, who, by the way, you gave a $10,000 bonus to. That's all you're on the hook for.
Yeah,
is $10,000.
By the way, we got news from Adam Schefter. No running backs getting franchise tagged.
Oh wow!
So no Jacobs, no Barkley, none of that. All the running backs that we think are thought were going to be on the market in 15 days, they're all going to be on the market in 15 days. So there you go.
Let's go.
It's going to be a deep market. They're getting one of these guys. I don't know which one they do or don't like.
They have to get one of them,
and they will.
Mm-hmm.
And then I imagine they'll let Singletary play the market. Seth is Derrick Henry guy. A lot of people are Saquon guys.
I'm more Josh Jacobs than Saquon, 1A and 1B.
But you get both.
1 and 1A.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good with either.
So, yeah.
And the other thing, and Texter brought this up, Mike Evans costs $30 million a year? Heck no. No, he doesn't. That's another problem right there. Like the whole $30 million thing, his value isn't $30 million. Now, the whole thing, it only takes one. But the Texans, I don't want him at $30 million. Nobody's paying him $30 million. No. Nobody. And so I would guess 3 years, 62 to 64 million. Sign me up for that. That's 3 years. It goes back.
You got to pay Tank, dude.
Yeah, 3 years. You got to pay Tank. Maybe if he can play more than 11 games and play at the same level.
That's another thing that I do wonder. Like, and obviously, if we were in the same room and we were having the dialogue, it would be maybe a little bit more clear. But, the concerns about injuries and stuff like that, I think Saquon's been relatively healthy the last few years. And I think people have seen Saquon play, and maybe the situation is more set up for success in Houston than it would be with the Giants. But you're not concerned about you don't have injury receivers? Like, for me, I don't know how you don't, because we just saw Nico Collins. This is the healthiest that he's been.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
in 3 years.
Pretty much, he missed the Jets game because he got hurt on that first play.
Yeah.
There were, he missed 3 or 4 games this year. Tank Dell played 11 games. So he missed 9 games.
Yeah.
8 games, if you count the playoffs. Are we not concerned about the injuries of the wide receivers?
I mean, they're younger would be your counterpoint and or whatever. No, I'm not
Tank
disagreeing.
Dell's missed more games, I think, this year than Mike Evans has in 10.
Maybe. I haven't looked at it.
I actually think Nico Collins might have missed more career games than
Nico Collins
than Mike Evans. I think both those guys might have missed more games than Mike Evans.
Yeah, no, I started the show saying this. The opinion I don't mind. That's why we're here. The opinion is solid, but at least get right what I was saying, and some of the things that are out there, like the deal breaking $5 million player? No, that's not how it works. And they know that. I mean, they're not dumb. Comparing this to the Jaguars of 2000 when they had a quarterback on a high contract and were over the cap. No, the Texans, they were $30 million over the cap. Texans are $67 million under. So that they know better than that too. They also know better than to think that they can't afford this now. Now is the best, the absolute. I mean, I'm with Clint. Like, you got to go, big ticket hunting, or however he put it. Big game hunting, whatever it was.
It'll be interesting to see how they figure it out. Maybe we get a little bit of a clue tomorrow with D'Amico Ryans. You'll hear him in the noon hour at the Combine. Nick Caserio, he's going to speak on Wednesday. So business will pick up. We'll be inside 2 weeks, and we'll get a little bit more of a grasp of how this whole thing's going to go. It's going to be wild. Starting tomorrow, NFL Combine. Also starting tomorrow, we got the rodeo. Rodeo kicking off tomorrow.
Yeah. And it's a good thing they got that break between the cook-off because they would have had a lot of cleaning up to do. That's for dang sure.
Dude, it was a disaster. I don't know how they do that.
After the cook-off. What do they give them, 1 day to get all the stuff out of there?
I don't know how they do that.
Yeah.
I don't know how they clean that up.
1 day you got to get everything torn down from the cook-off.
At all. We got Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley here. Clint was at Midland on Saturday. He was tickled, man. Clint's got a little instigating in him.
Hey, look here.
I
was entertained.
He gets entertained by someone getting angry. I could see that.
I was entertained. We talked about this before. Like, I love when people in general are, at least if I'm in a spot to observe, right?
Yeah.
And not in the middle
Not in the middle of it.
Like, when somebody is put in an adverse situation, like, how you handle it says a lot.
Exactly. I agree with that.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I was already a pretty big Midland fan. I just knew the music. I'd never seen them live. I saw them at the rodeo a couple years back, but I'd never seen him up close and personal.
He doesn't remember that.
And who? Me or him?
The guy from Midland?
Oh, yeah, no, he don't remember it. He don't remember I don't know. Like, I was intrigued the entire time, even though it was technically a mess, right? I was.
He was pissed.
I was entertained, man.
He was bleeping every song, Landry was saying.
Oh, afterwards he was cussing.
In between.
Yeah, I mean, but look, at one point, I didn't know at the beginning, like, I thought he was going to walk off.
Yeah. Oh, I did too.
I mean, it was every bit of 30 minutes not being able to get the guitar and stuff.
I think the 4 beers he chugged in 7 minutes helped.
No question. And the more mad he got, the more
shots,
more beer and shots, and and
he would just say it between everything. I can't hear bleep, but you know what? Don't know how this happens.
John, it was the classic, John. It was in the middle of telling all of us in the crowd how much he loved Houston and loved us, and we're the best crowd ever. He'd let the sound guys know I can't hear nothing. Guitar ain't working. Although this is a problem, man. I love y'all, man. Sometimes you can't control things, but man, I love Houston. And it was just, I walked away a bigger Midland fan than I walked in the door, just because I was like, hey, tip my cap, man. I mean, I've seen dudes get they'll just walk off. That's quick.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and I thought he was going to storm out. He stayed an hour and a half after.
Yeah, and signed autographs.
Chilling, dude.
I saw him lift your boot. He looked down in your boot like he wanted to know if I thought he was going to drink out of your boot or something.
Yeah, that would have been nasty. But I'll say this, and I got to apologize because I was wrong. Because I said that I hated that song, that drinking problem song, because it just came across as gimmicky, pandering BS. Yes, he's definitely been told that a time or two or 20. So I was very wrong about that.
So are you just done with those shoes? Like, do you not wear those?
No,
anymore?
dude, it's a scuffed up boot. No, it's just a
grown
memory.
man to sign your boot.
It's a back.
I just didn't know, like,
it's
if
a
you get him
scuffed
to
up
sign
boot.
it, are you?
No. I mean, it's not like George Strait signed it or something like that. You know, like it was just more like funny. And I was just sitting there, and wife was there, so I was just like, hey, here you go. We got a couple. We got
after that performance, it was a good time to get it, Chief.
Yeah, it's a memory, man. Like that.
Figgy said he fell off the stage. I mean, fell off the stairs on the way out.
He was all over.
Like,
I didn't see him on the way out.
He tumbled.
He was all over. And you could tell that his group was kind of like, man, I'm over it. I'm over hearing him whine. So they left immediately. They're like, we're out of here, and he's just staying there like.
He gave his manager hell. I mean, it was.
He just wanted a drink.
He just wanted another drink.
He got a lot. He got.
I've never seen. Like, I've seen Pat Green drunk a lot, and it's bad. It's awful.
Yeah.
Like, it's gotten.
He forgets the words.
Oh, and he thinks he's. And I like Pat Green, but I mean he thinks he's funny.
Yeah.
Right? And so he gets in the middle of wave on wave, and I'm like, hey, man, I've waited all night to hear this jam.
And he
Come on,
starts
baby,
doing other stuff.
let's slide these boots around. And he stops mid song to tell a story about fishing in Matagorda Bay or something. I'm like, no. And he thinks it's funnier than hell. Like that. This dude there's no doubt about it. He was
a functional drunk.
He was entertaining, and he was singing his songs.
Oh, he was hilarious.
I mean, it was good,
dude. He was so mad. It was like I was almost like he was doing his thing on stage, but you were him playing some more.
No question. Hey, John, you got to. I couldn't understand what he was saying, but there's a part in the show where he stops, and it was a Hispanic heavy crowd.
Yeah.
And he's from the Arizona, L.A., California area, so he's got some
Spanish.
I don't know if it's like in his blood or if he just knows he can speak.
Yeah, he's from the barrio.
At one point, bro, he is beating his chest, veins sticking out of his neck, and he's talking Spanish.
Oh, I wish I'd heard that.
And I heard the
bad words.
The P Gringo a couple times. I mean, he's dead serious now, and I'm talking about when he'd stop. And everybody go nuts. And I'm going, I don't know what he just said, but I know he cursed.
It's good. Then there was a fight, and he stops. He goes, hey, hold on a second. Hey, shake effing hands. You guys shake effing hands. Let's go.
He made him shake. I forgot about that. And them old boys shook hands right there like that and walked off.
My Friday night experience was a little different at Cookout than that.
Yeah, this was Saturday. Yeah, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
All right, the drive is live.
The drive is live.
Tyler, he's out all week. The richest producer in all of sports, in all of sports in the country.
Virtual Vallarta?
He said number one resort
number
in
one
Mexico.
Resort in Mexico.
Number one resort in Mexico,
he said it's every bit of it.
Hey, 5 days, Bob. 5 days.
5 good ones. 5 good ones. That's right. The richest producer in all of sports radio, Tyler Milner, is not in attendance. He won't be here. Chris Sant here on Area 45. But,
Big D, what's up, man?
That's right. Big D's in the building.
Y'all?
That's right. He's in the building. Somebody who had a personal moment with RG3 this weekend, a physical moment. They touched each other. Well, let me try that. They gave each other a fist bump.
There you go. Yeah, it was just a fist bump. It was nothing. I didn't ask for no photo or nothing. Just a little, hey, how you doing, man?
There you go. So Chris is in the building. But Tyler is, I think, Clint, feeling a lot like your guy from Midland right now. Tyler, I feel like, fellas, we should do a weekly or a daily on Tyler right now. Tyler, he sends us a tweet. What did he say? 1-1. Mexico night 1. Mexico 1-1. Tyler nothing. He has lost his first night in Mexico. He said, "I am so hungover. Must reevaluate the game plan for today." Audible needed.
And that was day one. They flew out Sunday, didn't they?
Flew out Sunday. It always starts on a flight with him.
Come on, man. I mean, you can't blow. We got to be better than that. I'm not saying that Tyler should be the most mature guy in the building because look, you ain't got no kids, man. Your wife likes to have a good time. Go have a good time. But damn, man, at some point you got to grow up.
Said it started.
I mean, he blew his wad in the first day of a 5-day vacation.
No, he's not pacing himself at all, or he's trying to keep a hell of a pace going. Tyler said two Modelos, tall boys from the airport to the resort ride, 2 reposado shots upon arrival at the resort, 3 old fashions at the pool. Now I can get with that.
We're going to talk about this right now.
I'll just tell you, he said then it gets foggy after that. So that means he kept drinking after that. He just doesn't remember after the three old fashions at the pool.
Look, anybody that drinks old fashions at the pool in Mexico, it should get foggy.
What do you mean?
Nobody drinks old fashions at the pool. Who goes to Mexico at a resort and hangs by the pool in the sun baking and goes, let me get old fashioned.
Maybe he felt like whiskey.
Come on, man. Tyler tries too hard to be cool to do that. I mean, come on. I mean, if Tyler, look, I tell you what.
That sounds like a good-ass time right there.
I tell you what, if Tyler didn't shave all his chest hair before he went down there, I may be okay with him.
Hold on, let me get this right. Because that one, we were testing back and forth. You were really hung up on the 3 old fashions at the pool. Is it just because
never seen it?
He is in Mexico? That is that why? Or because I would have loved to take them maple bacon old fashions I had at Guy's Restaurant in Vegas, if there was a little pool party or something, I would have loved to take those to the pool.
Ron.
What do you mean?
No,
What's wrong
you
with it?
wouldn't.
I can see if it was the Mexico thing with the tequila down there.
Yes.
Why not?
Now, look, I can see, like, you want to go to a little breakfast or something, do your breakfast, and then right before, like, you want to have your little breakfast cap, if you will, not a nightcap, but a little breakfast cap with an old-fashioned with maples, bacon, or whatever on it. I may let that slide. But, I mean, you're in Mexico at a resort, palm trees everywhere, beach everywhere, sun fixing to beat you in the face. You know you're going to be drinking all day long. You can't go old-fashioned at the pool?
That's your drink, baby. That's
No,
drink.
Ron, no. Ron, there's too many of them. Margarita, ranch water, Paloma, I mean, go to Modelo, Dos Equis, Sol, Tecate. I mean, you can go
old-fashioned.
No, it's not an option.
Yes.
There's a reason why when you're
go whiskey sour if you
there's
want
a
it.
reason why you're in Mexico at the pool. All you see from the pool at the pool bar, tequila bottles. That's all you see. If old fashions were a thing at the pool in Mexico or anywhere tropical, then you'd have all the whiskeys and bourbons in America across the top of there.
Gentleman comes in. I would have had an old-fashioned, too. I don't like margaritas, and I'm Mexican. I'll be on the beach with a Modelo or an old-fashioned.
No, you would not.
He just told you he would.
No,
but
look, he told on himself. He just wants to be controversial. He told what he would do is if he was in Mexico all day, because it starts at breakfast. He would drink Modelo's at the pool or at the beach. He is not now, and if he did have an old fashioned, he's just going to have one old fashioned, not three like Tyler did.
I would have had 3 or 4. That maple bacon, I would have done it.
Absolutely.
The next text. An old fashioned should never be drank in Mexico. He's wild.
I mean, I'll let you drink one in the country. I just can't see it. I mean, I literally
poolside.
I mean,
so if we went to a little pool party in Vegas, you would have been disgusted, like I was to learn how you wash yourself. You would have been disgusted if I ordered a old fashioned at the pool.
If the sun were out, bathing suits were on, yes, absolutely. Yes, I'd have been like, what? Are you kidding me? Now's the time for you to drink one of your little pink frosés or whatever the hell it is you drink. I mean, you always go to the pink one first. There'd be a wall of rainbow up there, and Ron goes for the damn pink every time.
I'm going to tell you, I would have gone frozen margarita. All right, that would have probably
any normal human being would.
I might go old fashioned.
I'm on to something here, Ron. And now you would eventually get to an old fashioned.
I'm a switcher. I've never believed in stay dark or stay light liquor.
Well, I'm going to tell you,
believed in
Tyler treated the resort pool in Mexico the minute he got there like he does Twin Peaks down here on Kirby. He went in there and ordered a double bourbon on the rock. Ain't no doubt.
You know he did.
I got some catching up to do.
When he says it got foggy after the 3, foggy my ass. That was another night of Megan.
I'm on to something here, Ron.
Megan just looking at his ass, just shaking her head.
I'm on to something. I could. Somebody said, "Hey, I don't like margaritas."
By the way, he's 3 mimosas in today, as of 2 hours ago.
That's a good shift. Little AM breakfast.
He said he had to call an audible.
Well, I mean, I would suggest he dries out for a day because he's got 3 more to go. But if he wants to start, he start with mimosas, right? But here's
hit him up right now to see where he is now.
But here's the deal. The combination that Tyler's got going on can't happen. You cannot shave every hair you got from your beard down and then drink old fashions at the pool. Can't do it.
I think you can.
Nope. Your ass better walk out there with a burly beard, hairy chest. You better have a happy trail come out the top of your damn bathing suit right there. You better have that old hair curling over the top of your trunks right there if you're going to drink old fashions at the pool in Mexico. Doing, man.
All right, man. If you want an old fashioned, man, you go get it.
Don't let me hear you order it if we're in Mexico together. Nope.
What about a Bloody Mary? Is that
in the morning? Bloody Maria probably is what I'd go with, tequila instead of vodka. But hey, I mean, to each their own, you know. I also like to listen to whatever artist I'm going to see at the rodeo. I like to listen to that artist on the way to the show. Some people don't like that. If I'm in Mexico, I'm a heavy tequila guy.
Ron's getting pina colada. I don't really like coconut.
Be a better option than
not a big coconut.
It would be a better option than a whatever the hell Tyler had. What old fashioned? It'd be. I can't. I've never seen it. Never heard of it.
I've done
it at the pool.
Yeah, I've done it.
Chilling at the pool in the heat.
I'm certain when we went to Miami last year, I believe I had an old fashioned at the pool one time.
Where you were fully clothed, sitting at a table. You don't remember?
I don't.
You were when you.
We got? Right we walked to the beach afterwards. Sure. We were right. We had food. I think I drug it to the beach with me. Yeah, I did. I was just going through a lot of different type of drinks.
Sure.
At that point, I didn't order one thing twice.
I'm ashamed of Tyler.
Tyler is a problem. So what? All right, I've texted Tyler. I want to see where he is after the mimosas. 3 mimosas deep. I mean, that must have been a hell of a hangover. I mean, he probably mixed. I bet he has a glass of wine somewhere, which is terrible after you bang that out.
Do y'all? I mean, I know you do, Santiago, with your young ass. You still got that in you? You're younger than me. You still got consider of after 2 beers, 2 shots of tequila, and 3 old fashions. It gets foggy. You continue your night. You wake up the next morning and admit to the fellas, like, "Hey, man, I got busted." Do you have mimosas the morning after that in you?
Yes, I think so.
Like immediately, just get up.
I think I got it.
I do. Yep. With some chilaquiles.
I used to tell myself to keep drinking is what would help it.
I can't. I mean,
to get up and immediately start drinking is to help.
Yes,
the hangover.
It would definitely help the hangover. I would be an absolute donkey by noon, no question about it. I would be. I just don't know if I don't know if I can do it to my body anymore.
I think I got it. I think I got. I would have to work up to it. It wouldn't be night one.
Whew.
Day one, I'd probably be in a bad place. I'd probably be in a bad place.
If I stuck with all tequila night one, I could give you mimosas the next morning or a Bloody Maria the next morning.
What about a combination of bullets and tequila?
No. No, it could be bullets. It could be Dos Equis. It could be if I'm not tequila, man. The next morning, I barely feel tequila. Like I can be overserved with tequila. And the next morning, I can go. I can damn near not feel it. Boy, you let me get that cold beer. Let me get them things pumping.
Yeah, I think that. I'm hoping 3 of them down, huh? That was by 11. 3 of them down. All right. Can I just want to take this time because. Clint, I just feel like there are some folks amongst the Texan fan base. I'm hearing conversation about how the Texans should approach spending money this offseason. And it just feels like it's coming out of fear, maybe some miscommunication, maybe whatever it is. I just want to say this. Is everyone aware of this? Because I don't think people are, Clint and Chris. And Tyler, who's probably drunk listening.
Who don't care right now. You're right. He's probably at the pool with his
he's probably, and he's gonna show up on the text line. I'm certain he does. He goes on vacation and does this. Like, there is, barring the Texans signing the top 5 free agents in the free agent market, which they're not going to do. Barring that, like if they go and sign like the top 2 guys we've been talking about. On the offensive side, the defensive side, if they go and sign Mike Evans and Justin Madubuike, if they were to sign Chris Jones and Saquon Barkley, if they were to sign Chris Jones and Justin Madubuike, Patrick Queen and Tee Higgins, who's on the franchise team, if they were to sign all of like a combination, whatever these guys, it won't prevent them from doing anything to help this team this year or down the line if they don't want to. And I get the feel that there are some people who have maybe convinced themselves that, hey, if they pay somebody $25, $30 million or 18, whatever $million, now we're going to do, how are they going to sign Nico? No. They can sign Mike Evans and sign Nico Collins if they want to. If they want to do that. There is nothing that they can do in free agency, and I will give it to John Lopez has been trying to fight this fight. But, I mean, there is nothing that they can do that will stop them, barring something crazy, right? Like, we all don't believe they're going to sign Mike Evans, Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Justin Madubuike, and Patrick Queen. Like, we know that they're not going to do all of that. Wait, you go 2, hell, maybe even 3. It's not going to prevent them. It's not at all. Clint, they've got 4 guys that make $10 million on this team.
This is where I want you to slow down because we talked about this in prep.
And it's killing me.
And I want anybody out there that dislikes Ron for and show for that matter for being from Kansas City and liking the Super Bowl champs, right? Just set that hatred aside and just listen to the numbers and you don't have to get off in the details and start crunching them. Just listen to the comparison between what the Chiefs are doing with players and the Texans are currently have with players, and then ask yourself, can it be done?
The Houston Texans, as I said, have 4 guys, Clint. 4 guys that make $10 million or more. They have 9 on the total team that make more than 5 right now. Right now, going into next year, they've got 9 guys. The top is 25 with Laramie Tunsil. The Kansas City Chiefs have 7 guys. 7 guys that make $10 million or more. They've got one who makes 58. Who makes more than the top 3 guys alone for the Texans. He makes more than Tunsil. He makes more than Titus Howard. He makes more than Shaq Mason combined. They got 2 other guys that make 25 plus. By the way, Kelsey is at the 15 range. They've got 7 guys, and somehow they find a way to fit Nick Bolton on the roster. An inside linebacker. Somehow they find a way to keep Justin Reed, who makes $14 million, on their roster. And you know what else they're trying to do? And we're hearing they're going to bring back Chris Jones.
Because the numbers you just mentioned didn't include Chris Jones.
That doesn't include Chris Jones. No, they're going to bring back Chris Jones and Snead. Is what we're hearing is that they're going to try to do that. And they're in the Mike Evans conversation. But the Texans, again, have 4 guys who make $10 million.
Who are those 4? Do you have it off the cuff?
The 4 guys: Laramie Tunsil,
Titus Howard,
Shaq Mason.
Give me a second. Dalton. No, Dalton didn't.
No, Dalton's not on the roster.
He's not. That's
now.
right.
He's not on. Oh, God, dog. Who is that?
I didn't mean to put you on the spot. Is it one of the? Is it Malik or?
It's Malik. Malik Collins. Malik Collins is there. Malik Collins makes $13 million. You're right. Malik on the list behind Titus Howard, and then it's Shaq Mason at like 11. Who's the other team? When you say, all right, they've got a rookie, because we've forgotten the thought of you have a rookie quarterback. This is what you're excited about. The San Francisco 49ers have a rookie quarterback. They have 10 guys that make over $10 million. 10. 10.
Currently, the Texans have 4, the Chiefs have 7, and the 49ers have 10. That just alone right there gives you a
yes, they can go and make these. They can go and make these deals and fill out the roster. How much did the Chiefs get? I don't want to get in here because this ticked me off last week. People talking about punters and kickers. The Chiefs kicker makes $5 million. He's still on the team within this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just,
it's just there's nothing that they can do that will prevent them or sign. They can sign any of these guys. Any of these guys that you're looking at, they want to bring back. They can sign these guys. They can fill this out. If those teams, sometimes it feels like, Clint, that some Texans fans feel like the Texans are operating in a different league than everybody else by the way they do things.
Yeah, I don't. I have a tough time with, because it's pretty simple. I didn't need all those numbers, although that's phenomenal work. I mean, it just goes to show you that if you're going to compete at that level, man, you better start spending some money and find a way to make it work. But at the end of the day, it's a no-brainer for me that's the direction the Texans have to take, right? And it's, as I was saying last week, like some of the pushback. Like I've had back and forth with fans about, like, the conversation starts with, well, to your point, they got to sign the kicker and the punter, and they got to save X amount of money for the rookie class. I'm like, that's all that stuff is a non-factor in this conversation.
And I'm seeing it. People, Ron, you're an idiot. What? Like, I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Somebody's now calling for Rich Lord to come back. Well, I don't understand it. It doesn't make any sense at all. I'm like, these are hard numbers. I'm not a numbers person. And I see some people, if you want to jump in, I don't understand it. Like the Texans can't go. There is nothing. What are you afraid of? What do you think the Chiefs are going to do to make this work? We'll get into this. If you want to continue, I see people texting in. You can jump in 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch. I feel like that information needs to be out there. There's nothing that they can do that is going to mess up this year or down the line. Nothing. They could sign Tank and Nico if they want to. They can do it all. And we'll give you an update on Justin Verlander. You'll hear from the head coach, the manager, Joe Espada himself. Essentially him in opening day. That's coming up next.
In the Loop.
When I hear this discussion,
Welcome back to The Drive on a Monday. We appreciate you taking us in, however you are. If you're on Sports Radio 610, we appreciate you. You listen to us in your car or at your desk or however you are. If you're on the Odyssey app, we also appreciate you. And if you're on YouTube and Twitch, as I see a lot of people, and you're right, Clint, you tried it. You tried it. You tried the because I do think this goes differently if you said it. If you said just this clear, easy math to understand. If you said it, and as you said, try to take away the hatred. And,
I know.
And it is rolling through. If I wanted to listen to Kansas City radio, I would go to Kansas City, or you're just rubbing it in, or you don't know what you're talking about. And my favorite from this person, and I am still waiting on you. This person who said, Ron, you are misguided and lost. Please explain it to me. Explain it to me. And by the way, I'm not, and I don't even think you're saying, I'm not trying to go do all these things. I'm telling you, if the Texans don't do it, it will not be because they would be hurting themselves in the future. It will not be because it would prevent them from being able to do something right now. No. And they're not signing 5-6 year deals with people. Like, we're being realistic about this thing.
And look, here's the deal. If you sign Mike Evans, hell, you can sign him for 10 years for all I care. If he gets $40 to $60 million guaranteed, you can cut him after 2 or 3. Right? If you sign Saquon Barkley to 3 years, $30+ million, and you give him 20 guaranteed, you can cut him after 2. And be done with it. Like, it's not the thought of like I'll be honest with you, Ron. I'm so convinced that the Texans need to be like overly aggressive right now that it wouldn't hurt my feelings one bit if we didn't hear in a month or so. Hey, Larry Tunsil, will you restructure so we can have a little cap space so we can go sign
even more.
So yeah. I mean, I'd love,
which is what the Chiefs are going to do with Mahomes.
That's
probably Jawan Taylor.
What teams that are out there, and I don't know this. I'm just blindly asking the question. What teams that are out there that are competing at a championship level year in, year out aren't restructuring deals?
That happened. That's how Chris Jones signed the first time.
Hell, the Texans were doing it with Brandon Cooks when Culley was the coach.
It's probably how Lamar Jackson, what he'll do to try to keep Hamilton down the line.
So that's just where I'm at with it. I think it's very possible. It's very doable. I think I would err on the side of extreme and be asking guys to restructure so that I could bring in more talent. You hate to look up in a year, 2 years, hell, even midseason this year and go, boy, what if? Man, what if you had a Mike Evans? Man, what if you had a Saquon? What if you had a Chris Jones? What if you had this or that? And you're sitting there. Well, we got a little cap space. We can maybe get him next year.
And Clint, I feel pretty good that the Texans are going to take advantage of this, and they're going to do this because this is what you do when you this is the ultimate dream in the NFL.
Yeah,
is that you have a quarterback that you know is the goods, that you feel 100% confident is the goods, and hell, it's even better than others. Like, you got a quarterback that you know is the goods, and you haven't had to step up and pay big money, I don't know, to a pass rusher yet, to a corner yet, to a receiver yet, to a skill position player yet. The only people you paid real big money to is really your tackles. And some would say 1 year removed from a 3-year deal, which is averaging $18 million. It's not. They can get out of Titus next year. They so choose and save money. Like, it's wild. Like, this person texted in and they trying to be cute and silly, and you could be all cute you want to. So, since you're a resident capologist, now please tell me how we replace the following starters and still pay big money to 2 or 3 big price free agents. 1 at corner, linebacker, D tackle, running back. Don't count the kicker and punter because they're irrelevant. Don't forget the draft and depth players. Yeah. Victor, you have the draft. You have all those things. Victor, all right, listen, you want to say that because you're pulling a capologist thing. You tell me how the damn San Francisco 49ers are able to afford Trent Williams, $31 million on a cap hit next year. Deebo Samuel, $28 million on a cap hit next year. Eric Armstead, $28 million on a cap hit next year. Fred Warner, $24 million on a cap hit next year. George Kittle, $21 million on a cap hit. $18 million for Travarius Ward. Javon Hargrave, $15. Nick Bosa, $14. Nick Bosa, by the way, is the highest paid player on their team, but somehow his cap hit's only $14. Oh, my God, how the hell did they do that? Who does that in the NFL? How are they able to pull that off? I don't know. And then here, it's not done. Christian McCaffrey, hadn't gotten to him, $14 million. Brandon Ayuk, $14 million. Dre Greenlaw, a shade under 10. How in the hell are they able to do it with Brock Purdy on a rookie deal, but you can't?
You said it.
I'm talking too loud for some of y'all. I can see some of you are not well ready for that type of intensity.
Aggressive show today. Aggressive show today.
Right. I just don't. I meant
the show. Not.
Oh yeah, got you. I just don't. I don't understand it. I don't understand. Out. How much do you think Blake Cashman costs?
Well, that's the other point is like re-signing the guys that are here is like the only one that's gonna end up on that list of high paid players you just mentioned is Grenard if you re-sign him. Maybe Dalton. Maybe, and I wouldn't pay Dalton.
He's not. I don't think. Yeah.
I wouldn't pay Dalton that kind of money.
No. Like you are like this happened with Seattle. They had Russell Wilson on a rookie deal. And they already had some. They paid Earl. They had paid some of those guys. They already had to pay. You've drafted all of these guys on rookie deals that play the important other positions that you got to pay on. How can the 49ers have a quarterback on a rookie deal, afford all of those players, and the Texans? How are we going to find two linebackers? A D tackle, a running back. By the way, linebackers and running backs are two inside linebackers and running backs are two of the cheapest positions on the field. Even if you go big on them. Jesus.
Oh, I think you keep Cashman, you keep Christian Harris, and you're off to a pretty damn good start in that linebacker room.
My man right here. Tell Ron I'm here. It's not what he's saying, it's how he's saying it. When people are passionate and scream, they turn people off. Turn it down, and people will take you more seriously. No, they won't.
Try it. Say it real soft.
No.
Say it for me.
No.
Say it for me real soft.
I just, as nice as I can say, that's a you problem. Okay? Or maybe you're just not used to people with, that's a you problem. You can listen to the words. It's not hard. It's really not hard. I'm sorry. I'm not. I feel really good about that.
You can do it again in the next segment? And
no, I don't. I don't want to move on.
Hey, you can whisper it.
I don't. I want to move on.
Didn't that Lil John that did that? Didn't he whisper one?
I want to get your thoughts on what the hell's happening with Cam Newton. That's what I want to get. I want to get your thoughts.
Wasn't that Lil John that did that?
That was Yin Yang Twins, the whisper song?
Yeah, the whisper song. Let's do that. Can you let the people know how the Texans should and could, and there's no excuse why they can't, go sign big money free agents and do it in the spirit of the whisper song?
I'll do you want me to whisper the rest? I'll whisper the rest of the hour. Let's do that. I'll whisper the rest of the way.
Don't do that.
I'll make some of you.
You're gonna make me uncomfortable over here.
Some of you.
Let me whisper.
Some of you. Yeah, I'll talk like Chris. There it is. I'll talk like Chris. Chris, maybe you say it. That'll make you feel a little bit better. Because nobody gets passionate like this.
Town, let me whisper in your ear.
I tell you, nobody gets passionate like this. We don't have anybody at this station that raises their voice. Just me. I'll whisper the rest of the way, though. Coming up, I want to get your thoughts on this Cam Newton situation. Cam Newton at a 7-on-7 camp apparently had a wheel untouched, and he was able to.
You seen this one?
He was able to pick him up. So we'll let you hear. We'll let you hear that about Cam Newton, and we'll get our quarterback Clint Stoerner's thoughts coming up next, right here.
The Drive with Stoerner and
Get in the seat or visit a dealer near you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Welcome back to Sports Radio 610. Here is we are not on the 17th green here at the Houston Open. We are live in the Twin Peaks studios right here, Sports Radio 610. Clint Stoerner is in the building. Chris is out in Mexico. He has still not responded back to me, wondering what he's done after the mimosas, but we will hopefully get an update from sweet Tyler Milner as he is out there just getting absolutely ballisted on a daily basis. And it's just day two as he is having a good time in Mexico. But, Clint.
As we roll right through our Monday.
As we roll through this Monday. Right
Beautiful
here,
Monday.
Beautiful Monday as the temperature is coming back. Hey, guys out there, I was able to turn my sprinkler system back on yesterday to give my grass the thirst that it was looking for. But, Clint, Cam Newton had him a nice little altercation, and it seems like this finds him before, if you remember, some kid was talking trash to him that he had gotten into it with.
I can't even take you serious.
and now he done got into it with somebody else, Clint. At a 707 deal, man, somebody tried Cam, and I feel like that person got up on Cam and said, boy, that Cam's a little bit bigger than what I thought he was.
Well, that's why there's more than one of them. That's why there's more than one of them. I mean, obviously, there's a video surfacing. If you hadn't seen it, there's not a whole lot to it. I mean, but there's multiple guys, 2, maybe 3, and then there's a guy that jumps in at the end, and I can't tell. At first, I thought he was jumping on Cam, but it actually looks like the guy in the white shirt's coming to Cam's defense and kind of breaking the thing up and maybe throwing a punch or two. But it's circulating, obviously, because it's Cam Newton. Cam has and money into camps and helping these high school age kids, really all kids. And he's I don't know to the extent if he has an organization or if he has a team or what. I know it's a team, but I don't know if it's 5 teams and what age groups and all that kind of stuff. It's 7-on-7 has turned into like AAU where these guys have clubs where they've got different age brackets all the way up. And
Cam's got a team, right?
Yeah, at least a team, if not an organization. But if you remember correctly, it was a couple years ago. There was a video surfaced of some teenage kids basically telling Cam to his face that he sucked. And of course, it went viral, and that's why these kids do this kind of stuff. But then this video, it appears to be more of coaches and trainers than more so those guys that are jumping on Cam than the actual players. So this time it doesn't appear to be high school kids. It appears to be trainers. One of the trainers, there was a video that surfaced of him kind of in an interview setting on a field, talking trash about Cam, the quarterback that couldn't throw, the Atlanta legend that can't throw the football kind of deal, just talking trash. And then he goes and does this.
Rush him, yeah.
The bad part, the bad part about this is when the adults that are involved in something tarnish it, bring negative light to it, ruin it, however you want to couch it, it is to see. It's clown act. You got a guy that's out here, and look, I know Cam is showy. I know Cam is he runs his mouth as much as anybody does out there. But there's no excuse for whatever went on to turn into a physical altercation at a 7-on-7 youth football tournament in the middle of the damn day.
Just rushed him.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that this is like I'm in no way, shape, or form am I putting myself on Cam's level, obviously.
But you've done things like this.
You just can't, like, my experience in trying to do normal stuff has backfired multiple times, and I see very easily where when you're Cam Newton, it would be multiplied times 10,000, and it would become a problem. We put a team together one year. We've talked about it on air before. Me and Joey Galloway, we put a team together of guys in the offseason when I was with the Cowboys, and a softball team, and we went and just going to play in a friendly softball league. And we didn't have a pitcher. We didn't have anybody that could pitch and get it over the plate and make it make sense. So I get my dad to come out there and played softball in the plant leagues over here at Exxon forever. And, I mean, he don't even last 2 innings because one of the guys, they took a couple of shots, but one of them landed, just hit the ball right at the middle, hit my dad on the shin, and I mean, he had a softball-sized knot on his shin, and he could hardly walk, couldn't pitch the rest of the game. And if you play softball, I'm not a big softball guy, but if you play softball, you know that's a no-no. Like the unwritten rule is don't hit back. Unless the other team did it or whatever, then you're attacking the pitcher. It's an unwritten rule. You don't do that. Like these fools were doing it because it was who they were playing, right?
Trying to try you off.
Yeah, I mean, just trying to stir stuff up and trying to, and then, you know, I tried to. We put an Arkansas team together. This was in Little Rock, obviously. So I mean, if you can relate, I mean, there's not a pro team in Arkansas. I mean, the Razorbacks they are the pro team there. And but after I got through, we went back and with my number one receiver and a couple of dudes, we put a flag football team together. We was going to play in a league, and every week it just escalated to guys. I mean, they're getting out of their car talking trash.
Waiting on it.
And it's not just friendly, you know, I dunked on you or I made this throw or I made this catch.
They try to push you.
It's personal. It's in the parking lot. It's trying to push for what I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning would be, but I can only imagine that Cam Newton deals with this on a consistent basis. And this is precisely why if you're Cam, now Cam will still do it because he is.
But see, that's the part is. Like if I'm Cam and what like it'd be hard for me to do these type of events anymore. Like it would be hard because you just got folks out there trying you, and there is nothing that Cam is saying that says, yeah, man, he deserves to get tried like that. He deserves to have somebody run. I mean, you got this kid who needed to shut his ass up, talking to him crazy. Like that, and people talk about generation of salty. Someone takes it ain't just this generation. It's older people who are gonna try Cam. It's people in your generation who are gonna try to try Cam. It's just silliness. And the thing that it does hurt is there are kids that I think he is probably really helping, or kids like when you did these camps that you were really helping, not just the skill level, but I bet you Cam, like a lot of other guys, CJ. Is probably somebody I think that's doing things similar like this. They put money down. They pay money to help these kids.
Yeah.
They pay for a lot of the things, a lot of the events. They bring people that they would never get to talk to or hear speak to or be around to run these camps.
Yeah.
And they're going to be the ones, because I'm telling you right now, man, I ain't show up here to have 4-5 dudes come run up on me.
Yeah.
You know, like the hell no. And the kids are going to be the ones that get hurt from it.
Well, you can't. Yeah, the kids end up getting hurt. Like I said, there's nothing worse in youth sports or even high school sports than when the adults that are involved screw it up. I mean, and you look at old buddy that's catching all the smoke for jumping on Cam. It's like, he makes a little video beforehand and he's talking trash about Cam, which would mean absolutely it wouldn't even be discussed. It wouldn't even be on the radar if he wouldn't have been the guy. However long later, sucker punching Cam at the top of some stairs.
Just out of all people, who's up there?
That dude's the one doing it. Apparently, there's some beef between Cam's organization and this letter initials. I don't know what they are, but it's just. I mean, the problem. You want to know what the problem is with the quote unquote generation is. The adults are doing the kind of crap. The adults are talking trash on video and then going and sucker punching somebody at the top of the stairs instead of talk trash if you want to. But when you get to the top of the stairs, how about we break this thing up? How about we cool everybody off and move on? But instead, it turns into a video that goes viral
If you were in Cam's situation, would you keep doing these things? Would you?
I damn sure wouldn't be as the problem with Cam is Cam puts himself right in the middle of folks. I mean, Cam puts himself in the middle of the trash talk at the top of the stairs as if he ain't Cam Newton.
Yeah, he won't just.
And it's just the reality. Like
it's got to be somebody around him too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There were cops, and there was a couple of cops that got there. But I mean, when it happens, it just happens like that, and you're lucky nobody got hurt at the end of the day. But look, Ron, a lot of times I tell you, like my experience with it, 90% of the time, like the dudes that were coming for me or coming for Anthony Lucas were guys that played lower level college ball. And ultimately had something to prove, and we're trying to prove something, I'm just like, what are we doing, man? I just want to come out here and get a little exercise and play a little flag football and throw the ball around.
Just chill a little bit.
Yeah, man.
These people are here. This is their moment.
I could only imagine what Cam got with.
And somebody that just can't. You're gonna talk to him. He can't stop himself, like you were in some of the bars.
Yeah.
We're bringing up things.
Yeah, I mean, Cam put himself in a position where clearly somebody was talking trash at the top of the stairs, and
Cam was gonna talk too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's just a shame, though, man. It's just
somebody texting Cam thought he was getting into 7-on-7, not 7-on-1.
I'm gonna tell you what, old buddy with them dreads in that backpack that was in that video. Once Cam got a hold of me,
I said Cam saw that Will linebacker blitz.
Hey, at one point in that video,
call that off.
At one point in that video, I don't know if Cam's got his hair or if he's got the backpack, but old buddy's bent over in them damn legs. He's doing everything he can just keep his feet underneath.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, boy.
Cam was fixing to ragdoll him.
No, we ain't got to pick that up. I got you.
That's a different animal too. Yeah, you gonna mess with the quarterback? Go find Drew Brees or something. Cam ain't the one.
I bet you get a damn boy. You get on top of him, boy. He's a little bit bigger than I thought. He's a little.
Cam ain't the one, man.
Yeah, apologize to some of you all. I know a little bit there late in that segment. It may have gotten too loud for you, but it's all right. Hopefully we brung it in for you. Coming up, the Astros. Hey, they lost today, and apparently somebody is beside themselves on YouTube and Twitch. They lost today, but today was still a good moment and a good important moment for the Astros. We'll tell you what that means and updates on Justin Verlander and Forrest Whitley. We'll discuss that coming up to that. Guys, ladies out there as well, I hope you're listening. I hope you are taking
Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, here we go. As the Astros, they play. They're getting going now. Played yesterday. Played the Cardinals. Took an L. They lost to the Tigers today in spring training. But and to this person, I'm not kidding you. Somebody then tweeted in, our guy 979 H-Town fan, the Astros lost again. I'm in a terrible place emotionally.
1-3, man.
Got you too.
1-3 in the Grapefruit League, man.
Just can't.
What are we doing?
That just can't happen. They got to pick it up.
Come on, boys.
Come on now. Get above 500 here. Let's go. But they did get a pretty good performance from their top prospect, Spencer Arrighetti. There it is. Arrighetti. There it is. Spencer Arrighetti. He went 2 innings, no earned.
When I looked down there and saw that last name, I knew Ron was going to hit that pause. But Spencer
Arrighetti. Got it, baby. Just had to look at it real good.
Yeah,
to
man.
Make sure to finish it off. But he goes 2 innings, no earned, 1 hit, 3 Ks, and no walks. So pretty good performance from him. Somebody that I would say, just judging by the way they've talked and what we've heard, that there's a hope that he finds his way at some point to the big league club at some point this season. So good start for him. 2 innings, no earned, and that strikeout ability that they like. That's big for him. Good start.
Yeah, look, I mean, when I first hear this, I'm like, hell, ain't no room for him. I mean, where in the hell is he going to go? But if you look at Verlander, supposedly, Verlander was 2 to 3 weeks behind. McCullers, we never know what's going to happen there. You look at Luis Garcia. So, I mean, there's a surplus of starters at the big league level, but there's a chance that a couple of them are behind. J.P. France was behind in his rehab.
J.P. France, yep.
So I mean, you got a handful of those guys that are out for one reason or another, whether it's delayed rehab or just the injury still a problem. So I guess there is a chance that Arrighetti could make his way into the early season Astros anyway.
Well, I mean, you just we've watched this for several years, and it's just Major League Baseball. Somebody,
yeah,
right? Like last year, you thought it was, hey, where's the room? Luis Garcia, Urquidy hurt for a minute. I mean, there are guys that Lance. So we'll see what happens. But the feel is, I mean, with Brandon Backey getting starts last year and Ronel Blanco getting starts last year, there's a fault that you probably may have to run into some of these young guys that may have to pitch. And he's somebody that could be one that's called up and looked at. So good start for him. Also, more updates on Justin Verlander you just spoke of, who was kind of getting back with that shoulder situation as we heard earlier in camp. This is the latest from manager Joe Espada giving an update on Justin Verlander.
Yes, and it's going to be a light day today. And, the goal is for JV next time he gets on the mound, probably, just increase his intensity and see if we could just start mapping out maybe facing some light hitters at some point.
All right, trying to see if he'll be able to get going soon. They were not committal at all about him being able to start opening day. Verlander also isn't throwing breaking balls off the mound yet, but that was a part of the original plan. His shoulder feels pretty good, according to him, and I wouldn't say there is discomfort. It is just not completely loose, which is probably normal for a buildup like this. So that is the latest with Justin Verlander. Verlander and Espada now not as at least not sounding as confident about during opening day. So he is going to be one to watch, and it looks like they want to protect him anyway throughout the season.
It seems to me like Verlander's, trusting the trainers, trusting his body a little bit more, like listening to, not trusting maybe, but listening to so far, and this is up till today. Now, this may have changed today. He may have added to this, but he's thrown 3 bullpens so far. Everything's been fastball, changeup. He said he has spun a few off of flat ground. So, I mean, there is a buildup, but he said, of course, there's some tightness there, that they're trying to work through. So, we'll see what ends up happening with JV out of the gate. The thing here, Ron, that's interesting is I was reading a piece from Chandler Rome in The Athletic is there's a vesting option with Verlander that kicks in at the 140 inning mark this year for the Astros. And the interesting part about that is if he gets there and that year kicks in, the Mets are responsible for damn near half of the salary again. So I'm no general manager, I'm no cap expert, but give me, assuming he's healthy, give me an additional year with Justin Verlander where I got to pay half of his damn salary. I could probably work around that a little bit.
Yeah.
So for me, it's that's really the only significance of starting the year, being ready and starting it on opening night or opening day, or getting pushed 2 or 3 weeks is you work the innings. Because it's in our best interest, I believe, that he gets there.
Yeah, it gets there, and just the hope is
obviously the best interest is staying healthy, right?
Yeah, staying healthy and to be what you need him to be in the postseason, and that's whatever that has to start. So the start of the season is not as big a deal on that. By the way, I see people rolling in it. If I said Brandon Backey, I meant Brandon Belak.
Backey's a good dude, friend of the show. We need to get him on again.
I was going to say we should talk to. Thank you for obviously. Texting that in to make sure I got that right, to let me know that I was wrong there. Brandon Belak got starts last year. But yeah, Backey, man, we get Backey back here, man. He's a funny dude. He was here with us during some of the playoff runs. So that is the latest. Also, Joe Espada said that they're going to shut Forrest. They're going to shut Forrest Whitley down for a week. He's got
I'm a real boy.
Thank you. He's got Tyler would be proud. He's got inflammation in his middle finger, and he's got. It's just
so does half the fan base, Forrest.
Yeah, it's just damn, man. This cat just came, man. I thought, well, maybe there's a shot he could be a weapon in the bullpen, and maybe there still is. But damn, boy, how many days they been there?
I mean, look, since last Wednesday. I mean, I've got, so he's got.
You can't get a week, dog.
You got 5 days in, man. It's Monday. I mean, at what point does Forrest turn into a guy that, like, hey, man, you got to fight through a little inflammation in the middle finger, man?
Never.
Like, I mean, it's
inflammation of the finger could lead to a broken forearm or something. Who knows what, man. You don't want to take any chances with Forrest. So hopefully it is just a week and he's able to get back. But, man, I feel bad for that dude, but it is just almost just becoming comical how often that cat can just not get himself healthy and on the field. But that is the latest with the Astros is they're trying to get things tightened up before the season starts.
Don't forget to bring a towel.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
Nope. All right. We said last week, Franchise Tag Day, there are some things that have jumped out here, Clint, and the running back position, which is a position that we think the Texans are really looking at. This is the latest here. Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, and Tony Pollard. We've talked a lot about those first two. Are all expected to become free agents in what promises to be a star-studded running back market. Sources tell ESPN on Monday. Also, Tennessee Titans won't tag standout veteran running back Derrick Henry. Hell, he did all but took the mic and did a goodbye at the end of the year. I mean, he went Roger Maris not Roger Maris, but Lou Gehrig at the end with the mic to finish off his career in Tennessee. And then another one we've talked about, L.A. Chargers are expected to let Austin Eckler explore free agency. So all of those guys, Tony Pollard's not one we talk about a lot, but as we said there, Clint, when you look at positions that the Texans need, this is just an indicator of no possible way that they can waltz through this thing and not improve the running back room.
Yeah,
there's no
Ron.
There's no way.
I mean, this is one of those, for me, stars are aligning moment. You are in need of a serious injection in your run game. You are in need of a top running back to add to this football team, to add to this roster. And the stars just happen to be aligning. Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler. None of them are going to get the tag. All of them are going to be on the market, and they're going to explore free agency, and we need one down here in Houston. It'd be a crying-ass shame if you're the Houston Texans to not get one of these top backs and to look up mid-year and go, well, you know, the guy that we thought was going to be our workhorse, he doesn't really know the scheme yet. You know, he just doesn't fit the scheme. So we're going to have to load up our second back, our third down back, our scat back. So we're going to have to load him up and run his damn legs off for the second half of the season and hope it's enough. This is one that I got to believe D'Amico Ryan sits there and says, "Hey, Nick, I don't care how you do it." And to be honest with you, I don't care. I personally do, but if I'm D'Amico, I really don't give a rip which one it is. There just better be somebody in the backfield in a Texans uniform this year that can tote the rock, make guys miss, go get first downs, that is an impact player.
From what we watched last year, and I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but I'll say this. From what we watched last year, in my opinion, at Dameon Pierce and Devin Singletary, who eventually became the starter there at the second half, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, to me, would all be clear upgrades over those two.
Add DeAndre Swift to that mix.
And Swift,
or did I miss something this weekend?
Swift is he's just, his name wasn't listed in the article, but Swift is another one. But these five are all former Pro Bowl level players that have had big years, right? Like all of them, five of them. Running backs don't get paid a lot. There are teams that it's not like all the teams in the league are out there hunting running backs.
Yeah.
Hell, some of these teams are going to need to replace them to get a running back. It's just, to me, they just have so many options there. And when you look at it not being a really, at least right now, we'll see with the combine coming this week, not a huge, heavy running back class like it was last year. And it just, as you said, the stars are aligning. This just makes too much sense. On the other side of that, a guy we've talked about a bit here, the Bengals, they've decided to place the franchise tag on wide receiver Tee Higgins. So now it would be really difficult to get him away from Cincinnati if a team tried to do so. Now you're talking about trade multiple picks to try to get your hands on. So it looks like the Bengals are going to try to keep him and Jamar Chase and keep that group together to try to make themselves in a spot where their window is still open to try to win.
It wouldn't surprise me if the Bengals didn't try to either work out a deal before the season tag or definitely next year work out a deal. My point is it wouldn't surprise me if this Tee Higgins move right here isn't just part of the puzzle of trying to keep Tee Higgins in a Bengals uniform for the foreseeable future.
Yeah. So we'll see. So Tee Higgins, all but guaranteed to be a Bengal next year, unless I don't think anybody is stepping out to trade multiple picks. I think when you franchise what's 2 first-round picks, I think they've got to trade for. I don't think anybody is going to be.
Yeah, you got me on that one. I don't know what the requirements are.
First-round picks. If you got somebody on the franchise tag, I don't think anybody is potentially going to do that. Something around that range anyway. So Tee Higgins looks like he's going to be a Bengal, but running backs, all-star cast of potential running backs to help this team in a position that they really need improvement.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, congratulations to arguably the best local team in the area, and that is the Houston Cougars. They are now the new number 1 team in the polls. They are number 1 in the AP. They were number 2. They had a huge road win at Baylor. And they come away and get that W. It is the first time in program history that U of H is the number 1 team in the AP in consecutive seasons. The Cougars are also number 1 in the U of H has also been number 1 in the AP for a total of 19 weeks, when number 1 is 33-5. So congratulations to Kelvin Sampson and this team. They've got probably right now, with the injury to Kevin McCullough at Kansas, they probably have the player of the year in Jamal Shedd in the conference, and he's got a chance to be an All-American. So they have it's been amazing to see what Kelvin Sampson has done and putting that program in. And now they jump in to the Big 12, which is the best conference in college basketball, and they're in the driver's seat to win this thing, a huge win on the road. So big for them. U of H is, like I said, arguably them and the Astros been the best teams in this city the last several years.
Well, how do you feel about the Cougs really hitting stride here right before your Jayhawks come to town? And now you've got your family going and all that, and the Jayhawks are probably going to take an ass whooping. I mean,
March 9th. Yeah, I mean they're circled. I mean we
you got a couple weeks, man.
Nice, but we got them pretty good up in Lawrence.
Oh, okay.
So I think they're ready for it. They're circled.
You should have whispered that, by the way. You pissed somebody off.
Right. Got them pretty good up in Lawrence. Shot 70% against one of the best defensive teams in the country. So I think U of H will be ready for that. So should be a
get back game, huh?
Man. No, get back game should be fun. If they win out, they should be in a good spot to potentially have an outright championship. And that's 12 first time. Many people wondered how they would go moving up in conferences, and they've showed they've been one of the best teams in the country, for the best programs and one of the best teams in the country, and they're showing that right now. But March 9th, that looms, baby. That looms, baby. Rock Chalk coming there, man. Can't wait. Can't wait, baby. I'm sorry, Rock Chalk. Can't wait. Can't wait. All right, coming up, Joe Espada. He said something, man, I didn't really think about, but I like it, and now when I hear it, it makes me feel even more strong about one of the things that I think the Astros need to put a pin in. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
As unreasonable.
Hughley here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. I'm gonna assume that Tyler is he may be gone right now.
Let me tell you what Tyler did.
He has not responded. Has he responded to you?
Well, hell no. You know he ain't gonna respond to me before he responds to you.
I sent a message out there to Tyler in our joint. But what happened after the mimosas? Nothing.
I'll tell you what happened. Took his ass back to his room, got in that AC, hung over. Probably stayed up. Because you know what happened. Remember last time Tyler went and stayed at a resort? He got busted up like that, and then he ended up at some party of gals that you remember that from they were from another country. I
don't remember that.
Yes, indeed. Because I asked he told us on air. He said Megan went to bed. Everybody went to bed. He was walking back to his room, and he was busted, and there was a bunch of noise coming out of one of the rooms or one of the bars or something. And he stepped in there. It was a big party, kicking it, man, big group. I can't remember if he said it was like bachelorette or what it was.
And he just went in and
stayed up all night, just drinking and breaking bread with random folks.
I can hear that
without a doubt, no question. I'm gonna tell you, Tyler got up this morning. He had put something on his stomach. Probably didn't sleep real well last night. We know he was good and hungover.
See, that's what you think.
He said, I'm gonna ease on back to this room, put my toes up for a minute, see if I can't recover so I can at least have me a good evening.
See, I feel like Tyler said to himself.
You think he's in the water?
I feel like Tyler just needed just one good belch or a good meal, or like he ate a little something. He's not gonna eat a good meal.
Good belch.
But nah, he's like, yeah, let me get a good belch, good dump, like something to shake it up. And ooh, I feel good now. Oh, I feel good after I ate a little bit of that bacon. Ooh, I feel good now. I can go. Here we go. And I think he's back at it. I think Tyler's. I don't know if he's slurring words, but I think Tyler is he's well on to that.
You think he's googly-eyed right now with that? I know.
What was the term he used? Foggy. I think.
Foggy.
I don't think we're quite to foggy yet, but we're getting close to foggy.
When Tyler starts, his eyes get real googly, and then he kind of tilts his head a little bit. That's when I know Tyler is. Now it also helps that he's asking everybody in the bar if they want a shot.
Yes.
When that head gets kicked to the side and them eyes get a little googly and they start kind of bouncing around in his head, it's like, he's finna have him one. He's going to have him a night now.
And then for me, it's when he starts doing body positioning to try to not allow me to leave.
Oh,
like
sitting close to the door?
Puts himself in between doors, puts himself in spaces where he has to. And that time that man tried to take that picture repeatedly, but just kept stalling. Hold on, don't go yet. I'm trying to get everybody ready for this picture. Just stand right here. Just finish the drink.
That was the yellow rose.
It just kept trying. I never made that picture. You've
been 30 minutes.
I bounced. He turned his back on me, and I went to the restroom, and he wasn't there. He messed up. That's where he messed up. I got out of there. But no, man, Tyler hopefully hits his back. Let us know where Tyler is. Hey, Joe Espada said his ideal lineup. And we talked about who's going to bat in the 2 spot. You said Bregman. I've said Tucker. I said I think it's probably going to be Bregman. No, Joe said Yordan Alvarez in the 2 spot. I hadn't thought about that. I like it. I like it. He said his ideal. Oh, sorry. I like it. He said his ideal lineup is Altuve, Yordan, Bregman, and then Kyle Tucker. Like I said, as long as Kyle's in that top 5, I won't lose my mind.
He's going that right, left.
He's going that right, left.
Learn something from Dusty.
Yordan in the 2 spot. You good with that, Chris? You good with that, Chris? Yordan in the 2 spot?
I'm good with that.
You good with that? There you go.
Appreciate
there you go.
that.
The Nighthawk slide in. I never have thought of that, but now you could really bang in your right, left. But there is just a thought of how many you would like more people on base in front of him. You know who I know loves it.
Who's that?
Jose Altuve.
Oh yeah,
sitting there right behind him. You gonna give Altuve fastball?
Yeah. Yeah, look, for me, it's 6 one way, half dozen another as it pertains, because it's a huge change from what I thought. I thought Bregman would be there, but you've been. I mean, a heel that if it never happens is Tucker in the 2-hole, and I mean, this is essentially Tucker in the 2-hole. Obviously, it's Yordan, but I mean, it's the same big left-handed bat that's an RBI producing bat hitting in the 2-hole. So whether it was Yordan or it were Tucker, it's a different approach, obviously, and I'm here for it, man. I like it. I would have been fine with Dusty's way of doing things with Bregman in the 2-hole, but I don't have a problem at all with assuring the big fella gets as many at bats as possible.
Well, it's clear. One, he's going to get more at bats. Clear, and it's clear that your 4 best hitters are bang, 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 and it just heightens even more for me this Jake Myers nonsense.
It'll work itself out.
See, this Jake Myers it's just nonsense. It's like, now just think about it. So then when you automatically think about it, it's like, all right, you got wherever Yordan is, at least the 2 batters in front of him are affected, because I'm gonna throw more fastballs or give you more hittable pitches, because I don't want that dude to come up with guys on base. And the thought of Dubon in the 9-hole and Altuve behind him, essentially 2 leadoff hitters and guys that hit fastballs really well, that you want to throw fastballs because you don't want to have 2 guys on base with that dude coming up. I just think pitchers would welcome it being Jake over Dubon down there in that 9th spot.
Oh, well, there ain't no doubt about that. I don't care where Yordan bats. They would definitely at this point they would definitely appreciate that.
I just that to me even enhances even more. Just stop with the nonsense. God, that bottom, that Dubon and Altuve, basically 2 back-to-back leadoff hitters right there in front of him, and you know he's coming, and it's 3-1. Oh, I got to feed fastballs. Doobie's
gonna keep that pressure on him, and it's gonna end up happening.
Because he was. You think so?
Mm-hmm.
What Clint said. Clint walked in today, said he's batting 1,000.
Doobie's batting 1,000, baby. He ain't taking his foot off the gas at all. Grapefruit League batting 1,000.
There you go.
Jake, what you got, Jake?
He's making Jake press even harder. Ain't
no doubt. Jake needs some at bats. I don't even know if he's got an at bat yet. I think he's got 2.
Jake seems like a presser. maybe Jake's not even watching what Dubon's doing. Got such confidence.
Okay. Let me tell you what Jake is doing. He's box score reading.
Yeah, someone texted in. Dubon is not batting 9th. Jake is. Oh, I know. That's why I'm saying it presses the issue even more, that I want him batting 9th. And I want him in the lineup. It's going to be Jake. They're going to be pounding Jake with the fastballs like that White Sox second baseman. I've got to let that go. I really do. I've got to let that go. I have to. It's sad. I've got to let that go. All right, one of most, for me, annoying things in sports. And I wonder what has happened, not just this weekend, but the last couple of weeks. I wonder if that will make a change for something, because clearly what one of Clint's teammates didn't, and probably should have. At this point, I wonder if this will make it a change. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Our Vision Homes. I'm talking about one of Houston's premier turnkey custom.
Rockets and third-party insurers. Not available in all states.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There comes a party over there on YouTube and Twitch. Have a good time over there. You can take that in. And you can see us at the same time, watching the show at the same time. As we were talking about Yordan moving to the 2 spot, potentially Joe Espada is looking at. As I said, it makes me even more want them to stop the Jake Myers nonsense because, boy, the person in that 9 spot is going to get a lot better pitches to see with Yordan coming 2 spots behind him and Altuve already behind him. Our guy who's inspired by my name, Ronald. He said it before. He uses the name Ronald, and he's got the Ronald McDonald. By the way, that
sent you a gift?
No, he's got that. That's his avatar, Ronald McDonald.
Oh, okay.
Really a nickname my son really hates. It's something I was called forever. You know, it's a natural. Hey, your name's Ronald.
Well,
Ronald
sure.
McDonald.
I mean, I get Clinton from time to time.
Yeah, he got well, yeah. And then I think I told you that championship game of of his football league. They called him that. They got him out of whack about the first quarter. First quarter, they start calling him on the other team, and he got himself good and pissed.
Chris, are you a Christian?
No, I'm a Christopher.
Christopher.
Yeah,
I should have known. That was a stupid question, wasn't it?
At first,
do Christians go by Chris?
Yeah, they do. Some do.
Yeah, when you first said that, I thought
spiritually.
Yeah, I thought you were.
Yeah.
I said, oh, "This is going deep." I was just but my man,
I knew exactly what he
good.
was.
I'm glad you did. 'Cause I thought.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know. If you gave me a Christopher or Christian, I'd have said I'd probably guess Christian anyway.
Well, now I just wonder where the conversation would have gone if he said, "Nah, Mormon."
I would have said, "Nah, fool, I'm talking about your damn name. I ain't talking about you."
But no, this guy Ronald says it's unrealistic to expect studs 1 through 9. Every lineup has a low spot. Ours used to be catcher, now it's Jake. And I would just say to that, no, it does not have to be that. I'm not even saying Dubon's a star or an all-star. I'm just saying when you look at it, who's the better offensive player shown to be up to this point? Dubon. Who's been the better defensive player? Hell, they were putting him in center field as a defensive replacement.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the baseball. May be the worst sport with the know-it-alls. By the way, I mean, it's just.
I don't know what would look when you look and watch Dubon and them because my man said the organization sees something in him, and at this point, who are we to think they don't know what they're doing? I also trust that they'll repeat some baseball.
I bet you're a hell of a barmate having a cold drink with about the Astros. Just blindly trust. No, I mean we've got, to be honest with you, to his point right there. I tell you who we are. We're fans that have watched Jake Myers get outplayed by Dubon, by White Boy Chaz. By hell, what was your guy's name that you liked that wore all the gold? So, the old boy that went to Tampa Bay.
Suri.
Siri. I mean, we've watched a handful of center fielders outplay Jake year after year. So, to your point is, I mean, I feel pretty comfortable and confident saying that there's better options on this team. And from the low spot in the lineup, everybody's got every baseball team's got a low spot. Sure, every baseball team has a low spot.
Yeah, Mauricio Dubon could be your low spot.
Guess what? You have a choice of how deep your low spot is, how much water your low spot's going to hold. Right? Is it Dubon in the ninth spot, or is it Jake Myers in the ninth spot?
Pena,
whoever it may be. I mean, you've got the point is you've got options. And if Jake ain't getting it done, you don't just sit there and keep talking about this is a low spot in the lineup. It's just how we have to play baseball because it's who we. No, you got options.
Like, listen, the texter, whatever your real name is, I appreciate the inspiration. You have eyes, and listen, I get what you're saying. The Astros have deserved the credit for everything they have been able to do in the last. They have made so many right moves, but they also made the Rafael Montero move. They've been wrong, and you have eyes. You watched it. There is nothing about you what you've seen last year or the previous year that says All right, man. Jake Myers, center field job right now over Dubon.
Let's commit.
There's nothing. Like, you got eyes. Hell, you just texted in. I agree. Dubon is a better player, Ron. So
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I mean, there's just, at the end of the day, it's been like this with the Astros in center field for a couple of years now. They've got, to use the analogy, the low spot, right? You've got the choice as a manager and as an organization, and I firmly believe it's going to happen again this year. You're going to have the choice to choose the depth of your low spot. And is it a guy that damn near hit 300 last year and was as clutch as anybody? Damn sure as clutch as anybody if you take into account he was playing for guys that were injured.
A guy you moved Alex Bregman down in the order to bat in a two spot in the ALCS.
Yeah, man.
And Jake wasn't on the roster.
We'll see. Look, I mean, the thing is,
you're right. I agree with you. They clearly see something.
Well, yeah. Look, and that's fine.
I don't know what the hell they're seeing.
But Ron, like I've talked about this multiple times over the last 2 years. Like, sure, I would have played White Boy Chaz in center field the last 2 years consistently. It wouldn't have been we would have never got to Dubon playing center field and him hitting 300. It would have never been a conversation. Now, once it happened, obviously Dubon nonetheless, like, I personally would have done that. But I would have I would rather them pick one of the guys and commit to him and quit the turnstile in center field. Let's put Jake out there for 3 months. Let's see what the hell he does.
Oh, God.
I just don't. I personally don't believe it's going to turn out in the Astros' favor in terms of this prospect living up to whatever their expectations are.
Yeah,
I hope I'm dead ass wrong. I hope Jake goes out there and hits 300. I hope he hits 25 bombs.
I will come right out here and say it. Boy, look at Jake.
I'll get me a jersey.
You thought about doing it at first. God, that's the thing.
I like Jake's hustle.
Good chin.
I like the hustle. I like it. I like the Johnny baseball. Is that a right fair? I like it, man. It just ain't worked out for him.
No, it didn't. No.
Glad I didn't get that money. I mean, it would be second in line behind Tyler getting a custom Davis Mills jersey.
It's certainly not from what we've seen from Mauricio Dubon playing out there.
Yeah, right.
No, it's certainly not compared to that. All right, Clint, it happened again this weekend, and now the best player for Duke, Kyle Filipowski, hurts his knee in a court storming. Duke, this is one of the top big stories in sports. I have said this. I think it is ridiculous if you just say out loud all of the easily all of the bad things that it could occur in this situation and what we have seen happen. Why they keep allowing this to roll through? And now he hurts his knee. They don't think it's too serious, but he had to be helped off and walked off, and he didn't have a chance. He didn't have a chance away. If you've seen that video, and they're rolling on, and it's a couple of dudes, me and Courtney really got into it about this, where she didn't see that fella kind of pointing his finger and going in, and we had a nice argument about it. No, man, he's going after and seeking him out and putting his finger in his face, like trying to get to him. She thought he was just running past him, but whatever. But this, and now the talk is, what are they going to do about it? I don't think anything, but it is wild that they are still allowed to have. Caitlin Clark gets drilled in the stomach a couple weeks back.
Look, I think they do end up doing something about it.
You think so?
Now, do they ban them? And I just don't like. Do they take the necessary steps to keep it from happening? Do they? I listened to Billis earlier, which it's extreme, but it's really the easiest way. Let them storm the court, and then keep them on the floor and arrest every damn one of them, and then
get 10 of them,
right.
And then and announce it, and it.
Yeah.
What did Billis say? It can end tomorrow.
Yeah, it can end tomorrow if they wanted to. I mean, here's the deal. Here's what I think is a fair expectation, and I think this is reasonable. Like, there should be something in place, particularly in baseball. But I'm sorry, basketball.
Yeah.
There should be something in place to keep them from, as soon as the clock expires, sprinting on the floor. Like you've got to give.
They had nothing in place at Wake Forest.
They were just going. They had just thrown in the towel and said we're going to let it happen. Like you've got to give the opponent 10 seconds, 5 seconds to get off the damn floor. Like that dude, before he could turn around, whether the guy did it on purpose or not, I mean, that guy got sideswiped before he could even like he didn't have a chance.
And there were 2 other people, or there were 10 other people that were going to be in his path trying to get to the side.
And I'm gonna tell you, if you watch that too, Ron, like I'm surprised you didn't. Maybe you did see it, you just hadn't brought it up. Like the one dude goes this way and clips his knee or steps on his foot
and pushes him in the back.
Bingo, that guy right there. That's the one. That's when I thought about you. The first one, I didn't watch it but a couple of times, so I didn't watch it close enough to see if he was targeting. But it looks like he could have stepped on top of his foot. He could have hit his knee. I don't know exactly what happened, but it was the second guy that clearly, like, he was on a path to charge the court. He veered left, put 2 hands in his back, and realized, oh hell, he's been over, and he just kept on. Like that's the guy that.
But even Filipowski, he's coming in, he's about ready to go.
Yeah.
But I can understand. Like I'm trying to get off the court, and it's 3,000 of you jokers running on here, and I'm trying to get over, and I see you coming pointing towards me.
Yeah.
Like he was up for him. It's just so many. First off, as Bill has said earlier, we've had terrible things. We've had tramples.
Yeah.
Like we've had real injuries happen. I thought when LeGarrette Blount punched out that fan, when he was at Oregon, that all right, well they're gonna probably stop this now. No.
Yeah.
I think it is just so many. There are things in place at every NBA arena to try like hell to prevent the malice in the palace from happening again.
Yeah.
There's so many things that, like, why would they? It is just wild to me. It is wild. It is not going to stop until some crazy, terrible incident occurs to where it's a black cloud.
Ron, they got to find a way to slow it down. And look, I hadn't been to all of the college basketball arenas, but I've been to several of them. At the least, the wherever the students are, you at the very least you got to load up on security right there and slow them down. I mean, you like I know at Arkansas, and it's one of the better atmospheres in college basketball. If you camp out security, put up some kind of railing or something on about a quarter of the court, you can stop just the all out sprint on the floor. The rest of them are donors, and you know they're not gonna. If they do rush the floor, they ain't breaking no 40 records.
No,
I mean it's so there's got to be something, man. I mean this is a little. It's getting a little bit. Basketball's the worst because there's no barrier. You know, at least in football, you have to jump over a wall or some bushes or something.
But even with that, man, there's thousands of people coming behind you. You got to quickly jump over that.
I was that thing in Tennessee, man.
I bet you was.
Yeah.
I know you got it 4, but Tyler has gotten back with us.
Uh-oh. Well, hey, let's lead with that, man. Let's lead with that. Coming up.
Oh, my God.
Coming up.
Tyler.
Clint Stoerner's football at 4. Tyler is in Mexico. First night, Old Fashions. Hung over like hell today.
There was a $10,000 tab.
Oh, boy. That's coming up next. Tyler Milner's update. Coming up next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we get there, though, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet. Tyler's not the only great thing to come out of Baytown, dang it. We got Ron Kraft Chevrolet over there. If you're looking for a new rig right now, Ron.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
Sometimes I give the old Football at 4 segment to baseball, or very rarely basketball or college, but sometimes to the Astros. Sometimes we talk college football. But today, Ron, we got an update. For all of our loyal listeners out there, y'all know Tyler Milner, T-Mill, Real Deal T-Mill.
The richest producer in all of
without a doubt.
Sports radio, all of it.
He's out this week, and my man Chris Santiago is in. Christopher, by the way, Santiago is in the building. We appreciate him for sure. He's doing a hell of a job. But Tyler is, as Ron just said, the richest producer in all of radio business.
What he tells us, he's at the number one resort?
Number one resort in Mexico. It's a work trip with his wife.
How about it?
Apparently she does pretty well, and the company's pretty successful because they are splurging. And here's the update. Company just had a $10,000 pool tab.
Oh,
we talked about this in the break. Tyler's dangerous when he's got to pay his own tab at Twin Peaks.
You listen right now. Would I have been shocked off my ass if you told me Tyler really got to feel it himself and he just dropped $10,000? I wouldn't be just floored.
In Mexico?
I would just be floored.
At a resort,
shocked.
that probably wouldn't be hard to do, even though it's probably all inclusive.
Yeah, I just saying I wouldn't be floored. So to tell me that the company got it, oh hell.
Well,
he got access to it. Oh,
best thing about this young fella, you see, he's coachable. He's very coachable. For those of y'all that weren't listening a little earlier, Tyler's hungover today because on the trip in yesterday he had two tall boy Modelos on the trip from the airport to the resort. Then he had two shots of tequila when he arrived at the resort. And then he had 3 old fashions at the pool. And he says, then it got foggy. And I gave him hell about the old fashions at the pool. No, I mean, who in the hell drinks old fashions at a pool in Mexico?
I've never done it in Mexico, but I have drank at a pool in Miami.
So we gave him hell. It was on social media. And I don't know if he saw it and decided to be coachable or if he just shifted gears here a bit. But Tyler's his part of the $10,000 pool tab. 3 margaritas, 2 tequila shots.
Okay. And really, he's hungover, right? He said he had.
Well,
to
he
do
was. He doesn't hear the dog.
He had to do an
son.
audible, right? He said he had to change the plan. He struggled.
Hey, he
so
done.
we had 2 tequila shots.
He done heard that joker. 2 tequila shots, 1 tequila la sunrise, whatever the hell that is. I don't know if he got Twitter fingers on that A or if he meant to do that.
That got away.
And 1 strawberry margaritas. So he's gone full blown Mexico, boys. He has gone full blown Mexico. Hey, y'all think he's in good shape? The Mexico.
He had three mimosas to kick it off this morning, and that was around 11 o'clock.
He's destroying his liver. Oh man, he is destroying his
day
liver.
2 of the trip.
Good gosh, Tyler, hang in there, buddy. Keep us updated, man. Make sure.
Man.
Hey, make sure you look after your bride. Make sure you're in good enough shape to where if something happens and you need to help your bride out of a pinch, then
it'd be all right if it wasn't the shots.
Yeah.
God, and he's doing this. He knows he's on her job's work trip.
Oh, he's gonna take full advantage of it.
I know, but
he doesn't get invited on ours.
I know it, but he's just got to make. I just get so concerned that it doesn't get away from him, and he doesn't do nothing to make himself an ass at her work trip. And this right here could put yourself in it.
What if Tyler gets his wife fired on the work trip?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
boy, he'll come in here with that hotel
because he got comfortable. He said it's her boss, man. Her boss always gets me in trouble, right? Now that's one thing. He likes you, and you can keep a drinking. That could That goes south on you real quick.
There's the old T-Mill update, man. We'll keep you posted. We got 2 more hours. Tyler's got 2 more hours, and this is obvious. I'm going to assume that they've gotten out of the pool now. By the way, you think Tyler's the first or the last out of the pool? He is dead ass last.
He's last.
Tyler's one of 3 guys that are still in the pool, and their wives are already dressed, and they're having to go, hey, we've got dinner in 30 minutes, man. Get out of here.
And they do. There's no way he's making it to this black tide award event.
I don't know. He's a bit.
He's got to get it. He's got to
up.
shut it down. I know, but he's got to shut it down now.
It's gonna be great. I can't wait to see pictures. I can't wait. I'll be honest with you. His he didn't look that hungover. No. And if he sends me one more eggplant emoji, I'm gonna block his ass.
I can't defend that one.
Red 22. Guys, we got a little news on the running back front. The Texans are obviously in a running back market. God, I hope they're in a running back market in an aggressive, big way. We got a little bit of news, I think, on the running back market here. And I'm gonna spare you all the intimate details, but Saquon Barkley, Tony Pollard, Austin Eckler, Josh Jacobs, and Derrick Henry, all 5 of those running backs, top 5 running backs, some would say, in this class of free agencies, they've all none of the teams are going to franchise them, Ron. So they're all going to test the free agent waters. The stars are aligning for the Houston Texans. They need a running back. They need playmakers. They've got the money to spend. Now's the time with a lot of their young stars at the premium positions on rookie deals. Now's the time. Hell, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even know that when we get to talking about these running backs, if we need to get real deep into I don't know if they can afford it, because running back, relatively speaking, for what you're going to get out of them, running back is a cheap position. And like I said before, you could very easily sign them to a 3-year deal with 2/3 of it guaranteed, and hell, you could cut them after the second year. And so there's ways that you could have one of these dudes in time over the next couple of years and running back not be a problem. But here's what I want to do. We've talked a lot about Saquon Barkley. I would prefer Saquon Barkley. I would rank the top 3. I would go Saquon Barkley, I'd go Derrick Henry, and I'd go Josh Jacobs. Those would be my top 3 backs right now. You give me one of those 3 guys, and I feel like you got a chance to be as good as anybody in the game at that position over the next 3 years, 2-3 years, however long you sign them for. Here's what I want to do though, Ron. Outside of those top 3 guys, I'm gonna give you the top 10, okay? But outside of those top 3 guys, I want to know what turns you on in this group. All right, here's the 10. Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Tony Pollard, Austin Eckler, DeAndre Swift, Zach Moss, Devin Singletary, Gus Edwards, and A.J. Dillon. Take the top 3 off the board. Derrick Henry, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley. Give me 2 you like out of the remainders.
Yeah, I like Swift.
Yep.
A lot there, younger too, and you saw some moments there where they were able to get some things going in Philly. And that offensive line is good, but it's not as dominant as it once was. So it's not like he was just like but he was running behind. Yeah. And then when I look at those other guys, the Eckler thing, the age thing for me, I'm not big on. I think there is still something there with Tony Pollard. I think there is still some of those guys we're talking about. I think there's something there. Like when you start talking about Gus Edwards and you start talking about those, I think Tony Pollard is a guy that catches the ball in the backfield, and this year I was surprised, kind of a down year. They just couldn't really get it going like he had been before. And I think it's clear maybe he needs some help, some other guys to get more carries than the other 2. But Tony Pollard and Swift DeAndre Swift would be the 2 guys to me that jump outside of that crew you were talking about.
I'm going to tell you, I may surprise you on this one, Ron, because I think Tony Pollard, I think he's going to have a hard time being the lead horse, being the workhorse.
I think he needs more help. Yeah, in terms of he tried to this year. I think he needs more help, more guys behind him to get carries.
I think Austin Eckler is a guy that, for me, the interesting thing with Austin Eckler is I believe that you've got to adjust. I mean, he's almost like a wide receiver. He's almost like which some would say it's not a bad thing, but it would just be a drastic change offensively
That's
from
not
what
they're trying to do, though, right?
No, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think they have the flexibility because there's some Christian McCaffrey. I mean, there's some Austin Eckler, Christian McCaffrey similarities in stylistically how they approach the game. So I don't know that Bobby wouldn't be comfortable with it. I just don't know that. Like, they're trying to be physical, downhill, punishing, and I just don't know that Austin. Right? Now, I don't think Devin Singletary did either. So we'll see how that ended. But I'm with you on DeAndre Swift for me. But I'm gonna go off the radar here. I like A.J. Dillon. Now, I'm not happy if A.J. Dillon is the answer, like the only, but of all these guys I look, DeAndre Swift, outside of those top three, DeAndre Swift is a guy that I would really like to see in a Texans uniform. Like, I watch that dude play, and he's got some of the same characteristics as Saquon and Josh in terms of just the burst, the acceleration, the explosion. Like, it's different, man. It's different on an NFL field. A.J. Dillon just I've always admired his play. Exactly. That's where it first he's played in the system. You talk about getting downhill, and for a big-bodied back, he is actually better in the open field and better in terms of running the football than you would expect, being as big as he is. He gives you options inside the 5 and in short yardage situations, like really, really good options there to tote the rock. In a different ballpark than I believe the other backs, obviously different style, but I don't know that I wouldn't like to see him in a Texans uniform.
Yeah, boy, I don't know. He's had the injuries here. It just felt like a number 2 guy.
Sure, no, I still think I don't think he's a guy you sign and go, yep, this is the game like either. But I would like to see him part of a 1-2 punch.
Like he's one, and maybe you disagree here. He's one where I think it's an upgrade over Singletary, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, stylistically, it's just completely different.
Yeah.
Like to me, though, I was going to say
other guys I think are.
To me, those two guys. Oh, the other guy, I agree that the other guys are. But like A.J. Dillon and a Devin Singletary, that would, to me, that would be a good backfield. Like they're complement. I'm just talking about the stylistically. Like they're complementary of each other, and I don't know. There's just something about A.J. Dillon. He's the one bigger back in this league that I've always been a fan of. And every time you look up and the team commits to him, they are punishing folks. And so A.J. Dillon.
Someone just said here, Jay Booker here on YouTube and Twitch. If you go with Dillon, there needs to be a guy like Motor to go with.
Oh, yeah, I agree. A 1-2 punch, a lightning to the thunder kind of deal. You definitely got to go to a 2-back approach. It's not a workhorse. To me, you sign one of those top guys. And I'll even throw DeAndre Swift in there. I mean, you're playing 4 quarters here. You ain't no third down back. I mean, you're first through third.
I think those guys, to me, are clear upgrades over your run game.
Hell.
Like Clearwood.
Yeah. I think Gus Edwards is a clear upgrade. Be honest with you. You see how violent that sucker runs it ran in Baltimore? Shoot, I'm with you, man. I just love. Was he hurt?
No,
he
really.
played.
He had a fumbling problem, but
it's all right. Hell, we got something to give away, man. We don't turn the ball over down here. CJ protects it. Everybody else can turn it over.
I said he's got a fumbling problem. Clint said, it's okay.
We got a few to give, man. Don't worry about it. Big time free agents in this year's market, man. I mean, in this year's free agency, it's just, it's nice to be a running back needy football team. I know that much. Down. Set. Ron, you've been out this a little longer than me, man. I need a little help. Y'all, you know nowadays these restaurants they've all got these indoor play areas now for the kids, right? So we take the girls yesterday. So they got one in Baytown, nice spot, Cactus Jack's, great spot. And Great play area for the kids. Fenced off where they can't get out, nobody can get in. It's awesome. But there's obviously a dynamic, right, where you've got, like I got a 2-year-old, right? So I got to be out there with her. And then you've got 9s and 10s running around in there just full speed, right? So it's already one of those like, hey, man, it's kind of a little bit hairy, so you keep your head on a swivel. Yesterday, I'm out there with Liv, and she's climbing off, and I got a group of 4, I'd say 7 to 9-year-olds, and they've decided they're going to take a croc, and they're going to basically play keep away and throw it the length of the turf area. Back and forth. I walk out there with my little girl, right? First one, as I'm walking across, Crocs coming right at me. Luckily, I saw them earlier, so I just caught it and flipped it to one of them. But it went on, and they threw it and hit a. Luckily, the baby, they had the shade up on the baby's. What do you call it?
On the carrier.
Carrier. Yeah. They had a little shade up, and it hit the back of that shade, and a mama about come out of her seat and let these. But somebody need to tell. My point is, somebody need to tell these kids.
I got no problem when it comes to safety like that.
I really felt like I failed the kids around. Like I felt like I should have said, hey man, one of them was a big old boy. I felt like I should have said, hey man. I wanted to be like, hey man, where your mom and daddy at, man? Like you can't be throwing it. Like y'all, I mean, it was 20 minutes of throwing a shoe back and forth, about 4 of them, and it's just like, man, what are we doing here? I don't know. I need.
I probably hit it with, hey guys, let's make some safer choices.
Yeah,
the first time.
Boy.
I've done that before.
Hey, look, when they hit that baby carriage, I thought that mama was going to come out of that seat, boy.
Yeah. The part that gets me is the parents that just let them jokers just go around and do that.
Well, I'm gonna give the parents the benefit of the doubt because in this area, like where there's like 15, 20 tables where you're sitting, where you're like right next to it. And then there's tables inside, like around the corner, so that maybe they were inside, and you couldn't really see what they were doing. So and they're older, so you're just trusting them. So I'll give the parents the benefit of the doubt in terms of not knowing what was going on.
You gotta go check.
But like, at what point do you, as a kid, at 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, like at what point do you think it's a good idea to just throwing it over adults' heads?
2 years.
They're throwing it over people's heads.
At that point, yeah.
Like at what point do you think that's okay?
Yeah. Just
like, should that have been coached out of them by now? You think?
Yeah, and some of them are delusionally dumb.
I don't know what's worse than being dumb other than being delusionally dumb.
Yeah,
they're knowing it.
They're delusionally dumb.
Yeah,
I got a 10-year-old that does, and a 7-year-old that does really dumb things all the time. But no, I said, but you gotta go check, because if Trey is in there, I'm gonna check a few times.
Yeah, it went on.
I'm gonna check a few times to where I would at least catch them running square routes. With the damn
look. First time I walk across there, I'm talking, if I wouldn't have called it, it'd hit me right in the side of the head.
Yeah, we got something. I would have said it real loud. Hey guys, let's make some safer choices. Let's not throw shoes inside of the. I'm saying it loud. Somebody's parents to come over and get your damn kid. All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest report on Verlander, and wait till you hear when they're asked, is he going to be ready for opening day? We'll let you hear that coming up next.
All right, Clint Stoerner here. I went out there to cook out, y'all. And
Sports Radio 610 presents Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. Texter rolls through as we were talking about the backs. The Texans should have a real great opportunity to get one of the top backs to improve one of their most difficult, or not most difficult, but one of their positions that they really need to improve from last season. Someone texted in, Clint, why is everyone discounting Pierce? If we have one of those top guys, we don't need Singletary, and we have Pierce to be the number 2. Yeah, I mean, I'm not discounting Pierce. They appear to have discounted him. Now, I don't know what it means moving forward, but just from what we've watched here the last part of the season, towards the end of the season, man, he wasn't playing. And
yeah, look, I'm not personally discounting Dameon Pierce, but I'm just like he discounted himself with the inability to get any, like last year. Like, you got to realize, like, there were down the stretch last year. I don't buy in. I don't subscribe to the he doesn't fit the scheme and he can't figure it out. Like, there's something deeper than that. I don't know what the hell it is, but there's something deeper than that. But there was something really bad. Like, a team doesn't turn to Devin Singletary and leave this guy in the game all 4 quarters. We're not going to give anybody else carries. We're just like, it has to be. You have to be real. This isn't one of those, well, you just couldn't get going, or man, you're averaging under 3 yards a carry. Like, there had to be something. There had to be something drastically wrong for the running back position to play out the way it did last year. For the Texans not at some point in that Baltimore game go, hey, Devin's a more patient back and more committed to the blocking scheme, and the defense is swarming. We got a more physical guy back here that's active that will damn sure get downhill. Let's see if he can't break a tackle. No, they never did it once, right? I mean, it's just like there's something really. So I'm not discounting. I'm just reading the damn room.
And I hope they don't. And you guys had him on, which we talk about a lot. You guys had him on the post game after he returned the kickoff return late in the season, and it felt like that may have been the only time he touched the ball all game, and that continued the rest of the way and in the playoffs. But like he said, he's got to get better in the system. He said he's got to do those things, and I don't know, man. We'll see. I hope not. I hope that they give him a shot, because I am just not convinced the person that I saw 2 years ago cannot play and that's what they basically treated him as, is he can't play. Like he cannot go. He cannot play.
Yeah.
And I hope that is not if the thought is, hey man, we feel like we got a shot to really contend, and we want to make sure we get everybody that we feel is ready to go and can help this team right away right now, then I mean they got to do that.
Well, for me, the reason I don't discuss Dameon Pierce is because he's not a free agent. I mean, Dameon Pierce is under contract, so I'm going to assume that Dameon Pierce is going to be in the running back room next year any way you slice it. I mean, Dameon Pierce is going to get an opportunity. Now, what that opportunity looks like, I think, is going to be dependent on what kind of guy they sign. I personally would not be disappointed or concerned if they signed one of these top guys, and Dameon Pierce was the counterpunch. Dameon Pierce was the 2. I wouldn't have a problem with that. Hell, you don't expect the top guy to get 75% of the snaps anyway, so if not more. So I mean, at that point in time, it would be a non-factor. But I'm not discounting Pierce.
I'm not. Last year they did. Now this year's a different year, and we'll see what happens. But last year they sure as hell.
I've never run in all of my years playing ball and covering the game. Like, I've never heard so much chatter around a tailback about not fitting a scheme. Like, have you? In all your years covering the sport, do you ever remember where? And I'm talking like that's why a guy goes from 1,000 yards to not get on the field.
They couldn't get on the field, and either that player didn't pick it up, or the team didn't adjust.
Scheme didn't change, didn't adjust. Yeah, like that's the damnedest thing I've ever seen.
Especially a guy who was as successful as he was 1 year, because you said it repeatedly, and like it's not like in any system you run that the zone run scheme is not in it. Like it's not like that. Like even at Florida, it's not like he never ran that.
Yeah, these guys have been running inside outside zone their entire life. Right now, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I thought Emmitt Smith was done until I was literally a Cowboy standing behind him, and I watched him stretch one of them jokers out, put his foot in the ground at the right time, and hit it upfield before the crease ever got there. But right before he ran up the backside of a lineman, a crease appeared, and he went for 20. Like there's a vision, there's a patience. I get it, but again, we're not talking about a guy having a little bit of a backslide. We're not talking about a guy that, hey, man, the patience just ain't right, man. Timing's just a little bit off. We're talking about a guy that went from being a 1,000-yard rusher, essentially, if he wouldn't have got injured, to not playing. And the option being we're going to run Motor's legs off. Like that's I've just never – I would like to talk – like I want to talk to Smitty and some of the different offensive guys that have been – like I just have never been –
No, that by the end of it, it was, well, he's just not playable. Like in either way, he's not playable. Not short yardage, he's just not playable. It's just that was strange. That was strange to see. And like I said, we'll see what they do next year. But like, I mean, he wasn't even getting backup reps at that point. So I don't even like when
I'd be interested the last month of the season, who got more carries, him or Agumbawale? Let's say touches, him or Agumbawale. There was a couple games where he had like 6 touches.
It's tighter than it should be.
Right, yeah.
But it wasn't. But I mean, there's a couple of 1 carries and 0 carries in there for him. All right. I just want to make something very clear coming up on the Texans offseason situation, in which I just feel like there's a segment of fans that I don't know where it's coming from, but they've just made up things in their head that aren't true. And we'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about QC Kinetics, y'all. This is the time of year you need to enjoy your life, man. Stop letting pain in your joints keep you.
877-WEB-NOW1.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling here. Tyler is out this week. Tyler is in Mexico. Well, he's out till, what, Thursday? He's back Friday, which is strange. Oh, God, he did not shave. You see this picture of Tyler?
Yeah, and it's making me uncomfortable.
That's ridiculous. I mean, he's ridiculous.
I mean, I guess it makes the case for the old fashioned at the pool. Like if you're gonna drink old fashions at the pool, you can't shave every hair off your body and then do it. I mean, you can pull it off better if you're just walking there like Harry and the Hendersons. But there's, I mean, first of all, he sends eggplant emojis.
That, you know, the first time I saw the little joke he in it. That one that one was.
We're going to send a picture to a group.
Pretty.
Not that you would, but if you were going to.
That's a pretty intimate. Photo.
Exactly. If you were going to send a picture to a group, like everybody's giving you a hard time about shaving your chest, not shaving your chest, you're going to send a picture that depicts like, hey, I didn't shave my chest. How would you do it, Santiago?
I probably wouldn't even send a pic.
But if you did, just play my game, okay. Santiago.
Right,
damn.
My bad.
You're so damn young and cool. You can't even play my game. Play my damn game.
I'd probably just a selfie, I guess.
Right, in the mirror or something, just like standing up.
Yeah, something like that.
Tyler is laid out on the bed.
What?
Oh, he's laid out on the bed, head on the pillow. I mean, stretching his neck out so you can see where he's shaved. You know, and he's got one nipple in the picture, and he did not shave. Like, I mean, what are we doing here, man?
No. And wait, did he send you a eggplant emoji with it too?
No, not with it. No, that would be if he put the two together. I'd have to call him and talk to him.
Yeah.
It just the random eggplant emoji now. Since I told him I wasn't comfortable getting that eggplant.
Now
emoji.
He's having a little fun with it.
Exchanging eggplant emojis in an all male text. Just, I'm sorry. I'm to each their own. That just ain't my deal.
Yeah, I didn't get that last one. Yeah, that's a lot of hair, man. That's a lot of hair.
He's laid up on his side,
and he has that
man.
weird face, man. Like Popeye the Sailor Man or something.
Oh, little bitty nipple having ass.
Sad, man. Yeah, he's got the dimes. Got the dime-sized nipples. Good for him. Good for him.
Tyler gonna mess around and get his Wi-Fi.
At least resting it up. Now he's going to be. See, he's in bed resting. Now he's going to be ready for the black tie event. He had to get some.
Yeah, he's gonna be late.
Yeah, he's gonna be late. He could have just taken just a little bit off of the top on that.
Oh, I think he should. No, he should have took it all off.
I would have said that
and drank Palomas.
Man, that is thick.
Hey, just take it all off and drink margaritas and Palomas and Mexican beer and we'll be all right.
I stand by that. That is Clippers and that is a guard first. He can't just.
Oh, there ain't no. He ain't straight razor in that. No, hell, take it from a guy that has a similar problem. Not quite like that.
That is something else. That is something else. All right. Should we expect a best of the week this week? Should that be an expectation with Chris?
He's right there. You're looking at him.
Well, Chris is here, but Tyler's here Friday. So like,
Are you bookmarking? Thoughts for
I'm just trying to think
Friday with Tyler?
It's a tough thing. Like I would completely expect Chris to have one done if Chris was here Friday all week. But now he's got to have most of the work done, and now Tyler just swoops in. I
think you should do it, Chris. I think you should put a Monday through Thursday together, leave it in the folder, and then just let him tag Friday on it.
Yeah.
And then let's do this, and then see if he gives you credit. Set him up.
I was going to say I was going to have the expectation. I mean, this is clearly our producer of Area 45. You do a daily show, so I mean,
it's a good point, man.
Should have it.
No, yeah, I was definitely gonna have a best of.
Good for you. Good for you.
I got you.
Tyler will take credit for it.
Make sure you bookmark Ron screaming and then whispering. That is definitely
for sure.
Yeah, speaking of that, Clint, This is.
I didn't realize this was the
Clint,
topic.
This is something.
Speaking of that,
this is bothering me a bit, man.
Got to whisper.
Like I feel like I feel like people are just misguided or just I don't know where it's coming from, but the thought and the fear it feels like to me that let's really figure out and be careful how the Texans spin this offseason. I'm not saying just go crazy, but the realistic thought, and why I say realistic is the Texans aren't going to go sign the top 5 free agents in the market. All right? Not going to do that. But I've said it will be an absolute unacceptable situation if they don't sign at least one Pro Bowl level in their prime player right now, and we've talked about several of them. Hell, Clint said 2. All right? And I think definitely 2 is something absolutely easily done. But I feel like people still believe, Clint, in some form or fashion that, oh, God, boy, the Texans got holes to fill and they won't be able to put if they sign big free agents. That's not true. I think people are like, oh, this is going to affect us down the line in the future. That's not true. Clint, this is my feeling. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but there's virtually nothing that the Texans can do in terms of signing some of the big free agents we've talked about that will affect what they can do with this team this year or moving in the future. Right now, this year, right now, there is nothing that they can do that would hurt their future or hurt their ability to go sign players that they want to sign. Now, they may not do it because they don't want to or they have a different plan, but it is not because they can't. And I feel like there are a lot of people that may have that, maybe not a lot, but there are people who have that feeling within the fan base of, well, we can't just go and sign, let's say the name Mike Evans for whatever $1 million or Chris Jones or Justin Madubuike or all these guys because we won't be able to fill the rest of our team. We've had people talk about kickers and punters and defensive tackles and linebackers. It just doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And you look around the league, Clint, that's just not true. They can sign the 2 guys you're talking about and still be able to fill the rest of their roster out the way they want to.
Yeah, look, I think the part that gets me is the extreme conversations, the whole, like, well, you can't re-sign the team right now that you want to bring back and go get these guys. Or, man, you've got your kicker and punter you got to re-sign, and then you got a certain amount of millions of dollars for the rookie class. Like, those are all non-factors to me in the conversation. That sure, you're going to address your kicker and punter situation. Sure, you're going to have money to pay your rookie class, and sure, you're going to bring back free agents that you really, really like. But there are no free agents on this team that are like that you're going to re-sign, with the exception of Jonathan Grenard. There are no free agents on this team that you're going to bring back that you're going to pay an absorbent amount of money to. Like, Cashman's going to come back, and I think it's going to be on a hell of a deal if they can get Cashman back. Cashman's not going to break the bank, right? I mean, Steven Nelson. If you don't go a different direction, if Steven Nelson's the guy, Steven Nelson's not going to break the bank. I mean, at some point, you know, there's you gotta bring in guys that are difference makers, and I just believe that the stars are aligning right now to do it.
This is always the time when you do it.
Right, exactly. Well, good point. The only mistake the Texans can make is not going aggressive right now, in my opinion. Like, I think the easiest way to sum this stuff up, Ron, and you did it nicely here, is to lay out the Chiefs 49ers in terms of how many players they have making X dollars and compare it to the Texans.
Yeah, I said it earlier. And if you're a team that has a quarterback that led them to a Super Bowl, a quarterback that I think they believe in on a rookie deal. Now, it is not the same rookie deal that CJ is. CJ makes more than he does, but CJ obviously, doesn't make some crazy amount of money. He's a $9 million cap hit. The San Francisco 49ers, Clint, have 10 guys on their team that make anywhere from the range that will be a cap hit this year from the range of $14+ million to 30. 10 guys that make over $14 million. How many do you think the Texans got? Two.
I got two.
They got two. Two guys. They only got 4 dudes that make double digits. They got 4 dudes that make $10 million or more. The 49ers have 10, and they're everyone you can think of.
Yep.
They're all the great players you can think of. Sometimes it feels like some Texans fans view that the Texans are playing in a different game than everybody else. The way they are able to make that work, the Texans are able to do that too. The way that the Chiefs are able to make a $58 million cap hit by one player work, and not to mention they have 6 other guys that make over $10 million a year on their team. They've got Patrick Mahomes at $58 million and 2 other guys that make $25 million plus on their team. Neither of those other 2 are Travis Kelce or Chris Jones. Seasons they're going to try to get Chris Jones, Snead, and they're in the Mike Evans conversation. The thought is they could get 2 of the 3 of those guys.
With all the current contracts in place in Kansas City.
Oh, by the way, their kicker makes $4.8 million a year. How are we going to make it? How are we going to fill the roster? We got a linebacker to get. Okay, as you said, Blake Cashman. That's not going to break the bank. You want to go somewhere else? You got draft. You got play. You're going to fill this roster. And you're going to fill this roster, and none of these guys are going to prevent you to do it. You sign Mike Evans. If you want to, you can sign Nico Collins too. There is literally nothing. There is not a move that could be made that's going to stop you from making your team better this year, signing the rest of your guys this year, or whoever you want, or in the future. Maybe down the line, maybe when C.J. Stroud is the highest paid player in the game, maybe when you're coming up on that, but you're not coming up on that. And this is why people dream of the situation the Texans are in. This is why the 49ers can go and break the bank and give Deebo Samuel the money he wanted. This is how they can, in the one-off season, give Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa the money they want and bring in Hargrave. But no. Somebody had the audacity to call me misguided.
You're angry and misguided, Ron.
Not angry. Get to do the same thing the Eagles. But it must blow some of you all away. How in the hell did the Eagles give him an extension and Jalen Hurts and give A.J. Brown a new contract and give Fletcher Cox the money he's given and give Dallas Goedert new money and sign Sweat on the other end? But it must blow you away. How the hell the Ravens do all of that in one offseason? They gave Roquan Smith that, and they made Lamar the highest. It must blow you away. Mark Andrews is already on the team making money. Good Lord have mercy. But the Texans can't do the same. All right.
They gave Odell 15 too.
They gave Odell 15. 1 year. Doesn't move. Can't mess with that one. Can just but must be blown away. And they kept Justin Tucker. How in the hell did they do that? Whew. All right, coming up, the Astros. Big news from their top prospect. We'll let you know what he did, and from a guy that they potentially are going to need to step up this year, as well as, hey, how about it? The Houston Cougars. They are the new #1 team in the country, and did something happen that may stop one of the most controversial things in sports? We'll discuss that next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Low T Center. Low T Center, fellas, if you're out there, 35, 45, 55 years old, you've been feeling tired, grumpy, maybe you've noticed a lack of motivation and drive, a little weight loss, of weight gain. I mean,
Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dilf, and Big D Santiago. Chris Santiago, the Nighthawk, have you as Tyler is out. He's been drinking a lot today. And he drank a lot yesterday. He is in Mexico until Thursday. He's trying to get rested up for a black tie event tonight. I hope he is able to pull himself together. I feel like he's going for round, I think, 3 tonight, and is going to really let it go. I'm sure there's just an open bar at this black tie event tonight. So,
well, he appears to have it going okay, man. I mean, he's got all of his drinks that he's had laid out. He knows how much the tab was at the end of the day at the pool, and he's sending some really interesting laying on the bed, head on a pillow, single nipple chest shots to us. I mean, that's he appears to be really holding it together.
That was unnecessary. But Tyler is out. Chris is in. And the Astros, they got things going. They played the Tigers today, but they took the L. But the big news was their top prospect was on the mound. Spencer Arrighetti, he went 2 earned runs, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, and no walks in this first outing. And I think that's the kind of the start you would need. Obviously, different times these guys are working on things, but this is a guy, Clint, that obviously Astros fans, many of you know, but many of you who, even if you don't know, is somebody you want to keep an eye on, because there is a really good chance, if he continues to pitch the way he has, that due to just the nature of what happens with arms and what happens in baseball, that you may see him make his debut at the big league roster at some point. So he may have to help this team at some point, and that's a good start. Well,
sooner rather than later, if that is going to be the case, probably, right? I mean, because you look at it and you go, okay, yeah, we've talked a lot about the surplus of starters that the Astros have, but if you look at it, with Justin Verlander potentially being 2 to 3 weeks behind schedule on his rehab, J.P. France, the reports are he was behind schedule, at least the last report I think I saw was a week or so ago, that he was behind on his rehab as well. Lance McCullers, who the hell knows? August is word. And then you got Luis Garcia out there as well. I mean, those are 4 of your, 7 or 8, starters that you'd like to get run to potentially eat up innings, if not be your damn ace. So it looks like Fromber and Christian Harris and a couple of these guys. Who did I say? Christian Harris? He is not pitching for the Astros.
And if he could, but if he had that,
Christian Javier, if he could pitch for the Astros, boy, he'd be. I mean, look, he'd have a better story than Ohtani, if we're being honest. But Christian Javier, those guys are going to need some help, and so if Spencer has a good spring training, you would think that he potentially early on could be a choice to add to the rotation to give those guys a little bit of help if need be.
Yeah, and I just, like I said, man, the nature of it, we've watched it the last, several years. I mean, somebody goes on the IL, all right? Somebody, Urquidy has these weird things with his arm where he goes on the, as you said, Lance, who the hell knows, and different guys, Luis Garcia, who had Tommy John. So there's just a lot that you want to have a good 6, 7, 8 arms that you're probably going to have to go to during some part of the season. Also, Sunday yesterday, Hunter Brown, he pitched. And we've talked about Christian Harris a little bit. This is a guy, Clint, as well, that they're going to have to get an improvement of what he did last year, especially towards the end as a starter, where his ERA ballooned over 5. He goes 2 innings in his first game, 2 hits, no earned, 2 Ks, and no walks. So a pretty successful outing to start things for Hunter Brown. But Hunter Brown is I think a big key, because as you've said it, you've laid it out, we've talked about it, between the Hunter Brown, the Christian Javier, and the J.P. France, whatever that crew is. Boy, you need at least one of those guys to step up and be a quality, trusted starter to go along from Verlander and Framber and Christian. Javier potentially in front of them.
Look, I think best case scenario with the guys that we know are at least going to be healthy and contributing, Hunter Brown and Christian Javier, if those two guys can take the next step in terms of this starting rotation, and you got those two, Fromber and JV, I mean, I think you got a serious four, along with there's 4 or 5 more that could pull up the slack. To me, that's best case scenario. What I love about Hunter Brown, Ron, is just doing some reading before the show. About this staff and Hunter Brown, and it seems like Hunter Brown has a path mapped out, at least a plan. I don't know what it equals. It ends up, but he has a plan to execute that he believes is going to lead to better performance down the stretch. He had some mechanical issues, some flaws got in the way late after doing some self-scouting late last season. He had some mechanical flaws that caused him to struggle with some location, which ultimately caused him to struggle versus right-handed hitters. And he's identified those. He's aware of it. He's working on it. I believe he's actually added an off-speed pitch to help, again, with that location of some of the off-speed. So what I like about Hunter Brown is he's not just some young dude that's coming in there and feels like he can overpower guys or he has this thing figured out. It appears that he has a plan mapped out here in spring training and early on in the season to hopefully allow him to go deeper in the season. Again, locating well and getting the break on the ball that he had early in the season because he lost it last year.
The more innings he threw, which is not uncommon. This is the first year he's probably pushed it to that level. It did slow down for him. Also, as someone just texted in on the text line, what's the latest on Forrest Whitley? He's been shut down for the week. Got inflammation in his middle finger.
I'm not laughing at you, Forrest. I'm laughing at the way Ron said that. He's got inflammation in his middle finger.
Yeah. Hopefully it's just a week, but he is not going to throw for a week with that finger issue. So, man, I do. I feel bad for the kid, but it is just wild that this cat cannot get himself healthy enough to pitch to really prove what he can do, I think.
5 o'clock fire.
Good luck, Forrest. All right, Clint, I did not get my wish, as I stated Friday with the Rockets. They win Friday night against the Suns. Amin Thompson was really, really good.
I watched a little bit of that game down the stretch.
Yeah, he was the one that really kind of jumped out, along with everybody else, but really jumped out. They took Jalen Green's ass to the bench in that game, and he only played 20 minutes. And Amin Thompson really defensively and just playmaking, as I said, winning plays. And I called for him to start by the time we got here on Monday. That did not occur. He continued to come off the bench in Friday and yesterday's game. They lose to the Thunder last night after winning that game Friday against the Suns at home. But Jalen Green, again, in that game, not much, but 11 points or something like that. Or what did he have in that game? Yeah, 11 points, 13 shots, 30 minutes. I mean, it is clear that this team, it's time for them to take the next step.
I agree.
And to sit. We have now officially reached the point where it is better to see what you got with Amin Thompson than continuing to see if you can raise the trade value of Jalen Green or if he's gonna get it.
Yeah, the interesting when I watch the Rockets, it doesn't only that's not only obvious. It's very obvious that should happen. When I watch Jalen Green on the sideline, and it's nothing bad, but there's also not like a chomping at the bit to get in the game. There's not a chomping at the bit to be in the coach's ear to like a couple of different times in that ball game. I think it was it wasn't Sunday's game. It was Saturday. They played Saturday as well. Was it Saturday as well?
Friday and Sunday.
Friday, yeah. So it's Friday's game where it's like almost like Ime Udoka has to search him out and find him and call him over there and get. You know what I mean? It looks like it's got to a point where it's forced. And meanwhile, you got these other guys out there that are playing well. So. I'm with you, man. It's time to make a move.
Well, he had talked about making changes. And, all right, if he wanted to see, all right, let's see what happens the first week or so. But, I mean, it's like you're benching him already. And I guess maybe it's thought of, all right, man, well, he's only playing 20 minutes a night. And maybe he's not. But I think they need to get this kid in the lineup.
Well, the crazy thing is you get to a point where, like, I watched that first game Friday down the stretch. And you, like, the one thing that Jalen from jump has been it's been obvious is he can get to the rack. He's explosive. He can win one-on-one. And they're in situations where they need to win one-on-one. They need somebody to get to the rack, and he's not even an option.
Yeah. Text line, Jalen needs to grow up and stop painting his damn fingernails. I don't really give a damn what color his fingernails are. He just needs to make winning basketball plays. The things could be hot pink, hot orange, whatever. Doesn't make winning plays and has nothing to do with his damn fingernails. Ben Thompson could have black fingernail polish. He makes winning plays. It's time. It's time, Udoka. It really is.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, a couple of things in college basketball that happened today and over the weekend. One, the Houston Cougars. They are now the number one team in the country. The Cougars are the number one team in the country. They surpass UConn, who lost earlier in the week. All right, the Houston Cougars are the number one team in the country. They big week for them. Huge road win against Baylor on Saturday. So they will be the number one team as they get going this week, and the number one team, first place in the top conference in the country as well. So huge week and huge season thus far for Kelvin Sampson. I think Shed is a special player and is right now, to me, the Big 12 Player of the Year, although a lot of competition there. But I think right now he's the best player on the best team, and I think he's made big-time plays. He almost, I don't know if you count that, he almost had a game winner damn near at half court. He just in his hand still against Baylor to end that game in regulation. But they were the tougher team and won in overtime, and so they are the new number one team in the country. And then, Clint, the big story in college basketball over the weekend is what happened at Wake Forest. Duke's best player, Kyle Filipowski, he suffered potentially a knee injury once they lost to Wake Forest, and they stormed the court, got hit by a fan running onto the court. A lot of things occurred. This is coming after about a week or two after Caitlin Clark, the number one player in college basketball, women's or men. She got drilled coming off the floor on a court storming situation by a fan looking at her phone. Do you think these situations are going to give real change to court storming or storming the field in college football as well moving forward?
No, look, there's nothing about either makes you believe that there's going to be any sweeping changes made regardless of what happens. I just don't know, and I really don't know where I sit on this, Ron. Look, at the end of the day, if it comes down to the health of the players, obviously you got to do something, right? I don't understand, particularly in college basketball when it's such an intimate setting and the fans are so close to the players and you can literally be on top of them the second that the clock expires. Like, I don't know how we are in 2024 and at the very least there aren't, 40 security guards standing right in front, and I'm talking about the student section.
Yeah,
like just
the ones you know is coming.
The fools that are going to run out there with a camera. Which fine. Look, I was a student at one time, and have fun, enjoy yourself. But you're going to run out there staring at your phone, trying to catch it all on video, and then you happen to run into one of these players. Yeah, you've got to do something. And I believe you start with putting something in place, whether it's security guards or railings, or you put something in place on the end of the floor in arenas where the student section is like at Arkansas, one of the better college basketball environments in all of basketball. There is about, earlier I said a quarter. I bet it's one end and then right like opposite the bench. It wouldn't take much to at least slow that side of the floor down. risk associated with somebody rushing the floor. At the very least, you should do that. If not, start taking action to where it doesn't happen anymore.
No, I don't think that there's going to be a change ever made until there is a death or a significant injury, and a more significant injury than we've seen. Like LeGarrette Blount punched out a fan that ran up in his face when he was there. It's going to take a trampling situation, which is sad that we have to wait to reaction before something really bad occurs. What happens? Like I sit there and think early in the week, I saw a woman and a husband going after Kevin Durant as he was running on the floor, calling him a B before the game. You imagine them being able to just be on the court afterwards, and how, like, if that were to happen, like how that would go down if that were to happen right after a game. Like, we don't do it in the pros, like, because of a safety thing, a safety situation. Good God, it's going to be until something really, really, really bad happens, and I hope nothing really, really bad happens, but it won't change until it's something they deem that's bad, and we'll continue to see this stuff. Potentially, hopefully, he is all right and nothing serious. Coming up, Joe Espada with a couple of updates. One on Justin Verlander. We'll let you hear what he's got to say, and wait till you hear a bit of a lineup idea that he has, and never thought of it, but I love it. We'll hear that and discuss that coming up next.
All right, Generator Supercenter. Look, I'm all.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Folks thinking we're going over the top here.
On what?
The court storming.
Nah, man.
I mean, like, everyone knows that they should stop doing this. Like, everyone understands that.
Well,
how unsafe this is, and that
if you look at there is now, and maybe it's because the kid got hurt, the Filipowski kid. There are camera angles where you can literally see, one, how quickly they're on top of the players and how off guard they can be caught, and number two, you can see, and you're a fool if you minimize it, you can see him target dude to a certain extent. Whether you believe the guy that stepped on him was targeted or not, or kicked him or whatever the hell happened, the next guy running by him damn sure changed his course to put two hands in the middle of his back. I mean, like, so you got to look at that and say, okay, something's got to happen. Because the reality of it is, Ron, I was a part of two of them, I think, in my college career. Three. One of them was my own. Like, the year we came back and beat Tennessee, they stormed the field. Arkansas fans stormed the field.
And I'm not saying it's not a cool scene and a cool moment when done right.
Well, just where I was going with it, like, when back 20 years, like, the kids and the people that were storming the field weren't staring at their camera, running their phone, running full speed, trying to catch it on TV. They weren't trying to go kick a guy or push a guy and catch it on camera and be the next viral video on Instagram, TikTok, or whatever. Like, even the ones that are innocent, it's not about having any kind of altercation with the opponent. They're trying to be the first one to the goal or to midcourt or to the coach or to the player so they can be in the video. There's just added incentive and motive behind what these folks are doing, and it's exponentially more dangerous for everybody involved than it was 20 years ago when it was just, hey, let's get down on the field and be a part of this. Like, to me, it's just a different animal today because you've got everybody trying to be the first one, everybody trying to get the best angle, everybody trying to get it on their TikTok account, and that's dangerous, man. And then you bring the folks into the fold that are literally going to push and kick and step, players as they go by them. It's, again, I think that's all attention driven. I think that's all about getting on video and about getting noticed and being able to tell your friends, look what I did. It's just a different animal, and I don't know how you can watch that video. I was one, Ron, hell, last week we talked about it, and I was one. I think they should leave him alone. Let him set video, and I was like, it's time. Like, you can't keep letting that happen.
No, I mean, he can't even get off. He couldn't get off the court if he tried.
And I do think it's much more significant in basketball. Because you literally are right on top of them as quick as you are. Like, I just don't know how somebody can watch that film of that overhead view, literally of the guy standing in the middle, and watch how quick he's engulfed and all the stuff that went on and goes.
Understand how
to hell with it. Let's keep riding.
How fortunate that we're just looking at it's a bad knee.
Yeah. To hell with it, man. Let's keep riding.
Let's keep rolling.
I don't know.
Caitlin Clark, that wasn't enough. Let's go right here. Let's blank it out.
Yeah, I just don't know how you can continue.
No, and for this person who says I don't think I'm going over the top until something really, really bad happens. And it is a scenario where you could have a ton of people getting hurt no matter how you swing it.
Yeah.
I've listened to people try to come about with different reasons of, all right, like you said earlier, let's wait. I listened to Seth Greenberg, who covers college basketball, say I think what they should do is just let's let them wait. Put a minute on the clock. Play the music to get everybody charged up, and then when that minute hits zero, then let them go. Oh, so give them a minute to really get themselves juiced up and charged up, and everybody's at the starting blocks, and as soon as that thing hits zero, pow, 3,000 people just at once.
Right.
Coming downstairs to get to a floor. Like, none of it. Really ticked off young everybody's young, which is the part about it.
Yeah.
Right? Like,
well, I mean, at the very least, they've got to do something. And I don't know what the answer is, but they've got to do something to let the opponent get off the floor. I mean, that's.
Yeah, you got to get off. You got to get off the floor, and you can't always determine. Like in that case, was a last second
and
number
you're
where
against
he's got to
the
be on
grain.
the floor. Sometimes it's all right. We know that the game's about to end. I've watched Coach K pull off his players, except for his walk-ons that had to be out there, but they just stood there by the exit. Just stood there because he knew the game was. He knew what the score of the game is. There are other times where the game is close. And there's no getting off the floor. Like unless you go to just give up the game. It's just like we all know there's a way to stop it.
Yeah.
Like you arrest those kids and you let people know.
Well,
that
I like Jay Billis. I like now. I don't know how you do it, but I like I like Jay Billis anyway. A lot of people don't. I like him. His remedy was let him storm the court, and then once you get him on the court, keep him there. Lock the doors. They can't get out. Arrest them all. Next time something happens, they won't be on the floor. Yeah. Even though I do believe that there's a good chunk of them that would absolutely love to video that.
No, you're like, and the point I think you're making is, boy, it's just a completely different time.
It's a different world, man.
Someone just texting, screw all the morons running onto the court or the field. Social media trolls make this. It's a completely different time, and look, we're up here, like, what is the earlier story we talked about? We got a dude that said, I'm going to try Cam Newton.
Yeah.
I'm going to try Cam Newton. Now, imagine how many kids out there, because I'm telling you right now, there are, on both sides, there is a player somewhere in America that is playing for one of these teams that can get a court storming that is waiting, who don't have nothing in his mind to lose and is ready to lay someone out. Yeah, there's somebody laying in wait. Man, maybe hadn't hit him right. Maybe it's North Carolina. Maybe it's UC. Somebody that's just waiting. And then there's some joker in the stands, like a guy who wanted to try Cam Newton in front of him that's coming out there looking for business. And let's just keep putting it out there until it happens. Till it happens. Just good and ridiculous. All right. Sorry. Coming up. The lineup situation. Joe Espada has a new idea in terms of the lineup. You don't want to miss that. And it's setting up for the Texans. It's setting up for the Texans, and we're getting more and more evidence coming out today on what that is. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Area 45 with Bajani and begins The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Joe Espada, the new manager of your Houston Astros. Clint said, thinking of a lineup situation. He's thinking about putting the big fella, the most feared hitter in the game, in my opinion, Yordan Alvarez, in the 2 spot, batting him second. His ideal top 4 would be Altuve, Yordan Alvarez, Bregman, and then Tucker, which as long as Tucker's in the top 4, I'm good. But that's not one that I've ever really thought of to say, yeah, let's put – I mean, I completely understand it. He could do everything, but the thought is, how many guys can you get in base? Third really felt like the spot to have him in. What's your thought about him batting in the 2 spot now instead of in that 3rd or 4th spot, which we've seen him in the last?
Well, look, I mean, I've never thought – I didn't think about it either, but, I mean, it's one of those where the low-hanging fruit here is that you're getting the best hitter in baseball more at bats by moving him up in the lineup. And so I don't know what that equates to over a season. To me, to be completely honest with you, I would have been cool if they'd have moved Tucker up there. To your point, you get some speed, stolen bases, obviously can produce some RBIs, would protect Altuve a little bit more maybe. Look, the top 4, as long as it's the top 4 guys, it's 6 one way, half dozen the other for me. But now that he said it, I do think it's intriguing. I do think it's going to be fascinating to see the big fella hit second if indeed he does follow through with this and bat Yordan Alvarez second. Because to your point earlier, I think it offers as much protection as Altuve. I think it still
comes up to the plate more often.
Yeah, look, it still puts Tucker in a position where him coming up with runners on with these 3 guys batting in front of him is huge. So I think I don't care what order they bat him in, but it is going to be interesting to see the big fella bat second if he does do that.
I'm into it, and it's just thought of any one he's going to get up and get more at bats over the course of the year if he's batting in that spot, which you want him to come up to the plate as many times as you possibly can get him to come up there, and anybody that can potentially come up within the first couple batters ahead of them are affected by understanding, all right, pitchers know here comes Yordan Alvarez, and I want to be aggressive with these guys and not give them much. Now, Altuve, they're going to probably have to calm themselves now. You can't just be aggressive. You can't just throw fastballs at Altuve because we know what he will do. But that 9th place hitter, the game has gotten a lot easier for that 9th place hitter with him lurking 2 spots behind. And that's why, Clint, I just can't. I can't.
Lead you to another topic, huh?
I just can't deal with Jacob. I just this even more enhances and increases my want to of Mauricio Dubon to get a shot in that 9 spot. Dubon in that 9 spot who can handle fastballs is trying to attack him. We watched his ability to do that, and maybe I'm dead wrong on Dubon. Maybe last year was just a peak season and a one-off season, and he'll go back to being what he was 2 years ago. But that dude consistently having pitchers to have to attack him with Altuve and Yordan coming behind him. Whew, I want that 9th place hitter. I want your best option out there to be out there, and I don't think Jake is it. And so this even more brings me to the point of stop this Jake nonsense.
It's not going to happen, Ron.
No,
I think they're dug
It's
in.
clearly not.
I think they're dug in on this one. Look, here's. I think it ends up happening by the All-Star break. I think it ends up happening by the trade deadline. But you got to let this thing play out, man. I like where your head's at, though. Jake Myers, by the way, 0 for 2 today with 2 strikeouts.
That's not his fault.
What?
Damn, see, now Jake's about to start pressing, man. Damn, he's going to start pressing. He had 0 for 2 and 2 strikeouts?
0 for 2, 2 Ks, man.
I hope he at least caught every ball in the field for Jake.
2 for 8 on the
he's already going to be pressing.
What?
You came in today saying that, and now he.
That's what I was looking up to see if Dubon hit today. Dubon's, I mean, he's got 3 hits and he's batting 1,000. He's coming. He's gonna, that guy right there. He's gonna apply pressure to Jake, and I don't know that Jake's got it in him to win the job, much less handle the pressure that Dubon's gonna put on him.
Text line, Ernesto in Pearland. Appreciate you texting in, Ernesto. Ron, why do you hate Jake? I don't hate Jake. I don't hate Jake. I just don't think Jake is the best option whatsoever in center field, and I don't think Jake has done anything to deserve being even given this opportunity. When there's a person like Mauricio Dubon and Chaz who deserve far, yeah. But I just don't like. There's no hate to Jake. He's just not done anything to earn it.
I got a question for you, Ernesto.
In Pearland.
In Pearland. Went to school with the Partita brothers. This may be Ernesto Partita.
Might be.
What do you like about Jake Myers? Like, what has Jake Myers shown you over the last year or two that puts you in a position to say, let's commit to this guy? Like, what have you – and I'm okay with it, Ron, because we've talked about this before. I couldn't imagine – I played a lot of baseball coming up. I could not imagine at the high school level and being jerked around every other game and pulled in and out and put in the lineup, and this guy's going to play. Like, I couldn't imagine being a decent hitter. That was my deal. I wasn't worth a damn in the field. Hitting the baseball was my deal.
That was you.
That was my deal. It's one of 2 things I'll tell you I was really good at. I couldn't imagine doing that at that level, getting jerked around the whole time, much less at the pro level. And so the only reason that I'm cool with this is because it's like, commit to somebody. Commit to somebody. Let's see what you've got in this prospect. So I'm cool with Jake Myers. I'm cool with Dubon. I'm cool with White Boy Chaz. However you want to do it. Jake Myers, let's go. In 3 months, we're going to know who the hell Jake Myers is. We're going to have a better idea of who Jake Myers is. But there's nothing over the last 2 years that Jake Myers has shown us. I tried. I was going to buy his jersey. I wanted to be a Jake guy. There's nothing that Jake Myers has brought to the table at the plate or in the field that says anything other than he is the third best option on this roster right now in center field. And the roster's expanded because of spring training. I'm not real sure that he would be in the top 3 if we're being honest.
Oh.
So, Ernesto, I just asked, it's not about hating the guy or having something against the guy. It's just about what we've seen. Like, and look, Jake may go somewhere and be great somewhere else. Hell, he may end up being great here. I don't know. But what we've seen, there's nothing other than the organization bet on him as a prospect, and they want to give him some consistency and commit to him for a period of time to see what he's actually capable of doing, which I understand, which I'm here for. But yeah, damn, I don't know.
It's not. It ain't no damn hate. It's what he's done. I have no problem with Jake. I don't know Jake, but Jake just hasn't been very good at baseball, and Jake hasn't been very good at baseball comparative to the guys that are here.
Yeah, I understand they don't have an everyday center fielder that's a veteran that's going to produce big time, that's going to be an all-star. I get it, but you do have other options at center field, and if it takes committing to Jake Myers for a run here to figure out whether he comes out, he shows us something that we hadn't seen, or hey, the other options are the way to go. Just let's get that behind us.
Yep, and if Jake comes in and rolls off, I will gladly acknowledge everything that Jake does.
Made the right decision. But I will acknowledge what he does. I will also still acknowledge the last 2 years that we watched, Jake ain't done nothing to deserve to be the guy.
No, not even in the conversation. Not even at all. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access 6 to 7, as well as following them, Area 45 with Bajani and Crate. So stay tuned for that as we continue rolling through. Tyler is, God bless him. He's been able to recover and get himself ready for his events tonight. But he is out until Friday. Chris Santiago is in for him this week. Also, letting you know, hey, we're getting more and more news about these running backs, the running back situation in the NFL. Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley,
Turn me on, Ronnie.
and Tony Pollard are all expected to become free agents in what promises to be a star-studded running back market, sources tell ESPN on Monday. Also, the Titans will not tag Derrick Henry, and the Chargers are expected to let Austin Eckler explore free agency. And I'm telling you, Clint, as we see there, it is clear a need for the Texans. Their running game has to get better. That means their offensive line has to perform better next year, but their running backs, they did not have explosive difference makers at all back there in that role last year, and they've got an opportunity with at least these 5 guys, and there may be more, that clearly show to be improvements on what they had last year.
Ron, there's just different caliber backs in this league, and there are 4 to 5 of them that are free agents at the same time that this organization, the Houston Texans, just happens to be running back needy. I mean, this is the stars aligning if I've ever seen it. You need major upgrades in your backfield. You need a running back that can make more out of less. You need a running back that can make your you need a guy that is a workhorse. It's a 3-down back. And I'm telling you, you need impact players across the board on your roster. And there are some running backs, which in the big scheme of things, and at least from a plan perspective, when you think about how many times a Saquon Barkley would touch the football in one game, and then you compare that to what you would pay him if he can stay healthy and be an impact player, it's ridiculous. What a running back means to an offense that wants to commit to the run game, that wants to throw play action, that running back is as valuable as anybody not named C.J. Stroud. And you got the stars aligning in a big way. It would be a crying-ass shame if the Texans look up mid-year or look up next year and go, man, we sure should have. When all these guys were available, we sure enough should have pursued them. Damn, man, we missed the boat. There is no reason, man, with the guys that are available that you shouldn't upgrade significantly in your running back.